It is also my pleasure to invite our co-chair, Mr. Ravinder Sethi, our co-chair of the Logistics Committee on the dais, please, and along with Mr. Sushil Gupta, co-chair of the Logistics Committee on the dais. May I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
It is often said that before commencing a good initiative, it's always better to seek the blessings of the Almighty, and to do the needful, we will do the lamp lighting. And to do the honors, I request my committee leadership. Along with, I would like to invite the advisory forum members who have been with us for this program since December last year and have really supported and contributed a lot. Mr. Yashpal Sharma, Managing Director, Skyways Group, Mr. Manoj Jain, Managing Director, Deep Blue Express, Mr. Abhishek P. Rao, President, RSA Global, Mr. Rudra Shriram, Director, DCM Containers, Mr. Ritesh Chaudhary, Director, Digital Businesses, and IT Henkel Group, Mr. Dhitiman Chakravarti, Director, Operations, Ingram Micro, Mr. Bhupendra Kumar, Head Logistics, IOL Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Aditya Vazirani, CEO, Robinson's Global Logistics Solutions, Ms. Alpana Chaturvedi, CEO, My Logistics Gurukul, and last but not the least, Professor Dr. Vandana Arora Sethi from Lloyd Group of Institutions. Can we have the invocation, please? Yogesh ji. Thank you so much. Logistics is tough. Well, now it is my privilege and pleasure to invite our committee chair, Mr. Pavan Jain, for his welcome address.
Shri Ravinder Sethi, Co-Chair Logistics Committee, PhD CCI. Shri Shishil Gupta, Co-Chair Logistics Committee, PhD CCI. Managing Committee members, Advisory Forum members, Dr. Ranjit Mehta, Executive Director, PhD CCI. Mohit Luthra, Assistant Secretary General, PhD CCI. Friends from media, all participants. Today we delve into a topic of great significance. Logistics is more than moving words. It's the key to driving businesses and economics into a new era of growth. In the complex world of commerce, a robust logistics sector facilitates smooth exchanges of goods and services, propelling economic acceleration. As India aims for a developed economy, our transportation and logistics sector becomes the backbone supporting our rapid progress. India's logistics industry is evolving with improved infrastructure, digitalization, and commitment to sustainability leading the way. This evolution brings both challenges and opportunities. Leading the way. This evolution brings both challenges and opportunities, urging us to embrace innovation and adapt to a dynamic landscape. Digital transformation, data analytics, and efficient last-mile delivery are crucial. Amid this, let's not forget our duty to sustainability and the power of collaboration. I am excited to announce the inaugural edition of National Logistics Summit 2023, hosted by PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. It's focused on navigating the challenges and opportunities of modern logistics landscape. As we gather at this summit, we will unravel the stories of success, witness the triumphs of our challenges, and gain insights into strategies that have propelled organizations to excel in the dynamic environment. We will learn how embracing innovation and fostering collaborative ecosystems can empower us to not only to navigate, but thrive amidst complexities and modern logistics. So I invite each of you to join us in this journey of exploration and discovery at the National Logistics Summit 2023. Let's navigate the complexities together, finding inspiration, forging connections, and seizing the boundless opportunities that lie ahead. Thank you for being a part of this journey as we step together into a future of endless possibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone for the summit today. Now it is my pleasure to invite our co-chair of the Logistics Committee, Mr. Ravinder Sethi, for his address.
Thank you. Shri Pavan Jain ji, Chair Logistics Committee. Shri Sushil Gupta ji, my co-chair, the Logistics Committee. Managing Committee members, Advisory Forum members, Dr. Ranjit Mehta, Executive Director, PhD. Mohit Luthra ji, Assistant Secretary General, PhD. Friends from the media, and all participants. I've been given a great honor today that on this occasion, our hearts are filled with gratitude and a shared sense of purpose. And it is with honor that we all express our sincere appreciation to the dedicated individuals of our esteemed advisory forum. Could I please request you all please to stand, please, once. The advisory forum. Just the advisory forum. The advisory forum only. A big round of applause to them, please. I have been, thank you. I've been interacting with them since December now, and let me tell you that their insight has carefully considered a harmonious range of subjects, aligning with the core of our theme of this first edition of the National Logistics Summit 2023. And this carefully crafted schedule seamlessly connects various discussions, ensuring that each essential facet of the contemporary logistics environment is appropriately represented today. Through their collective efforts, we stand here today, ready to partake in meaningful dialogues, enlightening conversations, and the exchange of groundbreaking ideas. Their unwavering commitment, and I can tell you personally, it has been an unwavering commitment, and sometimes I felt guilty because I have not been able to spend so much time with them. Their unwavering commitment has laid the foundation for a summit that promises to demystify complexities, navigate obstacles, and seize opportunities within the realm of logistics. And we hope that in today's discussions, which will start immediately after this session, and before the culmination, we will have Honorable Mantriji, Piyush Goyalji, and senior members of the bureaucracy. We hope that by the time they are here, we have something really to convey to them, even before they start talking to us. So once again, our deepest gratitude to each one of you. Your dedication, expertise, commitment, and time have molded this summit into the impactful event that it stands today. Once again, many thanks. Please have a great day today. I'm more than certain that it will be productive. You will learn a lot. Other than that, it's a great opportunity to network, to meet old friends, to make new friends. And by the end of it, I hope that it turns out to be a very, very enjoyable day. We must have fun as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. More than the address, it actually felt each word is coming out from your heart, I mean, which actually is a fact. And now it's my pleasure to invite our co-chair of the Logistics Committee, Mr. Sushil Gupta, for his address, please.
Good morning, everybody. Sri Pawan Jain, Chair, Logistics Committee, PSDCCI. Sri Ravinder Shetty, Co-Chair, Logistics Committee, PSDCCI. Managing Committee members, Advisory Forum members. Dr. Ranjit Mehta, Executive Director, PSDCCI. Mr. Mohit Luthra, Assistant Secretary General, PSDCCI. Friends from media, all participants. As we convene at the National Logistics Summit 2023, we are presented with a multitude of themes of our fireside chat sessions. The inaugural conference, centered around the complexity of modern logistics, promises substantial benefits to all delegates. The summit is designed strategically curated to provide a comprehensive understanding to industry dynamics. Though insightful fireside discussion, we aim to offer you valuable insight which will enrich your perspective on the ever-evolving world of logistics. Our distinguished speakers, who are luminaries in their respective fields, will share their expertise, experience, and the vision. This interaction are a unique opportunity for you to gather first-hand knowledge from the expert driving innovation and transformation within the logistics sector. We encourage you to engage actively, seize the chance to pose the question, and absorb the wisdom being shared. The exchange of ideas, coupled with the diverse themes of our fireside chats, promises to both intellectually stimulating and practically applicable to our endeavors. Our aim to create an environment where delegates can learn from one another, share insights, and collectively contribute to the advancement of our field. We hope that this discussion will spark new perspective and inspire innovative solutions that will drive our industry forward. So let's make the most of the opportunity to collaborate, engage, and grow together. Thank you all once again for your participation. Let's have some meaningful and inspiring conversation ahead. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now that brings us to the end of this short and sweet mandatory inaugural session, which has already set the theme for the day. And we will now end the inaugural session and move ahead with the technical sessions. But before we do that, can we have a group photograph, sir? Well, it's always good to capture the memories. Well, now, commencing with our technical session 1, which is air cargo, emerging trends in the global trade, I would like to introduce the session moderator, Mr. Yashpal Sharma, who is also a member of our advisory forum, Managing Director of Skyways Group. Mr. Yashpal Sharma embarked on his educational journey at the University of Delhi, culminating in 1995, venturing into his family's business after exploring various avenues in the export industry. He harnessed his innate talents and business acumen. He successfully completed an executive course in the strategic quality improvement from the prestigious Harvard Business School, Boston, USA in 2014. Founded in 1983 by Mr. Yashpal Sharma's father, Mr. Sudarshan Lal Sharma, and we are happy to have him here with us today. The chairman of the Skyways Group. It was headquartered in New Delhi, initially emerged as an air freight forwarder. He has been instrumental in propelling Skyways Group's growth, steering it from a 17-member team in 1995 to a workforce of now exceeding 900 personnel, diversified, dispersed across 32 locations within India as well as overseas offices in Germany, Vietnam, Bangladesh, UAE, and Hong Kong. Distinguished by his impactful contributions, Yashji currently assumes the esteemed role of President of Air Cargo Forum India for the tenure spanning 2022 to 24. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, may I request you kindly welcome Mr. Yashpal Sharma with a huge round of applause. It's all yours.
Hello? Hello? Audible? Audible? Am I audible? Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. All the dignitaries for setting up this show, the lovely advisory board that we've had, great work done by each one of them to put this show together. Logistics Summit for 2023. I think logistics has been quite in the center of global actions the last 4-5 years. Even the people who did not know the word logistics definitely know with the advent of COVID. Our panel today which is air cargo and emerging trends around the world. I have a very, very distinguished panel of speakers who will be a part of this. It's absolute honor for me to invite each one of them. I'll just read out a little bit about them before I invite them on the stage. My first panelist walks in, Mr. Shah Rukh Khan, Abdullah Al-Khalafi, the cargo manager for India and Nepal Emirates Sky Cargo. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big hand. Come on, Abdullah. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Abdullah, as his role for Emirates Sky Cargo, holds a very responsible managing both commercial as well as operational facets for Emirates in this region. He has been in this position since February 2020, though he has been part of the country since 2017, June 2017. I remember Abdullah as a very young man. He's still a very, very young man. He's just got married, walking into the Indian air cargo industry from Dubai. And it's been a pleasure working with you all around. And he's highly innovative, very, very approachable, and very accommodating. Abdullah, welcome on stage. Thank you. The second one, we have Shah Rukh Khan, Satish Lakharaju. Where is he? So he'll walk in with one of his actresses, I guess. Thank you, Satish. So Satish is currently the global head for air freight and pharma for Wizz Freight. Satish has been part of this industry for over 30 years. He doesn't look as old, but yeah, he's been around since he was 10 years old. So he's probably 40 now. And he's held various roles in tons of multinationals around, helping them scale their businesses in the country, not just in India, but overseas. I've known Satish for a long, long time, and he's always very, very engaging. You can find him in various platforms, various sessions, is always very approachable, and is ready to give in for the industry whenever anybody seeks and reaches out to him. And it's a pleasure to have him here. He's also part of the board for ACFI today, and he's also the chairman of the ACFI event pillar, which is a great one for him. The next one, Mr. Manoj Jain. I will not call out a name for you. No filmy name. He's a business guy, total businessman. Welcome. Welcome on board. Mr. Manoj Jain is the current managing director for Deep Blue Express. His trajectory, again, spans various decades. He's made notable contributions in multiple domains. He started his industry on the manufacturing side with Bata, India, and then moved over to logistics. And I think the industry is blessed to have him here. I think you were better off in this side of the world rather than the manufacturing side. And he's grown leaps and bounds and taken his company Sealair as well as Deep Blue Express to big heights, and contributing immensely in logistics and express industry. He's been part of the managing committee at PhD and holding various roles in Akai, FIATA, and is also the current treasurer for Air Cargo Club of Delhi. So welcome, Mr. Jain. Thank you very much for being part of this panel. The last panelist is Mr. Sanjeev Edward. He's a global man for us, has donned many a hats. Thank you, Sanjeev. He's donned many a hats, not just in India, but overseas. Very, very knowledgeable person, and even on a one-to-one level, whenever I've had a chance of engaging with him, there's a lot of knowledge that he has and he brings on a discussion. And I've been part of a few panels with him. I've heard him on the stage many a times, and somebody who's really, really very thorough with the industry, and not just the air cargo, but logistics as a whole, looks at the entire ecosystem. Sanjeev is the Chief Executive Officer for Cargo and Logistics GMR Group currently. He's assumed this role very, very lately, which is in April 2023. He's also tasked with overseeing the cargo business for multiple airports, including Delhi, Hyderabad, Goa, and all the upcoming locations as well. His responsibilities actually go beyond cargo operations. He continues to lead strategic initiatives for Delhi Airport, Delhi International Airport Limited. In his previous role as CCO DIAL, he played a pivotal role in steering the aeronautical and aero-related business segments of Indira Gandhi International Airport. Thank you very much, Sanjeev. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great panel. It's very difficult to find a panel like this, who's got great experience with express, logistics, airports, and airline. There's over probably 120, 130 years of experience on the stage, and somebody like me who probably carries about 3-4 years of experience, being very young. I'm only 17. So it's a pleasure for me to host these guys here. Thank you again, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, air cargo industry, which is what we're going to talk about today. It's important that, I just set a little context of what air cargo means to the whole world. Air cargo industry is an industry which actually propels various actions around the world. If there's something that you need to move very quickly from one part of the world to another part of the world, it's air cargo that can only do that. We bring speed. We really bring speed to this world. We make sure that anything, if there's an emergency, there is an exigency, there is any catastrophe at any part of the world, we are there for it. The air cargo industry can move goods absolute in the quickest form. If we look at the whole world, the way commerce has been growing around the world, probably the one segment which is propelling the businesses around the world is e-commerce. And e-commerce could only do it on the back of air cargo. If there was no air cargo, imagine what e-commerce would be like. You ordering a product and probably getting it after 3 months when the fashion is over. But it's air cargo that can allow you to probably order a product which is going to be manufactured over the next 2 days or probably finished over the next 2 days, flown out of, say, somewhere in Malaysia and gets delivered to you maybe in Luxembourg, right? So that's the power that air cargo brings to e-commerce. And it's really fascinating for somebody like me to see air cargo from very, very close quarters. Air cargo is also something that has been a big help to the global world where it comes to, like I mentioned, about catastrophes, when it was COVID and we could move vaccines from one part of the world to another part of the world in very quick time, whether it was moving PPE kits, whether it was moving any other support systems like oxygen cylinders, concentrators, etc. It was air cargo which could actually do it in a very, very quick time. So air cargo is something that is there ever since the, air travel or aviation could start. Air cargo could make its ground and make sure that it helps businesses connect from one part of the world fastest to another part of the world. I would not dwell too much into myself because this session is about these 4 gentlemen sitting here and not me. Since we're talking about global trends, I think it's very important for us to understand where are we heading towards. Although the Q1 of this year, this calendar year, has not been very, very, very encouraging for air cargo, and I guess that is on the back of resetting of supply chains of the world, where probably there was already a lot of inventory sitting on the sell side, and which had to be tuned. So there was a bit of a dip in air cargo. The Q1 numbers this year, as per World ACD report, says there was 11%. Yes, an 11% dip this year globally, not every part of the world. Probably the Asia Pacific to North America was the highest at about 18% drop. But I will like to hear these these stalwarts of the industry as to where they see the world going from here. Where do they see growth coming in from? Probably the products that are going to grow. What trade lanes will be most encouraging and interesting? Because that's what I'm sure I can see a few shippers in this forum as well. So it'll be great for everybody to know how they see. Let me start with you, Abdullah. Your Emirates, and that's one of the largest airlines of the world. Your network is absolutely fantastic. Pay me for saying all this. I can say more things if you pay me more. What do you think about what lanes and what growth avenues is Emirates looking at from a global perspective and also from an India perspective, please? Yeah. I think that's working as well.
Sorry?
I said that one was working as well.
Well, I have good news, yes. IATA, as per the latest report, which was in for June performance globally, they marked the slowest contraction since February 22. So that's good news for us that hopefully we're in a recovery phase. When you mentioned that since the beginning of the year, things weren't impressive because of overstock and excess capacity. From India perspective, we see a lot of promising industries. To mention few, electronics. A lot of manufacturers are setting hub in India, likes of Apple, Samsung. Also pharma, just to give you a perspective of how big it is, the top 3 pharma lanes for Emirates are from India. This shows you how big this industry is today, without speaking of the potential of it in future. I mean, I can dwell into it, into details on the specific of pharma and what actually promises in this industry. But in general, India has an advantage, and if I will name one industry that I'll bet on, it is pharma out of India.
Pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Well, the general cargo, as per the World ACD reports, out of this 11%, the biggest fall actually happened in general cargo. Some of the products like fruits and vegetables, perishables, marine products, pharmaceuticals have had 1 to 3% growth in this quarter. So it's very interesting. Absolutely, India happens to be the largest manufacturer of generics. We are a big vaccine manufacturer. So overall, India plays a critical role in the global supply of medical equipment as well as healthcare products. So it's good to know that Emirates is giving due importance to pharma, and that continues to drive your business. Satish, our Mr. Logistician. So let me hear you out. I mean, you have a great perspective. You have been engaging with various shippers, lots of industries, especially fruits and vegetable, pharma. You've been playing a very active role. So how do you see, what avenues or what growth areas do you see in the business today?
Morning, Yash, and good morning to everyone. I think what we need to understand is that one, for any trade lane or any vertical to develop, it's an ecosystem, and it doesn't develop just by putting aircrafts or airports on the ground. US will continue to be the major route of operations, given that you will continue to see Indians going and settling there. So what brings business in a different perspective is that where people are and where consumptions are is where. And fortunately or unfortunately, on any airlines that you fly today, the Indian meal is no more a choice, but is there on every flight, which clearly indicates to all of you to understand that the population is here and it's also there. So US will continue to be a trade lane economically, even for pharma as well as for other commodities that we can see. Okay, there's a slight recession aspect that we are talking about in one angle to it. Two, what is important is that how well the manufacturing can get on the ground to really meet the market demands and rest of them. Air cargo, like what Yash said, is the fastest mode, and my definition for air cargo would be it's agile, it's immediate action, and it is responsive in any sense sort of it. For that to happen and for air cargo to get to the next level in the trade lane, a lot of things on the ground technically to get improved in India is one important aspect, yes. But I think Africa is the other trade lane that we all should watch out for, because in your numbers that are there on the websites or on the portal, Africa doesn't come as a very clear focus. But even on the pharma, for anyone to understand, 30% of the total pharma will be to Africa. Area 1, which will be again Latin America, will be the other area which we have to watch out for, where the pharma will continue to go. So I would bet on these 3-4 countries, which will be your clear areas that should be looked at. During the further questions, I'll probably give you a little more insights on it.
Thank you, Satish. I'll just quickly, just move across to you, Sanjeev, and probably like to ask you something on similar lines. But also, I would like to bring in another element, because it was the freighters around the world that carried most of the cargo when everything came to a standstill. It was only after a few months that we saw freighters or passenger aircrafts converted into freighters, or even cargo on the seats, etc. That happened. But over the last, in the same report in World ACD, what we see is that there's a 19% drop in the freighter carried cargo. So the drop for freighter only airlines has been about 19%. And for the passenger airlines, it's only about 2%. So how do you see, freighters probably playing an important role? Plus, what lanes do you see, because you're running an airport ecosystem which is spanning across the country. You're also playing a critical role by bringing in, cargoes from Southeast Asian markets, even Dhaka. So how do you see, maybe, I think it's a little longer question, but I will leave it to you now to take it.
No, thank you. And firstly, thank you for the introduction. And I think I just need to make a point that, you said there's about 100+ years of experience in the dais. But as you look around, I think there's 1,000+ years of experience, in the audience.
Yes.
So we have to speak with a lot of sense of responsibility in what we're saying, because we know we are in front of very experienced and knowledgeable people as well. What has happened is, also just to pick up a strain from your previous question, air cargo has become an indispensable mode of transport, especially for the highly, perishable, high-value, sensitive goods. I remember, the COVID was like the Cinderella moment for air cargo. It was air cargo was always, the princess in somewhere waiting behind the doors. If you look in the airline business, if you look at airports, it was always, pushed to the back. But COVID really brought air cargo to the front, and people, including our government, started realizing the importance of air cargo. I remember as I reflect back, we were running this, hub for distribution of, PPE kits. We set it up in about 7 days of time, but we ended up doing about 3.2 million PPE kits, from that one facility. And it was the lifeline, because it was coming in over here from overseas and going across the country. So, what really emphasized that, air cargo is something that it has to have a very robust system to be make sure that you're supporting the country. If we look at, how the air cargo is growing, in fact, globally, the air cargo industry is typically about, in 2019, it was about 170 billion. Last year, it was about 287 billion. But the Indian share is just about 12%, 12 billion, or less than 5%, 4.3 to be precise. So I think India also, the air cargo penetration is very low, and while we say that on the passenger side it's very low, there's a lot of potential on the air as well. Coming to commodities, I think Abdullah very rightly talked about, the pharmaceuticals is there. Two I would like to emphasize on, one is, of course, electronics. I think electronics in a big way is going to, if we look at in 2014-15, we were manufacturing about 5.8 crores mobiles annually. In 22-23, we did 31 crores. So that's about 6x growth in our mobile production, and a lot of it is becoming an export commodity as well. So I think a lot of things which are happening in terms of the PLI schemes and people like Foxconn or Apple setting up infrastructure here. So I think electronics is a commodity that we need to watch out for, and typically it is an air commodity. That's a good news. But we need to be geared up. We need to be geared up to make sure we have the right solutions for the customers. Perishable is another, fresh fruits and vegetables. Some time back we had done a study, and if you look at the Northeast, the exportable produce that is wasted every year over there is about 3.2 million metric tons.
Wow.
Which is more than or almost close to what India does in air freight in a year. So that's the produce which is wasted. So I think that's the opportunity. That's where we really need to have, the right kind of logistic solutions, and air cargo, more importantly, can play an important role on finding those solutions. To answer your question on the freighters going down, I think, what had happened was that we had suddenly seen a surge in freighter capacity during the COVID, because passenger belly capacity went out, and we could see, that people. But as the belly capacity started coming back, we found that, the freighters kind of subsided. Just to give you some numbers, typically pre-COVID, if at Delhi airport we would do about 85% of the freight would go on the belly, 15% on freighters. During COVID, of course, there were certain times it was 100% freighters, but then kind of tapered down. But today we've settled down in kind of where 65% is passenger and 35% is freighters. So it's come down, but if you relatively look at it, it's still a little on the upside. But yes, India has much more opportunity in terms of what we can do, but I'll probably answer it later. But I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, pretty much. Very interesting. You brought in the consumer electronics, which is a very, very important product, which is, of course, air freighted, which is great news for us. We definitely need more products to move by air. And again, another interesting fact that you spoke about, 3.2 million tons. That's a lot. That's a lot of food getting wasted. We definitely need to move that, and we need to move that to the Indian markets where it can probably have a better shelf life, and we can move that around. Manojji, let me just come over to you. And you've been playing a very active role in the express side. And how do you see express and e-commerce probably shaping up for the world? Where are the growth areas for express? I mean, it's only upside for express and e-commerce from here. So where do you see that happening?
Morning, Yash. Thank you, and good morning to everyone. You know, we are speaking of pharma, we speak of electronics, but we forget that e-commerce is going to shape tomorrow's future. Especially after the disruptions, what happened in the COVID time. If you would have seen that the B2B e-commerce market, which has grown tremendously, and that's where, and even the rest of the C2C and B2C e-commerce market has been growing at, although the CAGR shows that it's around 11 to 12%, but I personally feel that it would be growing at more than 15%. And if you see today, then globally, the e-commerce market today stands at around $27 trillion economy. And I see it growing to around $100 trillion economy by 2030. So e-commerce is not just, we are not talking of delivering courier shipments, we are talking of actually delivering the product. Now, you were talking about the fashion's gone out. 3 months, the fashion's gone out. Today, if you look at the artificial intelligence and real augmentations coming in, virtual augmentations coming in, the customer on virtual augmentation tries the product, orders according to the color that he feels is right, looking at the virtual augmentation, and orders it. And within a day or two, the manufacturer sitting in India, Malaysia, or Vietnam makes it, and it is delivered to him within 2 to 3 days. So that is what an instant, right from the oven, hot from the oven, kind of a commodity e-commerce has become. And today, if you see that we are not talking of e-commerce transiting geographies across 5 continents, but actually I see e-commerce driving through 7 continents with the technology of drone coming in, and we getting delivered in the Arctic circles or Antarctica at the Antarctic stations through the drones. So this is, and it's happening, and it's going to play a very, very important role in the coming future. And this is where the actual growth is going to happen, and where the airlines and the airports as well would be needed to look into it.
Great point there on e-commerce, and what probably are the possibilities with e-commerce around the world. We just heard Sanjeev talk about the freighters, how they're operating. Just before I get into that, I would just like to also point out another important fact. The number of shipments globally over 5,000 kilos, which was a big segment once upon a time, are down 17%. 17%, okay? And the shipments between 1,000 kilos and 5,000 kilos are down about 4%. And it's the 0 to 1,000 kilo segment which is really driving the air freight. So obviously that's in the range of about 6 to 7% again. So what you're talking about is that obviously the shipments are getting smaller, and it's getting more and more important. So bellies will continue to take prominence, so you're investing in the right areas, Abdullah. But when we think about markets like what he mentioned, which is the northeast of India, or how India is generally located for air cargo, the importance of smaller freighters probably is very, very relevant for e-commerce, especially not just for cross-border trade, but also for within the country. Are you seeing any trend where you see more freighter carriers probably, or other Indian airline operators trying to bring in maybe smaller aircrafts, or how do you see this space?
You know, yes, if you would see, then pre-COVID, there were not many freighter operators domestically operating out of India. Now, if you would see, of course, we only had the Blue Dart, which was predominantly, if you see, in the Indian market, which was operating across India. But now, if you see, the freighters, SpiceJet and Indigo, and they have started thinking about it, investing into it, and that's a big way forward. And also, when you speak of the Northeast and the smaller tier 2, tier 3 cities, then what I would urge the airports also to look into it is we need smaller, smaller express courier clearance stations. Just like we are setting up the air freight stations, we need smaller courier stations where the shipments can be cleared, and those freighters can come into play, and they bring the cargo to the main station from wherever they are flying out. And that's, I'm talking of international, but for the domestic as well, if we set up those smaller terminals, it would really help and grow that business of that perishable or whatever is going wasted around the world.
Very interesting point you made about speed for clearances in courier, because courier is all about, courier is all about speed, right? I mean, even more speedier than what general air cargo commercial shipments are. The airports need to look at maybe creating a DG Yatra for courier, so that we can have a fast track thing. I'm just going to walk down and probably get a shipper's perspective to all this, because we're only listening to logisticians, but I see Bhupender here who probably represents a shipper. Can I give you the mic and put you in a spot? So, Bhupender, I mean, you heard these guys. How do you see the industry going forward? Where do you see probably growth for your business, or from a customer perspective, how do you see air cargo playing a relevant and important role for you?
Yeah, definitely. I'll happy to your answer, and really, I will appreciate you all guys that there is a growth in the pharmaceutical by 3%. Otherwise, I was seeing the report from ITA earlier. There was 50% of the excursion was being done during the transit, when the shipment was in the hand of the airlines. And there was a report within 3 years, there was a down of the car, especially pharmaceutical was down from 17 to 11%. There was a 3 years of the period due to the less compliances and handling of the product, because handling is very important in the pharmaceutical, but really appreciated that the things are improving. And by, like we were discussing about multimodal and all, by this plan of Gati Shakti and the multimodal, definitely in India we will be having the different kind of the growth in the air cargo in the near future.
What areas do you really see growth coming in? I mean, do you see any particular markets around the world where you see growth coming in for your business probably?
Yeah, now we are focusing especially US market, because it is more regulated and more compliant market. So US, we are seeing a lot of growth in the pharmaceutical product of ours. And in Europe, we are seeing our chemical products are being transported by ISOs and other things. So the growth opportunities are definitely there. And we are looking forward for chemical in Europe and pharmaceutical in US market.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Bhupender. Thank you very much for your comments. And we need more shippers to be very bullish about air cargo. I've always been saying and advocating that you need to look at air cargo completely differently from what you think about it. We are not just a cost center. We are not cost center only. We are definitely somebody who will help you to propel your business. So put air cargo in front of your business needs, and you will see how you will propel your business. So Sanjeev, thank you very much. Back to you. He was talking about this issue of probably how the shippers are viewing. Probably in the last 2-3 years, there've been points of excursions and some handling issues. I know for a fact that some of the Indian airports have created one of the best infrastructure around the country. I think the equipments are world class. At least at the major airports, we see some great things. How do you see, probably are there areas that we can still continue to work on? I'm sure smaller airports, there would be certain areas.
Yeah, I think, and a very important point Upendraji made, and that handling issues are there, excursions are happening, and I think there is a lot of intervention which has happened, which I'll come to that, but I'll also, when we talk of air cargo per se, air cargo is a product, it's a product, and it has to be seen as a product. It's a niche kind of product which meets very particular demands, and Also, it's part of an ecosystem. So, I mean, you have to imagine air cargo being processed in a factory like a manufacturing unit. I mean, you can have a great production line, but if your quality team is not doing a good job, the customer experience is still bad. You can have a great production team, you can have a great quality team. If your dispatch is not good, still the customer experience is not good. So end of the day, I mean, what really matters is what is it that we're delivering to the customer. And I think this is the key where we really need to see that as an industry, we need to come together. If you look at global, the bigger cargo airports, I mean, Hong Kong, we all know numbers repeated more so at probably every conference saying that, Hong Kong is doing so much. So Hong Kong, just at the cost of repeating, I mean, close to 5 million tons, they're doing, but #1 airport, whereas we are doing, about 3.1 million metric tons. Even China's second airport, Shanghai, is about 3.1. So a single airport doing that much. So what is it that we really need to do? I did mention that India's air cargo share globally is just about 4.3%. So I think we are just scratching the surface. We are saying that, we will be the third largest, or probably already are the third largest aviation market in the world, passenger-wise. What is our aspiration for cargo? We are still, I don't think even we've defined that, So I think
there is, I mean, the ministers, at least the Ministry of Civil Aviation has rolled out a target of 10 million tons by 2030-31. So.
And how do we make it happen? I think so. As I said, each element of that manufacturing piece, has to work efficiently. What we really need is, if you need good infrastructure. So I mean, if you look at what is required, you need a tier 1, which is obviously the cargo terminals, which need to have good infrastructure. You need to have the tier 2 where you kind of house the 3PLs and forward. And then you also need SEZ. I think on the tier 1, to be fair to the Indian airports, a lot has happened. I mean, some airports have done very good infrastructure. When Delhi has done, Bangalore also has good facility, Hyderabad has, and a few others upcoming they're doing. Even for the pharma facilities, I mean, I can tell you, Upendraji, like, we can say India has, globally you can benchmark the pharma handling facilities are at the airport at least are best, I mean, second to none, if you look at. Also, in fact, we've gone out of the way in terms of making sure the integrity is maintained even when it leaves the cargo terminal to the aircraft. So, airports have invested in things like lazy dollies or thermal blankets and things like that, just to make sure integrity is maintained. So there is a lot of investment which has gone to make sure we deliver quality on the first line. The second line needs to happen as well. And third is something that we've been taking with the government, saying that, look, when you need air cargo is not just about, the airport, it's about, the manufacturing or being very close to the airports so that, you can compress the time and it gets onto the flight as soon as possible. So there is a very serious thought and a support coming from the government, in terms of SEZs, which are very close to airports. I think if you look at Hong Kong, or maybe more, Incheon has it on airport, Dubai has it, Singapore has it. So I think we need to be in that league. The second part, I think where we really need to focus is on connectivity as part of the ecosystem. And I think there is a lot of work which needs to be done in that area, where there's policy reforms which are required. Policy reforms in terms of, the open sky policies for air cargo. I mean, we were having that, then it's kind of pulled back, then a few things have been put back. But I think we really need a very simple open skies for air cargo. There are also things like, there is, if you look at freighters, I mean, we talked of freighters. Just to put in perspective, I mean, US would have about, or North America, for instance, would have about 7,500 plus commercial aircraft and 900 plus freighters. India, we are talking of about 700 commercial fleet now. 1,000 is still on order, thanks to Air India and Indigo and all that. But we have, I mean, these numbers keep going up and down, but as we speak, maybe less than 20 freighters today we will have in the country. But where is the order for the freighters? So what's the freighter strategy? I think this is an area where we really need to look at. So we had an interesting conversation the other day, yes, you're aware, with our Secretary of Ministry of Civil Aviation, and he's very keen, in fact, to see how we can ease the process of freighter registrations in India. So I think that's a very positive step which the government has heard. we as ACFI had actually went and met that and made that representation. So I think there's a very positive outcome over there. And, thirdly, we also need, in terms of operations, procedures, simplification, but I'll come to that later. But, just to kind of put another spin to this, Yash, see, I said air cargo is a product. And you have a great manufacturing unit, you've produced a great product. You're assuming your production line is great, your quality is doing a great job, your dispatch is doing a great job. But who's marketing the product? Somebody needs to market. Other you may have a great product, but if you don't sell it well, you're not too great. And I think as an industry, I don't see anybody really doing it. To draw a parallel with like an auto, we have great ads for, we are making some great cars in India at the moment. You see the ad, people are marketing cars. Nobody's marketing a steering or the wheel which is there, but they say we made a great car. I think air cargo, who's marketing today? So I'm just putting on my, the ACFI had today, the Air Cargo Forum India. I think ACFI is the only kind of forum which is, saying, look, I'm looking at the product. I'm not looking at how great your steering is, how great your wheel is, but, air cargo is a great product. And I think that mantle which ACFI has picked up saying that we need to promote air cargo, I think that is something which will really make the difference. I'm a firm believer that, like Upendraji was just talking, and I picked up a strain from there. So there's a lot of good stuff which is happening, but probably the shippers don't know about it. Similarly, there's a lot of financial benefits which air cargo can bring, but we've not quantified it. We've probably not put it in the market out there. So I think, this marketing air cargo as a product, I think ACFI, I would say, maybe under your leadership and the leadership team, continue to make sure that air cargo gets its due and we position it well in the market.
A very interesting fact that you said that probably the air cargo needs better branding, and ACFI has taken the mantle. Just like we see mutual fund sahi hai. I think most of you would have seen that ad, right? Many ads they throw around. I don't know who's driving it, probably the Mutual Fund Association or something. But I think the air cargo associations of the country, of the world actually, we had an interesting discussion with Tiaka, that we must be able to position air cargo rightfully to the customers. And it's a good work that you guys are doing, I must say. Satish, I want to come to you on this. He spoke about India being at 3.15 million tons last year, aspiring to be at 10 million tons by 2030-31. How do you see that happening? Where is this growth going to come from?
Good question, Yash. And I think just to continue where Sanjeev left, on a lighter note, air cargo is like Munni Badnaam hai. What has actually happened is that we've been treated as a very expensive product for some reason. India itself has defamed itself too much of saying that the cost of ratio to the GDP is 14%, unfortunately. And from where the hell did they get the number, I also do not know. I've contested this number on this same stage here with the government. I think what India has to do clearly is to get their fact right in terms of not comparing it with GDP, because the GDP comparisons of each country, each state varies very differently. Also, to bring something very seriously into it is that even after we've got independence and we've come, some of our states don't have international flights. For example, one of the largest state which has the highest amount of US population is Andhra Pradesh. And Vijayawada today or Amravati is not even connected by an international flight. And Visakhapatnam themselves is still a struggling airport. Fortunately, maybe GMR comes up with Bogapuram and then we can see something happening. There are a lot of these belts in the Indian states which really are not well connected, thanks to Indigo and the other airlines including Air India, putting the narrow body sort of it. I think what we need to really look at as a trend is that how quickly you can get that cargo onto the flight and get it out. Because today why I'm giving you this thing is that I come from those states. From Srikakulam, you have to bring the cargo all the way into Hyderabad airport. And that clearly takes between 24 to 36 hours. Again, what is the problem is that it's pharma that is getting manufactured with, which Abdullah is keen about. But to get a reefer truck to that place, it has to go all the way from Hyderabad, because there's a demand and supply issue very, very clearly. So I think we need to understand that there is a demand for air cargo. The speed is what will really matter end of the day. The good trend it is that why will air cargo grow for us to understand is that during COVID we realized that there was no other option but air cargo. But I don't want to be negative, but I will tell you one thing is that the way the life is being now run by most of us is where, you know, the vaccine or anything, because you're eating a lot of frozen food, you're having all that has to fly at minus 20 degrees and the rest of them, the diseases are going to continue to come. So as long as that is going to happen, one, air cargo has no option, not that we want to carry pharma and ask people to consume it. Two, the biggest opportunity that India has, which countries like Kenya have capitalized, is food and perishable. We are not having a situation where people sitting in this room are talking about, oh, we don't have food to eat today. But I think if we can look at contract farming as one major trend for perishables to be really uplifted, I think that will be a great opportunity. And unfortunately, you know, and ACFI knows that we had close to 12 airports shut down for cargo. And Amritsar was one among them, which I profoundly remember the first air cargo shipment I did from that airport. I think government needs to clearly give priority to cargo. 5 things that if they had to really get the trend upward and not get stuck at the 3 million and get to a larger number is that surely incentivizing of certain critical aspects. I'm not saying that you give anything for free. What I'm clearly saying is that 30, 40 years ago, you had a specific commodity rate for perishable cargo clearly. I'm not asking you to go back, but if that sort of a scheme is rolled out and there's more incentives, Thailand has better incentive schemes for farmers. Copy something for it, that will be a good trend to get that wastage reduced and get more, because Indians still love their bendis and okras sitting whether in Dubai or in any other part of it. You still want it. I think you have to match the demand and supply clearly and bring. And your largest route being USA, like what Bhupender spoke or anyone spoke, you don't have freighter capacity on India-US route. As of now, there's not a single aircraft that uplifts your complete cargo from India straight into Chicago ORD, because Chicago ORD still remains to be choked to the greatest extent. And I think these are a couple of things that we are clearly missing out. And then the free trade agreements that are coming up, in which air cargo should get its priority, like the UAE free trade agreement that is there, and then the Australia free trade agreement that is coming in. I think if air cargo can get that bit of a prioritization in all respect, I think we can push more volumes. I think people on the ground, like people like Manoj, and Manoj, just to answer your point, we didn't want to speak to e-commerce because we left it to you. Otherwise, I would have also spoken it. But I think there's a great opportunity, yes. But like Sanjeev knows that we keep saying is that it's only 4 or 5 of us who've been talking about it on every stage. And I think in the last 2 months, we've been on this stage for at least a couple more times, or 4 or 5 times already. We want more people to patronize air cargo. There's a great opportunity. And I think there are many more things that we can do. So I'll leave it to the other panelists to speak about.
Thank you, Satish. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Surinder Aribar. Namaskar, sir. Good to have you with us. Always a pleasure. Very, very dynamic person. You go to him with any problems and he carve out a solution. He's very happy to hear whatever you want to put across to him. I would want Satish to probably repeat, but I will say it for the sake of speed. That these few airports which are probably needing a lot of attention, who are probably closed because of some regulatory issues currently, or security issues as I may put it, need a little bit of attention. I will request also PhD to play their part and help us to make few more representations to get these operational. The key factor that Satish you spoke about, which is about putting more speed to speed. So you spoke about how we need to bring airports closer to the produce. What we need to also make sure is they are very competitive when we talk about making sure that transportation sits in a competitive way. And thirdly, what Manojji also spoke about is making sure that the time at the airport is absolutely at the minimum. So the dwell time needs to come down the most. I think the government has set the tone by reducing dwell time over the years. Very, very well. It's come down drastically from where we were 10 years ago. But I think there's still a lot to do, especially for domestic cargo. I think that time at the airport is extremely critical. So that will propel growth. I'll move over to Abdullah, you, and would just like to hear from your side, India story, Emirates, How do you see what airports, which areas are going to drive? Are you looking at some more capacity, maybe some more regions? Andhra, for example, if you get an airport there, would you like to fly?
Yes, in general, there is excess capacity out of India because of the passenger capacity that's coming in, the passenger flights. And it is the most economical way. As far as flying into new airports, no plans at the moment, but obviously if the open skies, the cargo open skies policy is revised back to the earlier one, we would have this flexibility to explore new airports. There are potential airports, to name few, Goa and the likes of what Satish mentioned. But the idea is, this excess capacity that I've mentioned, and the improving infrastructure, the road infrastructure, these clubbed together, we can utilize all these, unutilized capacities, and that would be the most economical way, rather than clogging one busy airport. So I guess, Delhi being the capital, Sanjeev, of course, would be happy if cargo comes all the way from India, and creating a hub, not necessarily just an international hub, but a hub within India. The journey, at least since I have arrived here in India 5-6 years ago, the road distance, the cities are getting closer by the day. And the journey into Delhi from, say, Bombay wasn't like what it was 10 years ago. So I guess this is an area maybe we can look at with the excess domestic capacity, better road infrastructure, the available capacity from all the major international airports, I guess can make a difference.
Thank you, Abdullah. I think we still have 2.5 hours to go, right? So we'll have. I have about 20 more points that I would like to, shake up these guys with. Let me just touch a little bit on regulatory side, sir. Please don't mind. We just like to touch upon that as an aspect, because if we want to propel from where we are and to 10 million tons in the next 7 years, there has to be a lot of policy changes, a lot of regulatory improvements, probably, that the industry is making representations and wanting. So I would like to hear from you. There's an airline, there's an airport, there are 2 logisticians who sit here as well. So quick 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds on probably what would be that one ask that you would want to have. Manojji, let's start with you.
Okay, Yash. Today, when we talk of e-commerce and with the kind of stringent regulatory challenges and the infrastructure challenges, what I look at from the perspective of the exporter or the shipper is that we don't really understand that why, for example, the courier is still treated as a sample. It is no longer that same mindset that you had 30, 40 years back. It's become, now it's evolved itself, and it's become a export commodity. And benefits like RODTEP or the drawbacks are not extended to that. We need to extend those benefits out there in exports. And if you talk of imports, still, if you would see, a C2C import attracts a duty of around 78%. I don't understand the logic behind it. A B2C attracts a duty of 43%. Irrespective of commodity, irrespective of it has a 5% or a 0% duty, we are talking of establishing FTAs, and still we are charging in that smaller shipments. Now this is a market where, people started procuring smaller, even B2B industry, means the consumers in the B2B segment have started procuring smaller pieces because they just need in time. Inventory management, financial constraints are a big part. So they don't want to hold inventories. They, in fact, order it and use it and move on. So these are some of the challenges that we see that need to be addressed by the government. And also, when we talk of visibility, visibility brings more speed and more transparency into the whole system. So these still the what we send out or bring in through the courier terminals are not yet in sync on the ECCS platforms or the ICMS, where the customer can easily go and have a look at what is the status of a shipment or where exactly is it. And the auto leos and all those things are still not in sync with that. Today,
for courier.
Yes, and if today you speak of for the challenges regarding, there are regulatory bodies. Suppose you need a gems and jewelry, you need a wildlife for a shipment or anything like that, then you still have to manually apply and get them over and to inspect the shipments. Whereas in cargo, you don't need to manually inform them. It's through the SWIFT system that you just, it goes, the information goes. So it is just simple. You just need to replicate. You just need to have that mindset and bring it in. And believe me, if this is done, this market is going to grow leaps and bounds. And it is not only going to benefit the shipper or the exporter, it is going to benefit the air cargo, the airports, and everyone is going to benefit out of it.
Great points, Manoj ji. Though we gave you 90 seconds, आपने 900 seconds लिए. We'll charge you for it. हम पैसे लेंगे आपसे. But very interesting point. We saw the foreign trade policy roll out this year, and it speaks about e-commerce. It speaks about that it probably could galvanize to about $200 billion plus by 2030 for the country. So obviously there needs to be courier and cargo at par. Probably, I'm sure the government is working on it. I'm sure they will come out with whatever the requisite changes that are required to be done. I think the e-commerce, the export e-commerce part is still a little more simpler, and the inbound is, where probably the duty structure, etc., can be relooked at. So Satish, how do you see this, the regulatory side, not just this element?
The absolute regulatory side, which is need to be addressed, especially when Abdullah and I spoke about pharma being it. The active and passive containers which come into the country today, the bond procedure is actually at least 50, 60 years backdated. You should make it very simple, give a continuity bond. And people should be able to take those containers to the pharma facilities or the manufacturing place and then airlift the cargo. That's one bottleneck that is not getting resolved. It has been taken up at various levels, and each port has its own way of looking at it. That's one. On the import side, what is the regulatory framework is that in any other part of the world, you can take part delivery of cargo. Whereas in India, still taking part delivery of cargo is like unable to, probably a mother can deliver a baby more comfortably than getting a part cargo out of it, and the regulatory procedure of amendments and rest of them is really painful, and that is something which the government has to clearly look into, because you bring air cargo because you don't have more money, because there's an urgency. And when it's an urgency, and if you say that, no, you can't take a part delivery, he has 9 pieces that have arrived and 1 is stuck, then he's ready to pay for the duty. I think that's the other thing. And then the last thing is that we have not done anything on the reduction of dwell time in terms of the domestic cargo. It's a big bottleneck, which is why air cargo on the domestic side is still not increasing, but it's actually decreasing because you're taking 5 hours at the ground itself. I think so. For me, these are the 3 critical things.
It's very filmy, man. He bought Munni Badnaam in the previous point. Now he got child delivery in this one. Satish said, we gave you 1 point, you spoke 3, we'll charge you in dollars. But I'll throw this to, Sanjeev, because there was an element what he probably bought in, which you can mention about, especially on those containers coming in. I assume that the airlines do have bonds and they can flow easily, but probably there's an element that maybe, both of you could probably touch base and speak on at least one regulatory point that you want to talk.
Yeah, I mean, there is a process. You can do a bond today. Airlines can actually file a bond for containers moving out of the airport. But I think what Satish is making that point, probably making it simpler, making it online. Coming to the regulatory part of it, Yash, and I'm happy you didn't give me a time limit like the others. So, I'm assuming I have some more time. I'm just joking. So, we use the fastest mode of transport, but we kind of lose the advantage the moment it hits the ground. Speed on the air needs to be complemented, with the speed on the ground in terms of your regulatory processes, in terms of, the technology that you use, the flow of information and things like that. It's like, I mean, to give you an example, it's like a 4 by 100 meter relay race, You get 3 guys running, the fastest, and then when they hand over the last baton, the guy starts walking, right? And you can imagine what the result will be. You're never going to be a winner. But unfortunately, this is what is happening. We are trying to do this relay race. The last guy, is trying to walk up with the other 3 is kind of burning it out less than 10 seconds. They were trying to do that 100 meters. This is where we are. So one ask on the regulatory. I think, we really need to address the transshipment. You look at global hubs. Global hubs do, anywhere from 50 to 70% of their cargo is actually transshipment cargo. In India, on an average in the country, it's about 2 to 3%. Delhi, we do about 9% because we, a few years back, 2018, we put up a transshipment excellence center to kind of simplify things, but still, I think there's lots which can happen there itself. So, I mean, we are there, but more can be done. So what is the ask? I mean, I think very simple. It's no rocket science. What we really need to do is make the transshipment procedure completely online. Technically, this cargo is not even entering the country. You've got an export manifest which is online, you've got an import manifest which is online. Can the two talk electronically? And you don't need any custom intervention. It can just come and go. Because, end of the day, this is a product which you need to sell. So imagine if Dhaka is sending something to Europe, the options are it can do a one-stop in Middle East, it can do a one-stop in Southeast Asia, it can do a one-stop in India. So you're actually competing with the world when you're trying to do a transshipment. So unless we are better than the others, there's no chance we can get this business. So I think we really need to have a very intentional focus on making this change. The other thing on link to transshipment also is, on how we do our transfers between the surface to the...
Second one is chargeable, huh?
Okay.
Carry on.
I'll pull my wallet out, yeah. So the surface to the to air, I think there also it needs to be made straight, because ultimately air and road go together, and this transition from one to the other should be very, very seamless. I think that's another area which we need to simplify, and then we will see these air cargo volumes kind of growing with the aspirations that we have, the 10 million to achieve. I think just to last point to make. 50% of the world's population can be served within 7 hours of flying time from India. That's the opportunity in waiting if we can get our processes right. That's where we are.
That's a great point. That's a very, very good point. And actually, I am with you on the transshipment policy. It's a very low-hanging fruit, which, if we work it right, can add 1 to 2 million tons to Indian skies. That's the possibility. 1 to 2 million tons to the Indian skies. And make us India as a country of choice, as a hub, and as a transshipment country for the whole manufacturing industry. Abdullah, you're the last man on the race, so you have to make up. You have to make up.
Yeah. And they've covered actually most of the points, but small fixes, yes, sometimes like what Satish mentioned on the part delivery one. Second is if we get a misrouted shipment into India, it takes us at least 2-3 weeks to send it back to its original destination. And that's, when the shipment is already messed up, that adds, salt to injury as well. These are a few points to mention, and also the transfer process. There shouldn't be a single manual intervention as far as a transshipment is concerned. So, I'll keep it to these, yes, and stick to my time. Not like the other panelists.
That's a very, very important point on the returns that you spoke about. I'm sure, my two logistician friends who sit there have probably had this pain various times where a misrouted shipment arrives in the country and we are stuck. I'm currently stuck with one. Don't ask me what's going on with it. So I'm just going to walk down and take this opportunity and, sir, take you here. Can I hand over this mic to you? I'll just take an opportunity. Lag by chance aap yahan hain, to hum uska fayda uthayenge. So anything, now I would not talk about what the points that they've spoken, but also, you play such a critical role with DPIIT. It's such a critical department for us today. What do you want from air cargo? People don't ask this. They are always throwing things at you, but I would want to know, what do you want us to do? How can we probably participate and, help the government to move things faster, better?
Yeah, in fact, I'll just refer to the National Logistics Policy in the spirit of it, which has been expressed in so many letters, right, which is available on the public domain. The expectations all from the industry, right, be it air cargo or road sector, rail sector, every mode of transport and every component of the logistics, be it warehousing or packaging, etc. The obligatory part and the role which government was to play, that was through formulation of policy or formulation of some mechanism like PM Gati Shakti, which both of them are going to catalyze and already have started catalyzing the process of infrastructure development and also integrated development of the services component of the logistics. So now, whatever facilitation which is possible, I mean, to the extent possible, we have already defined and already notified. And further, we are ready to respond to specific calls, right, or for specific intervention, which can further help the industry to move forward in a more seamless and speedy, cost-effective, efficient manner. So if we talk about air cargo sector specifically, I think we must realize one thing. There's an inherent strength and the weakness or weaknesses of each mode of transport. And where the air meets the land surface transport, there is going to be a friction, there is going to be a congestion, there is going to be a kind of a stagnation for a while because there are change of modes. You are inherently faster, but you are not flexible enough to walk on the road or move on the road. Similarly, the road transport is inherently faster on the road, but it doesn't fly, right? So it cannot attain that speed which you expect. So there has to be a transition which has to be managed when it comes to, you know, connect between two modes of transport, which we are going to talk about again, the multimodality spirit, which Mr. APR is going to, you know, catalyze the process again. Yeah, so there are challenges here. This is the area of challenge. And it's not just we expect from the government like for a divine intervention to solve every problem of it. But we'll have to find innovative ways. And we are enough innovative and enough talent also we have in India, which can find innovative solutions. Industry has to just own them. And if not able to own, and if you're not finding them to be too good in the present state, innovate it further, invest in that innovation. Now, if I am to talk about the so-called, which is being called as regulatory, sometimes it is a physical measures though, and sometimes it is a lack of or deficit of innovation, like in the transshipment thing. Can we not think of some solution where the transshipment is already pre-planned and those units which are to be, part delivered or maybe transshipped, they are already segregated and unitized in that manner, arranged in that manner that the moment it hits the ground, they are, in a very automated manner, segregated, separated, and goes through the process of the so-called the part delivery or the full delivery, whatever, as it happens to the passengers, right? When we reach the airport, they say this is for domestic departure, that's for international departure, this is for VIP, this is for, the crew. There are different, the mechanism of segregation. You have a queuing system, you have different counters. So those are the infrastructures you have provided which are ensuring that segregation, right?
Yes.
Where you need to change the, deboarding from one airline and boarding on another. So there's again transshipment happening. But the inherent advantage of passenger transportation is that the cargo itself has a mobility. They are self-propelled. So-called, if I call myself a cargo for a while, the human being is such a cargo which is a self-propelled, and a mental capability to take the right direction. And the cargo has to be given that intelligence. That's what I say. Let us innovate. Find solution, the technical solution to the regulatory problems which you say. Right. That's what I expect. And
thank you, sir. They were very, very fair points. And one of the things that you talked about was the sync between the transportation, various transportation options. And I think that sync is very, very critical, very important, and we've been talking about it at Air Cargo Forum India also. ACFI has been propagating how we can probably integrate better with the other means of transportation and bring in all the relevant changes. I can see some very, very strong red eyes from PhD. They will kill me. I'll be shot down without a bullet. So I think we'll hand over this back to them. Do we have time for Q&A? No? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, your moment. Come on, quick one. Two questions.
Before you get there, just one quick thing to clarify I think, sir, just to let you know that when I talked about the Transshipment Excellence Center at Delhi, that is exactly what we've done. So it's a separate facility where cargo, when it is coming in, before it lands into Delhi, it is planned by the airlines, plan it on a LIFO, last in, first out, it comes there. It's already built separately, so it doesn't need to kind of wait. The delay, in spite of that, is happening because you still need manual permissions before it can get onto a next flight. So this is where I'm talking about the, the online, which will help.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. We'll charge you for talking about Delhi Airport because this was not part of the plan. Ladies and gentlemen, couple of questions. 2 max. Gentlemen, please keep it crisp and identify yourself, please.
Right. My name is Chandran. I'm a board director for TAPA. I just want to bring one point, continuation to Manoj, what was talking about e-commerce growth. Right? We touched upon the air cargo development, but I just want to bring in here. Amazon started a dedicated freighter for the e-commerce. That is the way e-commerce getting in even to the air cargo services. As of now, we had only the belly utilization. Amazon had 110 aircrafts operating to 70 destinations worldwide, but in India now they started ensure customer service, same-day delivery, getting into a dedicated freighter into the air cargo. So adding Blue Dart, and there's another freighter, QuickJet cargo services, just for information. Thank you.
Sure, couple of aircrafts for QuickJet now, so we're delighted to see more coming in. Any question? I see back there, gentleman back there. Just back there. Just one last one, please. Question, crisp, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Prasad Jaligama. I head the cargo commercial for Hyderabad Airport. In 2020, the government brought in a circular for air cargo, wherein they said even the cargo freighters will come under the bilateral air services agreements. Earlier it was open skies policies, but now they have also brought under the purview of bilateral agreements. This is actually impacting airports like Hyderabad, wherein double dipping is not possible. If a freighter has to come into Hyderabad via Delhi, now it is not possible. There's only one port landing that is happening. So the government has to really look into it if they are if they have to make multiple hubs in India. I just wanted to bring this up to the notice of the government officials here.
It's an important point, but I think double dipping has started now. It's being permitted. It's with permissions, of course.
Yeah, it's
and on the international front, we have open skies for freighters.
Incidentally, I had written 3 letters on behalf of Federation of Telangana Chamber of Commerce. After that, your Cathay Pacific was restored, then your Thai Airways came back, and that Lufthansa thing was what was pending.
No, it is still under the purview of bilateral agreements.
Correct, that is still pending. That is not open. At least the aircraft thing had been restored, but I think we can take this up as ACFI, since I come regularly to Hyderabad, so I think this we will take it up as well. Thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I would not, unfortunately, be able to take more questions due to paucity of time. Thank you very much, my panel. You were marvelous. Big round of applause to them.
Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The applause said it all. I don't need to see what a fabulous session this has been. And incidentally, I was so involved and engrossed that I wanted this session to continue because it was so fabulously moderated by Yashi. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much. So we'd like to now express our gratitude and felicitate our eminent panel on the dais. And to do the honors, may I invite my co-chair of the Logistics Committee, Mr. Ravinder Sethi ji, please.
Fantastic session, great. One round of applause again for all of you.
The first to be recognized and honored is Mr. Yashpal Sharma, the moderator for the session and Managing Director, Skyways Group. Well, our Chair of Logistics Committee, Mr. Pavan Jain, who is also the CMD of Safe Express, he said, give a plant from our side which generates oxygen within the room. Next, we'd like to recognize Mr. Manoj Jain, Managing Director, Deep Blue Express. He is also the member of the Advisory Forum, and he is also the member of the Managing Committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Sanjeev Edward, Chief Executive Officer, Cargo and Logistics, GMR. Sir, we are grateful to having you here with us. Mr. Satish Lakharaju, Global Head, Air Freight and Pharma Viz. And last but not the least, Mr. Abdullah Al-Khalafi, Cargo Manager, India and Nepal, Emirates Sky Cargo. Well, earlier we used to say 1000 BC, 2000 AD. What has come out of this particular session is now PC, pre-COVID and post-COVID. So that's going to change the entire gamut of thought process moving forward. On this note, thank you very much, and I would request all of you to kindly stand for a group photograph, please. Thank you so much. Now it's time to move on to our next session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are running a tad bit late, but definitely we will catch up. But however, based on the timings and what we've seen in other conferences, we are by and large on time. So technical session 2 is based on multimodal logistics, integrating modes of transport for efficient and sustainable delivery. Well, I would like to, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Abhishek P. Rao, President RSA Global, who is going to be moderating the session. So while I invite him, a brief about him. Mr. Abhishek P. Rao, popularly known as APR, currently holds the position of President of RSA Global India, where he shoulders the crucial responsibility of charting strategic direction, envisioning growth and enhancing performance for the India region of RSA Global. With a career spanning of over 2 decades, he has established himself as a seasoned professional, renowned for propelling brand growth, optimizing operational excellence, and delivering impressive financial outcomes. His exceptional achievements were recognized when he received the prestigious 40 Under 40 Super Achiever Award in 2020. And he boasts a collection of awards in the realm of supply chain, both as a user and as a service provider. Notably, he made waves in his career by becoming the youngest non-founder CEO at the age of 28 during the period of 2008 and 29. Well, that does call for a round of applause. And now I would very humbly hand over the proceedings to APR.
Thank you, Mohit. That was very kind of you. To remind me that, yes, 20 years ago, I was the youngest CEO. Well, thank you, Yash, for setting the tone. I think there's a lot of energy now. People are all awake, yeah? Despite the heavy breakfast that some of them would have munched on. Welcome, everyone, to the first edition of NLS 2023. Really, really nice to see it's almost house full. Overbooked, as we called it yesterday amongst the advisory forum. I would like to thank Ajay, Mohit, and Sethi Saab. Jain Saab, I think, has left, and my advisory forum colleagues for giving me this opportunity. This session on multimodal logistics, and I'm actually feeling blessed that I'm doing this session. Not seldom do people get this opportunity to do a session as necessary as multimodal, with all due respect to all other sessions. In the last 3 years, we've heard supply chain and logistics more often than we've heard it in 30 years. The credit goes to the government. I would not give it to COVID. I would give it to the government. I remember the first time I heard it was at the pre-budget session when Nirmala Sitharaman ji said it out so many times that I recorded the whole session and I counted it, how many times did she say. And Adarniya Modi ji, our Prime Minister, he spoke of it. And then everybody started speaking of it. I recollect, prior to that, I think Mr. Ahirwar then was not with the logistics department. He was with another department, much prior to even Mr. Sivasailam. It didn't exist. You did not have a logistics department. It was all part of commerce and maybe part of something else as well. We didn't really know. And this is what makes me respect the government. The fact that they took notice to it. They realized the importance of this industry, which for many people would have felt like a thankless job. For many people, it would be very difficult to, if you have an alliance from the bride's side, the groom's family would be confused. How do we explain logistics to the bride's side? What does that mean? You're not working with Nestle? No? Not HUL? No? Logistics? Really? So it would be a very, very difficult task to explain what logistics is. And when you say logistics is transportation or part of supply chain, transportation, acha, truck, gaddi. Yeah. So it had its fair share of, I would say, non-acceptance of its existence. And I particularly feel blessed to do this session on multimodal today, to moderate this session and maybe bring out some of the best insights from Anil Sayalji and Shaunik Goyalji, with special appearance from Surendra Ahirwarji for the session of multimodal. This is again a word which has been ringing bells for almost the last 12 months. So, as I was saying, this word, multimodal, over the last year and a half, especially with initiatives from the government, again under the leadership of Adarniya Modi ji, and all his team, right from Gadkari Saab to Piyush Goyal ji to Ahirwar ji to everyone, they've been doing phenomenal amount of work with the NLP, ULIP, the logistics ease of doing business, with the logistics index getting better, with multimodal logistics parks, NICDIC. So many things going on. I mean, there couldn't be a better time to be in this industry, noticing, witnessing this move, this change. And I would like to invite Dr. Surendra Ahirwar on the stage to share his experience with us, to share what the government is doing, his insights. But before that, I would like to introduce him, though he does not need any introduction, but it is customary to do that. So, belonging to the 1996 cohort of the Indian Railway Traffic Service, currently holds the position of Joint Secretary within the Department of Commerce under the Ministry of Commerce and Industries. where he oversees matters related to logistics. Prior to this, he held various significant roles within the Ministry of Railways. Notably, he was involved in the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail project and has received multiple awards for his contributions, including the National Award for Enhancing Railway Operations Efficiency. He holds a bachelor's degree in medicine and has also undergone formal training in management of high-speed railways in Chengdu, China. His international engagements encompass representing the Ministry of Railways at conferences such as Smart Rail Conference on Passenger Rail and Transit Technology in Charlotte, NC, USA, and his involvement with the High-Tech Partnership Corporation between India and Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, please, Surendra Irwaiji.
Thank you, APR, and thank you, PhD, for having me here and to hear me out here. Thank you so much. I think, as APR has said, the biggest challenge, I think, the logistics sector, which has been facing in this country, has been its definition. The understanding about, or the awareness about the logistics sector. So if I look back, when we started talking about logistics, so the first initiative was a declaration in the budget of 2018-19, and this was just one line that a division or a separate organization is to be created for ensuring, or with a mandate to develop the logistics sector in the country in an integrated manner. This was just the mandate with which we started in 2018-19. And post that, then the logistics division was created, and then we started a lot of initial initiatives. To mention, most important of them is the National Logistics Policy on which we started working in 2018, and then National Logistics Portal, which became later the platform, and then undergone evolution into India Logistics Platform, then to NLP Marine, and then finally, came into a form of ULIP, the latest avatar of that National Logistics Platform. So that was one initiative. And then, and realizing one thing, that logistics is all about integrated development of infrastructure and integration of the existing logistics infrastructure. In 2021, government launched the biggest initiative, that was the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. And subsequently in 2022, the launch of National Logistics Policy, and both by the Honorable Prime Minister himself launching these initiatives, and therefore giving a huge emphasis and a flip to the logistics sector in the country. Now, as APR has mentioned, everybody started talking about that. In fact, before everybody started talking about that, there was a huge conversation which has happened or preceded this conversation at the national level. That was at the government level, and within the government, across the ministries, even with the states. So there was a huge involvement of the states as well. And I think most of you, or I guess all of you, must be aware of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. I'll just share with you in a nutshell what is it all about. Basically, it's a very innovative or transformative approach, we are calling it as, and it stands on a triad of whole of the government approach, leveraging of technology, and the administrative arrangement within the government, which is the kind of the main pillars of, or the fundamental component of it, or strength of it. And I must acknowledge Sanjeev sir, who has been here and from very beginning. part of this initiative. And with the launch of PM Gati Shakti, which was launched in October 2021, we have hit the ground running. Every setup of it has been put in place, be it digital infrastructure or administrative structure, or the dissemination of information which has happened to all stakeholders and people at large. So since 2021 October, we have developed a digital platform which is having more than 1,500 digital data layers on it. And in addition to this national master plan, which I'm calling as digital platform of GIS data, we also have developed almost 40 planning portals of different ministries which are already on board in Government of India, and also 36 states and union territories who have today their own planning portals with entire GIS data stack on them. And not only this, as part of the digital infrastructure, there are 60 plus planning tools which have been integrated onto these platforms and the portals, which are all networked. So they are basically the data platform which are mapping the GIS data of every infrastructure asset on the surface in the country or even underground. And in addition to this, of course, the geographical or topographical features which are there on the map, generally on any map, they all are there. And this data set, or the entire lake of data, is helping the planners of infrastructure in taking planning related decision using or basing their decision only on the data. So that's what we have rationalized and transformed the process of planning as such. And everybody in the government, be it in the Government of India infrastructure departments or in the states, they're using the platform. Hitherto, we have planned almost 91 projects of value more than 500 crore on this platform using the administrative structure of PM Gati Shakti. And these plans, when they are subject to the PM Gati Shakti mechanism, they get incorporated with various strengths of infrastructure or the logistics infrastructure. One is, of course, the multimodality, which is a very important objective and a component of PM Gati Shakti. Second is a last mile connectivity to the economic nodes. The intermodal connectivity is being given huge emphasis in it. And then the integrated approach, wherein everything, be it infrastructure interconnection or is connectivity to the economic nodes. And today we have expanded even into the social sector and even planning the social sector infrastructure using this same mechanism and the digital infrastructure made available through this mechanism. So the plans which are subject to this mechanism not only become quality plans of the project, but also they are in a way getting rid of a lot of risk factors which may be related to the land acquisition, related to various regulatory clearances which have to be taken from various government organizations or agencies, either at the center or the states. So all these things are planned even at the stage of making a DPR or making a plan of the project. And we do not wait for planning of these things at the stage of implementation. So everything is foreseen, planned, and even the execution plan is drawn accordingly. Another major initiative which has been launched during the last 2 years is the National Logistics Policy, which again adopts the whole of the government approach, as it is in the case of PM Gati Shakti, and looks at integrated development of the logistics sector, basically the service component of it. And when it comes to the service component, it has a focus on the human component, the human resource in the logistics sector, and the digitization or digital technology which is to be adopted for bringing about efficiency in the logistics sector. And this is for the first time in the country, maybe if I see, maybe at the global level, No other country defines logistics in such a comprehensive manner as the logistics policy of India defines the logistics sector. So today, the potential bride or the groom families, right, they can at least be told about what is logistics, right? So that is again the ease of introducing the logistics, which is being ensured through national logistics policy. So it has just not the definition, but an action plan, the objectives set for it, the targets set for the logistics sector of the country. And this include both addressing the logistics of domestic trade or domestic industry, supply chains, but also the international trade, the global value chain, and the supply chains. And there's a huge focus on the multimodality. And this is just not infrastructure, but also the processes. Wherever the physical disconnect exists and is not being overcome by infrastructural means, there's a intervention in a digital ways, right? So there's a digital connect, which is bridging the infrastructural deficit also, which is also a great focus of the national logistics policy. And the multimodality is what is ultimately desired. And multimodality is just not of multiple modes, but also multiple phases of logistics or supply chain, be it the packaging stage or the storage stage, means the warehousing, or different modes of transport. So everything, every component of the logistics is intended to be integrated through infrastructure and through the service component, which is the focus of logistics policy. I think with this brief introduction about it, we can take on the conversation further.
Thank you, Surendra Irwarji. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. I think he put it very, very well, that no country in the world defines logistics the way we do now. I mean, it's just been, what, 4, 5 years, 6 years now? Yeah? Yeah? And no one does that. I think we need to be proud of that. There's one saying I remember, I don't exactly remember in the way it was said, but I believe, and don't quote me on this one, but I believe that an ex-president of the United States of America once said, building roads is the path to economic growth. It's somewhat like this. And that is what we're doing in India. We're building infrastructure, we're building roads, we're building infra on ports, multimodal logistics parks, what not. And we are building a nation. That's absolutely right, Shonik. Absolutely right. Now, let me invite my other panelists, two illustrious names. Anil Sayalji, President Safe Express. Anil, please join us. Anil Sayalji commenced his logistics journey at Safe Express, and they say life's a full circle, and he's back with Safe Express. He ran a beautiful organization called Flywheel. It's not written here, it's something that I know of him. And he ran it for a good 11 years with a path-breaking business model. Safe Express recently celebrated a notable accomplishment by successfully overseeing a fleet of 10,000 trucks. That's massive. Yep, I think, yes, you should clap for that. Yeah, 10,000 trucks. Yeah, it's a control tower within a control tower. You need that to be able to do. His substantial career has primarily revolved around the logistics domain, where he has dedicated himself to meticulously untangling the intricacies of supply chains and enhancing operational effectiveness to the extent that he can afford to have the audacity of saying, "Ye kya bol raha hai?" That comes from experience, right? My next co-panelist, an illustrious name again, Shonik Goyal, President and Head Supply Chain, Sheela Foams. Shonik, please. Shonik is a dynamic and proficient expert in supply chain management, boasting an extensive record of achievements spanning more than 19 years. He possesses comprehensive expertise across the entire spectrum of supply chain management, encompassing strategic sourcing, capital sourcing, contract governance, material planning. I'm reading out his role, so anybody interested in a typical specific business can reach out to him, right? distribution management, order fulfillment, customer service, production planning, and cost management. Basically, he does it all within the supply chain. His career journey has been enriched through his affiliations, work experiences with various esteemed organizations, including GSK, Glaxo, healthcare side of it, Bajaj Consumer Care, Indus Tower, Bharti Infratel, Punj Lloyd, and now Sheila Foams. So welcome Shaunik, welcome Anilji, and Surendra Hirwarji, welcome once again. I would like to now ask Anil to share some open thoughts before we can get into the specifics. I have only 2 questions per person. I will have to make up for the time Yash took away from us, right?
Thanks, APR. Before I kind of give my views of what I believe on MMLP or otherwise this topic that we are going to talk about, I think if on a lighter note, if I was to pick this anecdote that you were talking about, brides and grooms not being able to say what sector they're functioning on, now they can say, all right, logistics is a sector where Dr. Ahirwar is the joint secretary or Mrs. Davra is the secretary of that department, right? So that government department. Having said that, I think to pick up from a couple of points that you mentioned and what Dr. Ahirwar also mentioned a little earlier, no better time than now to be in logistics, to make a career out of it. There are a lot of youngsters sitting around. This is the time for being in logistics like no other. That's my view, and I'm sure quite a lot of you will share that. Besides what youngsters or career professionals would choose for, this is also a very great opportune time for businesses to make the best out of. The reason I say that, and I might want to circle back a little for a minute, some very knowledgeable fellow mentioned what is luck. And there I would say there's a lot, what his views are, that if opportunity meets preparedness, that is equal to luck. So if I was to kind of use that analogy and bring it to the logistics domain, I would I think the real opportunity started with a couple of interventions that I can remember or think of. And this, in my personal recollection, this started somewhere around early 2000s or just before VAT came in. So the first intervention was, I think, the introduction of VAT. When in the pre-VAT statutory era, we had these CST and LST, which defined how and where we plotted our warehouses as an organization. I've seen a zillion companies across India planning their logistics and supply chain around the country on the basis of where should I get the CST advantage of or the LST advantage of and such. Somewhat it got addressed in the VAT era where the 4% CST was brought down to 2 and then to 1 or whatever. I think the completion of that phase happened with the second very major milestone intervention that happened by bringing in the GST, where one nation, one tax philosophy has come in. So we are now unshackled in terms of the opportunity. So, the opportunity that I was talking about. So the opportunity that we have in front of us is we've now got unshackled completely by this, tax-driven philosophy of where we should plot our warehouses. What is that doing? So this opportunity is you can, as an organization of logistics users, you can now design your supply chain. You can now design your your warehouse infrastructure, you can design your, your logistics framework in that fashion that it suits your logistics requirements, and not the statutory requirements. So therein lies your opportunity. To the preparedness angle, I think, if you take the big picture view, and if I can draw that mindscape, landscape for you, the preparedness in this was enabled by a lot of efforts which kind of simultaneously happened because the government was functioning in a certain manner, and thanks to efforts like the Gati Shakti plan, the roads getting built up, the highways getting built up, the checkposts having come off, and I think not much has been spoken about, at least as yet in this forum today, is the digital stack, the ULIPs of the world and the stuff. So if you put all that preparedness together, so on one hand you have the opportunity which has got created by these interventions, and the other hand is the preparedness which is coming through by way of the infrastructural enablement. And now we have this lucky streak in which times that we are in. And it's now the time for organizations to consider redrawing their logistics landscapes to do what they need to do today. That's my view of why this time is the best time for not only professionals to consider logistics as a career choice, but more importantly, why organizations must use this opportunity to redesign, to rather optimize in efficient way their logistics supply chain. So that's kind of the overview I want to talk about. I just wanted to open with. I think within this lies another set of the MMLP stuff. So maybe we'll talk when you ask me the questions. I hope one of the questions is that then.
Thank you, Anil. I think very rightly said. I think post GST and all the user community representatives sitting here, or even the shipper community representatives, would have noticed this massive shift in network optimization post GST. In fact, it all started the moment it was even soft launched. Everybody started rethinking of, do I need to have 40, 50, 60 warehouses? Where do I need to be? How can I be closer to my customer? How can I have fewer RDCs or mother hubs or central distribution centers? Shaunik, over to you. Some open thoughts on the topic.
Hi, once again, good morning to all of you. Now, I'll not move into the history, but I'll probably talk about COVID, a black swan event. All of us went through that. I think while I have sympathy for the losses each one of us and our families would have undergone because of COVID, but generally I'm positive about life. And one of the things that has come out really positively after COVID is, I probably feel that supply chain has got into its legitimate position across the industry post the COVID. All of a sudden, everything went under lockdown, and the organization was looking at supply chain to run the show and to ensure that the orders that are pending or the orders which were coming get serviced. I think from a back-end function, primarily for decades together, supply chain was considered to be a back-end function, and today you will see supply chain virtually, telling the organizations what to manufacture and what's the saliency and so on and so forth. So it's become the fulcrum, it's become the epicenter between coordinating with operations, with sales, and so on and so forth. Now, that was the good part. The not so good part is that the customer of today is becoming very impatient. And we all need everything to be with us as of yesterday. I think, and that's putting a lot of pressure on the supply chain, right? On the last mile delivery, it's putting a lot of pressure. And of course, with the ESG norms coming in, there's a focus that is shifting on that as well. So now a customer wants delivery as of yesterday, and we also need to, reduce the carbon footprint, do multiple things. How do we do that? And of course, as a customer, we are not willing to pay extra for a quick delivery. How do we do that? How do we solve for that? That's a very, very important thing, and that's where I would like to highlight, the importance of national logistics policy that was launched in September 2022, which is about 11 months back. I think the national logistics policy clearly talks about the fact that the cost needs to come down from roughly 14-15% to single digit, which is 8-9% of the GDP. So, I think that's a very, very important and a powerful, powerful intent with which the national logistics policy has been launched. And I think government has been working laboriously in ensuring that, whatever has been stated in the national logistics policy becomes a reality. Be it dedicated freight corridors, be it multimodal logistics parks. I think everything is happening, and it's gonna be a moment of truth, very, very, in the very, very near future. Already six dedicated freight corridors are operational. There are about 35 multimodal logistics parks that are work in progress. So I think all these things are the absolute ingredients to deliver to the customer at the right cost, and to ensure that the tremendous pressure that is there on the last mile delivery gets optimized. Because if the first mile and the second mile improves, I'm sure the last mile pressure would definitely reduce. Those are my opening thoughts, although I have a very, very voluminous product that helps everybody sleep well, right? That's the brand that I represent. So, but I think it's probably reverse of it. It's probably the time for us to awaken, time for us to utilize this opportunity. I think India at large is on a cusp of big breakthroughs and big breakouts, and I'm proud to be a supply chain professional living this journey every day.
Fantastic
Yeah,
thoughts, Shaurya.
those are my opening thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I just ended up laughing. I couldn't help but giggle because Shaunak, Anil, and I we were at the Modi Hall and sort of preparing for the session, and it almost occurred to me that the poor guy doesn't get to sleep well despite being sleep well. Yeah, so his voluminous cargo problems are some things that we will try to address in today's session. And I'm not hopeful that we'll get an answer, but I'm hopeful that we will take the path at the least, because alongside Ahirwarji, we also have Sanjeev Ranjanji. We have he's the chairman of National Shipping Board. We have Anil Khandelwalji, PM Gati Shakti. We also have Sanjay Bajpayee from Concor. So I think we'll try and address all of that, since we have so many dignitaries and so much of experience here. Pretty sure that we will be able to walk that path and one fine day solve that problem, right? So having said that, I have a question for Ahirwarji, and this was not prepared. So pardon me if it's a question that's a little tight, but yeah, it's impromptu, absolutely. And maybe this will also address a few other departmental issues as well. And this is not about governance. This is not about regulatory. This is about effective communication. And first I'll ask this question to the audience. And please give me a hand raise if you are affirmative about it. How many of you know ULIP, ULIP? Not the unit link incentive thing. I'm talking about Unified Logistics Interface Platform. Okay, there are a handful of hands. I was hoping to have more hands, and therefore the question gets more trickier. I'll ask that again. How many of you know ULIP? Could you please raise your hand? Okay, I have Some lazy people who were not raising their hands earlier. Okay. How many of you know ULIP but have not visited the ULIP website to see what it has, what it can give you? You have not visited. Not visited. See, that speaks volumes about, we keep asking the government. We just keep asking the government, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? What is our initiative? What are we doing? Are we walking the talk? No, I don't think so. So the first thing is, not today, maybe tomorrow, but make a note of it. Open up the ULIP website. It is goulip.com. I'm an advocate for the industry, right? And therefore, as a representative and a co-fraternity member, I can tell you this. Open up that website, goulip. See what it has. Some of my friends and colleagues here, when they saw it, they were so mesmerized that within less than 48 hours, I had to get someone from NEC to take them through a demo. Less than 48 hours. It is amazing. The amount of information you can fetch to make multimodal logistics or any other logistics far more efficient and better is unfathomable. I can't explain it to you. You have to experience it yourself. Now coming back to the government representatives. Ahirwarji, why do you think so many, or rather put it the other way, why so few people know about ULIP, and why not even 10% of them have opened the website and inquired about it, but they're right here attending every conference asking kab rebate milega and subsidy milega and this and that. Over to you, sir.
Interesting question. I mean, asked to the one who should be answering the question, in fact. And why you guys have not visited that website and why you guys do not know, yes, I am accountable for that. Yeah, it's true, API, you rightly mentioned, you know, the government does try to communicate, and there's a lot of emphasis on that. And it's not just happening on its own. There is an active process and an active endeavor also to inform to the people, to the stakeholders about any initiative of Government of India. ULIP is a very important initiative, and it is part of the larger national logistics policy, and the you can say the mainstay of the digital initiative under the national logistics policy. I understand most of you would not know about it because it is a machine which is kind of help the production in the industry, but not, you know, be visible when you are consuming the final product of it. Suppose a soap making industry, for example. There would be machines which would be making the soap, but finally what is seen at the interface is some machinery or some organizational unit which is delivering that product, right? A company, a brand which is delivering that product. But what is the brands of the machines which are manufacturing this product is rarely known. So this ULIP is in that stage. It is basically designed to be a B2B platform or G2B platform to say, I'm including G because majority of the data, or rather most of the data which is there in this data stack is drawn from the governmental systems. And when I say a system, that means the digital systems of different ministries. So at present, there are 32 systems or around 18 ministries which have one or the other, you know, function related to the logistics, be it related to transportation, warehousing, packaging, or regulatory functions. All these digital systems, be it of Ministry of Shipping, Railways, Roadways, or Customs, or maybe the warehousing sector, or the ministry looking after warehousing, food and public distribution. All these systems which are of different, you know, types and of different scale, they are integrated to ULIP. And entire data which is available on these systems is either already exchanged or shared with the ULIP, or in process of sharing, because all the APIs have not been yet created, but most of the important ones have been created and the integration have taken place. So as I said, 32, 33 systems of different departments or ministries of Government of India, they are already integrated. And this particular digital platform has 3 layers. One is the data layer, means the integration layer, which, through which it is interfacing with different systems through APIs. And the middle layer, you can say the administrative layer, which is the server or the data stack. And the most critical layer, which I was referring to as an interfacing layer, which would interface with different stakeholders, industry, or maybe through industry, the final consumer of the service or the goods. That's called presentation layer. And this presentation layer is, it's left, or the development of this presentation layer is left completely unto the private sector. You can make any application which may relate to maybe the tracking of the cargo, which may relate to aggregation of the cargo, which may even be related to the logistics e-marketplace. All these applications and multiple applications delivering the same function also can be developed, integrated to this ULIP platform, and can draw or fetch related data or relevant data for activating or operationalizing this functionality. So this is an opportunity for the industry, be it the manufacturing industry, their IT unit, their supply chain management unit can have their own application, get hooked to this ULIP thing, and plan your supply chains, plan your transportation, plan your logistics, end-to-end logistics through this. And I can foresee today, there's going to be a logistics e-marketplace as well, which again is a lot dependent and completely dependent on the private sector to develop such a system, and opportunities are therefore, the ground is definitely made for launching this marketplace as well.
Thank you, Airwarji. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Excuse me. And another request with you, sir, is you attend many conferences as the guest of honor, chief guest, etc., etc. It's my personal humble industry representative request to you. Please spend 5 minutes exclusively on ULIP. That way, you will be the voice of ULIP more than you already are. Thank you very much for your comments. And everybody, please wake up, go on to ULIP, have a look at that gold mine that is available. Government has done what is supposed to do. Now it's your time to make use of that data. And trust me, if it is anything less than a gold mine, call me up. Yeah, I'll keep my contact details with the chamber. Right? Now, a question for Shonik. Shonik, you mentioned voluminous cargo. What challenge do you see? Because most of us here may not understand why voluminous cargo would be a challenge for adopting multimodal, whether be it by a truck-rail truck combination, truck-coast truck combination. We have Sanjeev Ranjanji here, the chairman of National Shipping Board. He would also be interested to understand what is it that makes it challenging for you and you are not able to sleep well on Sleep Well.
So basically, Sheela Foam Limited is into the business of foams, and Sleepwell is our flagship brand, the market leaders in as far as mattresses are concerned. Now, mattress we all know is a voluminous product, right? And we are currently 99.9% dependent only on surface mode of transportation. So even the foam blocks that we transfer from one of our factories to many other locations is all done through surface. We are little frightened to use multimodal logistics at this point of time. In my previous assignment with Bajaj Consumer Care, liquids were Liquid transportation was a big issue. We did a lot of work with Concor and CJ Darsal, and we were able to solve for that from west to east. However, for mattresses, we are still not able to solve for it. Voluminous cargo, of course, and surface today is the only mode which is being used from one factory to another. Now, the reason for that is door delivery, of course. Customer is impatient, of course, because if we don't supply, and there are multiple models, there are multiple sizes. In some of the markets, there is a lot of customization. Typically in the western part of the country, Bombay, Gujarat, there are no standard sizes per se. 80% of the material that sells is customized based on the bed size. So you can't build that inventory. You have to, probably, take an order and still manufacture it and deliver to your customer. And those customers are not too keen on waiting, because mattress is the last thing on a customer's mind. Somebody who's building a home would have 10 other things on his mind, and only when he takes the bed does he realize on that evening that, yeah, we've not taken the mattresses. So it's more of an immediate buying that happens for mattresses. Surface today, we are delivering about close to 70% of the material within 24 hours. Right, and I need to solve for the remaining 30%. And of course, there is a lot of cost pressure because we've tried compression, we've tried multiple things, but there's still a huge amount of cost which is sitting on that particular in our P&L as the logistics cost. I think I don't have a solution today. Probably I'm looking for a solution now.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Shonik.
One more thing, like I'm always curious about a lot of things. So I visited one of the terminals, Dadri terminal of Concor, and I was told that there are trains that move to 3-4 locations, but the loads that are required for those movements are huge. So probably, 30-40 containers to be moved to Chennai immediately. Who's gonna keep those inventories for us? We have distributors, we have C&FAs who do work for us, but they operate on a very thin margin. So I think till now, we've gone in for that approach that if a market is good enough, we'll go and put up our factory, and that's how we have about 9 factories across the country. But putting a factory everywhere may not be the solve for it. I think it has to be the logistical efficiency that will have to go up, to avoid capex at the end of the day.
And it will. It will. I firmly believe that with what is happening around us. And we also have with us Sanjay Bajpayee from Concor, when seated next to Rudra from DCM Shriram. And like I said, we may not solve it immediately, but we will walk that path. And we will reach there someday.
I hope the problem statement is clear.
I think it's aptly clear. Yeah, it's aptly clear. And Sanjay Bajpayee represents business development strategy for Concor. He's the executive director there. And when we were putting this whole forum together, we decided that we have to have him with us for a conversation so that we are able to solve some challenges or at least bring it to his attention.
And believe me, at least we as an organization, or I as a supply chain guy, I'm actually looking up for this multi-model framework to go live. I mean, I'm actually looking at it because we've got a fairly scattered manufacturing footprint. And, if the multimodal logistics setups can deliver the shipment on time and at the desired cost, I think we are up for it, right? And the multimodal logistics parks will have connectivity to all modes of transport, or at least the most of it. It could not be that air connectivity would reach everywhere or water connectivity would reach everywhere, but at least the surface, the train connectivity, all those things will be more available for us.
Totally agree. We're reaching there. We're reaching there, Shonik. Let me assure you that. And I think we've almost run out of time, but I will ask one question to Anil, and Anil, if you could just summarize that in as shortest time possible. Sorry for that. But we know that multimodal, especially on the rail side, is heavily EXIM dependent so far, right? But we also know that there's been a shift from EXIM to domestic, which has happened over the last 12 to 24 months in a manner faster than we ever thought. What is your view around that?
So if you think that it is actually moving fast, then actually you will be surprised what is going to happen in the next 10 years. Next 10 years we'll see a revolution of MMLP in a very different realm altogether. I'll tell you why. My reading of this is slightly, I'm not sure whether it gels with what the government has been planning, but I can take a private take on this. If I can use that earlier analogy a little, stretch that a little more. If that opportunity that I was talking about, if we use this realization of this new policy of MMLP as a in the backdrop of what is happening already in the post-GST, in the post, intra-development phase, if you use all that as an opportunity, then this add the MMLP and the NLP as a broader opportunity in this. What I see happening is if all, and if it's not an if actually, when all and all organizations use that opportunity and integrate their warehousing needs and move towards, the integration of those warehouses, that move will bring in, or is already doing that, but it will further bring in that consolidation capability, that need, and an opportunity. That opportunity will be catered by MMLP. So if I can, if I may rephrase that a little, if an organization was already running, say, 5 warehouses in North India and they tomorrow decide I want to do 1, and then still service all their customers all across North India from that one warehouse, you need a larger warehouse. Now, not only do you need a larger warehouse, you need a, so that therein starts your opportunity of being able to create a more automated one, a more sophisticated one and such. Now, if a lot of these organizations are going to do that, then where do you take this entire system? You take them into large multimodal logistics parks, or I would rather emphasize on the play of intermodal logistics more than multimodal thing. Because in India, we are not that advanced as yet to interplay on the domestic side the multimodal capabilities, right? To a very decent extent, it is not possible for a train opportunity, while of course the cargo needs to go up on train for various reasons, ESG and such, but it is not possible to have a door-to-door capability. So you cannot do without a first mile, last mile truck movement to still use or maximize the advantages of MMLP. But an intermodal play is a capability, because you will have, these MMLPs will behave tomorrow as large aggregation points of not only warehousing capabilities, but also the terminuses of all trucks and train movements, and at some point also the ones on the coastal region also will include port capabilities. So if you kind of take a big picture view of what this opportunity is going to be in the next few years, because we kind of slacked a little, because you can blame it on COVID, you can blame it on whatever, because the post-GST, this move should have happened already by now. Maybe there was some delay. But then again, I still see that happening, and I see over the next about 5 to 10 years, this will be a very, very major move that is going forward. So an MMLP, you can visualize in a big picture view, is somewhere you will have large, a complex where you will have large warehousing capabilities, you will have a good talent pool of, of moving around these logistics domains, and more importantly, service providers also consolidating it in. So many of these things will come together on the domestic platform to gain a good mileage from this policy. That's where I see this next 5 to 10 years.
Perfect thoughts. And thank you very much.
I just need to make one point, and it can also be that these multimodal logistics parks tomorrow become packaging platforms also. For example, there's a lot of cross-company sales that happen, right? Tie-ups that happen. It could so happen that going forward on these multimodal logistics parks, there could be a separate counter for repackaging and quickly doing the co-packing and delivering to the customer.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah?
I mean,
that can also happen.
Definitely, yeah. It can happen.
Yeah.
Right? It's a distant possibility. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being such amazing audience to hear us out. I'm sorry I can't ask questions at this point of time. I know I can see a few people who I personally know would be interested in asking a question on multimodal, but multimodal session is not ending. I mean, the next session on the fireside chat with Sanjeev Ranjan ji, the following one with Khandelwal ji, the one with Sanjay ji, it's continuing. I mean, I think half the day is multimodal, so you can ask questions anytime. Thank you very much, all of you. Really appreciate your time and insights. Mohit, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, can we have a huge round of applause? People at the back, please. Thank you. I must appreciate such intent and disciplined audience. I mean, don't please take a nap, especially at the back. So I would like to invite my co-chair of the Logistics Committee, Sushil Gupta ji, to kindly do the honors and recognize and felicitate our eminent dignitaries on the dais. First, obviously, is our session chief guest, Dr. Surendra Ahirwarji, Joint Secretary, Logistics, DPIIT. Sir, thank you so much for being here with us. We're extremely grateful to you. Well, talking about surface logistics, we always have bumps on the roads. So. Now we can have a round of applause. Thank you.
For the seamless transfer, the cargo has to adapt itself.
Well, there goes all the representations. Sir has already given the answer. Now we would like to felicitate Mr. Anil Sehal, President Safe Express. And last but not the least, Mr. Shaunik Goel, President Head Supply Chain Sheila Forms. I think you need to clap a little louder. If he decides to give you an affordable price, you all can sleep well. Thank you. Let's have a group photograph, please. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are not breaking, please. We are not having any break right now. We are continuing with our fireside chat. Our session chief guests are already here with us. So kindly make it convenient to continue to be seated. Moving ahead, for the fireside chat session 1, we have an eminent dignitary, Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, Chairman of the National Shipping Board under the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. And this fireside chat will be with APR. And the topic of the session is Advancing Coastal Shipping, the role of National Shipping Board in making coastal a preferred choice for multimodal operators, challenges and opportunities for users and service providers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly please settle down. Okay, before I invite Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, a small brief profile of his, which would be most apt. Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan boasts an extensive career spanning over 37 years in the Indian Administrative Service, marked by his pivotal contributions to infrastructure development and financing. Notably, he spearheaded policy formulation for rapid growth in national highways, ports, waterways, and power sectors. His leadership roles encompass Chairman of National Shipping Board, where he drove legislative changes and initiatives to bolster investment and logistics. As Secretary of the Ministry of the Road, Transport and Highways, he digitally transforms, enhancing highway development through innovation like FASTags. Dr. Ranjan holds an impressive educational background, including BTech in Electrical Engineering from IIT Kanpur and MBA from Faculty of Management Studies at Delhi University, MPhil in Economic Development from University of Glasgow, and MPhil in Strategic Studies from National Defence College in New Delhi. He furthered his academic pursuits with a PhD focused on the impact of information technology on efficiency in public sector enterprises from IIT Delhi. Now, to set the tone for this insightful fire chat, I invite APR, President RSA Global, to take the session forward, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have some decorum and let's be seated.
Can we please have a huge round of applause for Sanjeev Ranjan ji? Thank you. And for all of you who are standing, could you please take a seat? We have only 20 minutes for this session. He has been kind enough to give us his 20 minutes. Thank you so much, sir. Please take a seat, everyone. I don't want to sound rude. Please take a seat. My friends there, Yash, please join me. No, what I meant was, please be a part of it. Kanika, if we can have the presentation in the background that Sanjeev Ranjan ji has shared. Like I said, multimodal is not going to end so soon for today's session. National Shipping Board Chairman is right here with us, Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan ji. And why would I not ask him questions that I usually don't get to ask him, right? So there's some amazing, I'm a fan of the government. Sorry if I sound like that, but it is a fact. I'm a fan of the government. I'm a fan of the fact of what they're doing. I will not talk about the past 60 years. I'm just going to focus on the last 6 years. Yeah, that's the positive part of it. There's so much that is done, and this presentation will also take you through that. What all has been accomplished. Of course, we cannot achieve or rather complete the presentation within the 20 minutes allotted to us. So some of it we will skip. And towards the end, there are some takeaways, way forward, that he has put together and his team has put together. So relevant to that, I have some very specific questions for Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan ji. But primarily, I would like Dr. Ranjan ji to actually share some open thoughts about this topic that we have today on making waterways and coastal shipping a preferred choice. And then we will start off with the presentation, and towards the end I'll ask maybe a question or two. Dr. Ranjan. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to be talking on a topic like this and promoting shipping and coastal waterways in a forum like this where people have issues which I think if you're able to offer effective solutions, that's going to be a win-win for everyone. And while we talk of logistics and the recent unshackling that has happened in terms of the VAT framework and the GST framework coming in, and the old way of planning the warehouses, as Mr. Sayal was mentioning, now there's a new paradigm shift which has happened, where we have to really think of efficiency being the buzzword. While you talk efficiency, also I think increasingly sustainability and making the entire supply chain green is going to be a new challenge which the corporates are going to face. The new ESG framework is already there. Parallelly, you have the new carbon credit scheme and so on and so forth, which is coming about. So all this put together, there are new opportunities which are coming up. There would be challenges. The dominance of roadways, as was being mentioned with respect to the transportation of foam and moving of bulk commodities. Road transport, we do more than 80% by road. And the road contributes, of the total greenhouse gas emissions, the road transport does about 25%, which is pretty large. The waterways compared to road is 1/10 of greenhouse gas emissions. In terms of cost also, it's much cheaper. But why not waterways? There are issues on movement from one mode to another. There are taxation issues. There are way the things have developed over the ages, that seamless movement from one mode to another has been a challenge. And therefore, multimodality and the new framework that has come about is going to make sure that these new opportunities can be harnessed effectively by all of us. Sitting here in Delhi, people are not aware of what kind of transformation has happened on the waterway side. I'll just quickly run through you a few slides to tell you as to what is the situation as far as the maritime and the waterways are concerned. There are huge opportunities waiting, and the new framework that we have in terms of the Gati Shakti framework, the new logistics policy, the new IT, ULIP platform, etc., this can be a way and a possible solution for very many of the challenges that we face. And I would look for the industry to look at this opportunity, youngsters to think of startups, whether it's the IT part, whether it's operating the terminals, providing the skilled manpower, etc., etc. The huge opportunities which open up to be able to cut cost. The cost we say is 14%, it should come down to 8%. Now this margin of 6% is what throws up business opportunities, how we can cut cost and make a business out of it. So in terms of infrastructure, government has gone ahead and done quite a bit over the last few years. We have created enough capacity. We have, in terms of, at the port side, we have excess capacity and we can easily handle much more cargo than what we do now. Parallelly, we're adding more capacity. Now, we have some of our ports, Mundra, JNPT, which are in the top few in the world. Hopefully, they improve further. Going forward, we also have a clear vision as to what needs to be done in respect to the ports, the shipping, and the waterways. Waterways are becoming bigger. We want more cargo to move on to waterways. It's greener, cheaper, and particularly for movement of bulk, it can be an effective solution. In urban transport also, there are possibilities of congestion roads, making way for waterways. So that's happening in some cities. Cochin recently had the Cochin water metro happening. In terms of the legal framework, we have set things right. We got the new acts in place. You got the new Inland Vessels Act, which makes one registration of a vessel in one state effective throughout the country, which was not the case earlier. So there's another change that has happened, which makes one permit, license for the driver, vessel, etc., operative for the whole country. So seamless movement on this front. There's a new act which we just got last year. So similar kind of things are happening everywhere, and I request everyone to kindly take note of this. The Sagarmala program, which we had for the last few years, has addressed some of the concerns which we had in terms of port modernization, connectivity, etc., etc. So we have the infrastructure in place. It's a question of we being able to effectively use it. I leave the slide with you so that people can pick up data from here and maybe plan their business activities out of it. The regulatory framework, as I said, we have a new the Act for the ports. The tariff guidelines, which used to be a constraint, now it's open for business, it's market-driven. We have a new MCA framework, the Model Concession Agreement for ports. And all the terminals now are being bid out as PPP projects, and they've been well received. There's big business happening on that front. Private sector has come a long way, and most of the cargo handling at our ports and terminals, end-to-end, is being done by the private sector. There's another great business opportunity which is opened up, and the model has been so designed, it's market-friendly, and the last bids of the last 2 years have been well received. JNPT today is a 100% PPP-driven port. Thanks to that, you saw the global ranking, we are 29. The turnaround time has improved. So all that is happening at every point of the supply chain that you can think of. The new projects, thanks to the Sagarmala, the various gaps which are there in terms of linkages, last mile connectivity, have been addressed, but with the Gati Shakti coming in, all the ministries, whether it's the railways or the roadways, with the guidance of DPIIT, we have a plan now, and we hopefully should have seamless multimodal connectivity, which is able to take care of the future cargo requirements. It's building in. Talking of the numbers, this is the way the volumes have gone up. You can see the substantial increase in coastal and waterways which has happened in the last 7-8 years, thanks to the kind of interventions that has happened. Hopefully with the new Gati Shakti master plan and the new logistics policy and all of you working towards it, we can make it bigger. One big thing happening is the move from the usual bulk cargo movement to containerization that you see on the graph on the left bottom. Now, containerization is going to be another big thing which is happening in the entire supply chain. And with containerization happening, the multimodality will become a more practical reality. The same container will be able to move from the factory till the very end. And therefore, the earlier problem that we have of manual loading, unloading, etc., should become a thing of the past. But there are sectors in our economy. You talk of a FCI go down, you talk of fertilizer movement, still the old ways of doing things continue. And there again, we got to fix things. The high price that we incur on doing all that has to become a thing of the past. And with multimodality, containerization is another big thing. Making containers was a challenge. Of late, we have started doing it in India. Why can't we be the container manufacturers for the world? There were issues with regard to norms and so on. We have sorted it out, but hopefully, there's another big area which we need to be looking at when you talk of multimodality. I said the ports have gone to a landlord model. The handling is mostly private sector now. The kind of changes that has happened, which has helped to smoothen things out, are listed out here. The Jalma Vikas project, which is for the Ganges, linking the Ganges with the Bangladesh waterway system to Brahmaputra, is another big thing which has happened. Thanks to that, we had the longest cruise running from Varanasi to Dibrugarh. So the waterways are up for business. The cruise going all the way in 50 days shows that it is fully navigable and operable. It's for us to get the vessels in and start doing business all along these. So we can have truly multimodal waterways, railways, roadways, multimodal terminals coming up all along these routes, where the bulk of the Indian population is and needs to be serviced. And therefore, look at this as a possible mechanism of shifting from road, which is more polluting, it's accident prone, to waterways for many commodities: food, fertilizer, LPG, petroleum products, steel, coal, etc., are amenable to transportation using a multimodal mix, thanks to the kind of development that have taken place on the waterways. The Gati Shakti framework and the new logistics policy has already been mentioned by Dr. Agarwal. I will not elaborate on that. The new logistics policy looks at these fundamental challenges which some of you brought out, and with a interdisciplinary approach, across the government approach, the idea is to fix all that. The governments have started looking at it, the departments have started looking at it, and each sector, there's supposed to be a logistic plan for efficient logistics. So the old ways of doing things by, say, the Food Corporation of India, the fertilizer movement, the other units, have to revisit that, make it efficient, and while they make it efficient, there'll be opportunities for the logistics operators to pitch in and make things more cost-effective. The various challenges that we use to other ports and the way we address them are given here. About the ULIP and the digital framework transition has already been mentioned, but on the port side also, we have the National Logistics Portal Marine, which seamlessly links with the ULIP platform. There are APIs which are available, and the ULIP platform with APIs from the port side, from the shipping side, the customs side, and other stakeholders will make it a platform which should be able to provide end-to-end solutions. The ULIP also, the National Logistics Portal also has those latch-on facilities, so it's for the user to decide what kind of a mode to choose. Going forward at the ports, we have the concept of a maritime single window, where the same format, same API should be able to work across the globe at all the ports. So we are going into that kind of a situation. Those standards are kicking in, and from 1st of January 2024, that's the International Maritime Organization, that's the kind of mandate they have, and hopefully we should be able to move into that kind of a situation. So it becomes seamless, not within the country, but across the globe. So that is what we are looking at and working towards. The cost I mentioned, compared to the road and the rail, the waterways costs are far less. The pollution levels, as you see here, are far less on the waterways side, and therefore when you talk of green and something which is, in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, more efficient, which would be a demand in the days to come from the industry side and the expectation of the people of the country. We should start thinking of getting into a greener mode. Unfortunately, we are still about doing 6-7% of the waterways. Other countries are doing much larger. If you're able to switch over, I think it'll be a great service to everyone. The efforts have been made to make it more user-friendly. Some things are listed here. Thanks to that, some increases have happened. You have, both on the coastal side and the inland waterways, new routes which have come about. For example, there's a classic case from Goga to Hazira across the Gulf of Cambay. The truck, if you go around, it takes you 9-10 hours. If you cut across the channel, it's just about 3-4 hours. So that's the kind of a cost advantage that you get if you take to some of these modes. Similarly, from Bombay, Kolaba area to Mandwa, you have these Ro-Ro services now running, which cut down the time to 1 hour compared to 4-5 hours. On bumpy roads, you get to sail on open sea. You enjoy your morning ride on the sea doing this. So there are opportunities like this all across, and it's for businesses to look at that and make a business case and start implementing it. Similarly, on the waterway side, this shows you the connectivity between the Ganges, the waterway system in Bangladesh, and the northeast. The present route is going down to Calcutta and then going up. Now we have now agreements in place which cuts through Duliajan straight into Bangladesh and then into the northeast. So that's another opportunity is opened up. There have been a movement of various commodities in the recent past. Maybe the volumes can pick up. The opportunities on the coastal side, we have quite a few reports. There's a report that we have which lists out the opportunities, the various commodities which can move. I just have a few slides here to show you the cost advantage when it comes to fertilizers. There are some routes which we have compared that doing it through waterways on some of these coastal movements makes sense, even with existing infrastructure, existing silo arrangements, warehouses compared to road. They make sense, and it's time to be talking of shifting to these waterway systems. I have the costs worked out based on the report, and they make a good business case for shifting to waterways. I think I'm running out of time. I'll just quickly tell you, these are some of the slides which talk of those opportunities. Similarly, on the cement side, the total cost savings is the opportunity is about 10,000 crores if you're able to move to the coastal route. And over time, it's going to be much larger. Similarly, on the cement, it's a question of rearranging the warehouse and silos. So that's going to be the initial investment. The steel movement, again, there are potential. You have, for example, the steel which right now goes to northeast to chicken egg. If you're able to take it through waterways from the steel plants that you have in the eastern part through the waterways of the northeast. There's a win-win for everyone. Some of the bigger steel majors like TISCO and so on have tried it out. I'm sure these volumes are going to pick up in the days to come. In Orissa, again, the Mahanadi water system and the coal fields that you have, the waterways through Mahanadi and Brahmi bringing to the Paradip port is another opportunity with big volumes and big players trying to address that is happening, hopefully should become a reality. Big players like JSW and Ambuja Cement already have a good plan for waterways, and they have been able to put their terminals and be able to use it on the west coast. These are some of the routes on which it's already happening, and I'm sure people who have big volumes to move can look at the origin destination and figure out how best to do it. So these are some of the enablers on which we are working. Some more work is required to be done. The industry involvement will have to be there, of course. And I just listed them out. I'll leave the presentation with you. While we talk of the waterways and the possible efficiencies kicking in, on the vessel side also, there have been a lot of improvements happening from the usual, the earlier vessel burning bunker oil. Now we have vessels which are pure electric, autonomous vessels, which our shipyards are making and giving it to the world. So while you do your logistics efficiency, maybe the mode that you use and the vessel that you use, some people can start thinking of investing in this, have dedicated kind of a fleet instead of 10,000 trucks. It's time you talk of a few thousand such vessels who are working on the waterways for you. I'm sure you'll be having good business out of it. Cochin Metro, I mentioned. These are kind of boats which are being deployed, 100 passengers, purely electric, and no carbon emissions whatsoever. We have institutional systems in place where people are working towards it, and the last two slides summarizes basically the way we got to be moving forward. And of course, the last one captures the new kind of opportunity for the businesses in terms of the new guidelines that you have, the ESG guidelines for the top 1,000 corporates, where you got to be showing as to what good you're doing in terms of sustainability and greening. Maybe to get good star ratings, companies start thinking of going green by going coastal and using waterways. And for doing that, you have the new carbon credit scheme, which the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change has come out with. Maybe if you're able to structure it well, despite the initial extra cost with these kind of credits coming in, it should become good business case to be able to cut down both the costs, improve efficiency, and also reduce the carbon footprint. So coastal and inland waterways, I think, is something which should be on your planning board and make it big. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan. Please. I have over 100 questions for him, but not the time. So I promise you, Dr. Ranjan, in the session, when we do our Inland Waterways conference next, I will definitely ensure that we have a lot of time, because this topic needs time. People need to be more aware and educated about it. There's so many good things in it. There's so many advantages in it. There's so much that government is doing. There's so much that all of you are putting in. So we definitely need more of you and more of your knowledge and more of your knowledge sharing with us. But I will ask you one question. I think that's the least that I can do. And my question is with regards to end-to-end logistics. And I think we exchanged a few words on this. You are definitely looking forward to strengthening the first mile and the last mile along with, middle mile definitely is your forte. What is it exactly that you are envisaging? How are you going to do that with such a fragmented network within the country?
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of challenge that we have, and therefore the Gati Shakti framework and the new logistics policy. Each of the government ministries tend to have their own verticals in terms of regulation, in terms of the IIT platform, in terms of the infrastructure. The paradigm shift in terms of a uniform taxation, the GST, has happened. The physical disconnect in terms of last mile connectivity, they have been identified, and the clear roadmap that all modes where bulk big movement is happening should be seamlessly connected. You have the multimodal parks which have been designed, which to start with road, rail, and maybe waterways were so feasible with the kind of things that have happened, and as was being mentioned in the previous session, would shape up like that. parallelly, the IT platform and its systems which were there were independent, not talking to each other. The kind of things which we just talked and coming to ULIP should be able to ensure that they are able to seamlessly talk to each other, not across the modes, but across all the regulatory agencies, across all the partner government agencies for all the clearances in terms of health clearance, immigration, customs, etc. is able to be able to do the same IT platform. But before we do that, we still have some of the acts which are enacted the whole old way. You have a separate act for the airways, waterways, roadways, etc., etc. Now, each of them require a different kind of a different set of documentation. Now, they have to become standard which operate across all the platforms. The IT systems have to be in sync with it. For the port side, I told you, the maritime single window is one which has been developed, which makes sure that the ports across the world are able to do with the same set of documents. So a similar kind of integration on the legislative side to make sure one lorry receipt which is issued is able to work on the airways, the waterways, and the railways. And the IT system should be able to recognize that, the taxation people should be able to recognize that. So that integration has to happen. The efforts which we have listed out are in that direction, but with the kind of advantages that are going to accrue and the new IT system and the way the cargo moves now on containers, it would be increasingly autonomous movement driven by IT systems. The physical intervention which we earlier had hopefully would increasingly become less and less. So that's the kind of transition which is going to happen, which is big work, but we're all prepared, and with the kind of enthusiasm that I see in this room and the kind of opportunities, business opportunities that it throws up, we should be able to make it happen.
I'm so sorry. Can you connect with him aside of this? I know, I understand it will be very important. Unfortunately, there are 2 more sessions ahead, and Mohit is right there. He was already pissed off with me in the previous session. I don't want to piss him off further. I'm so sorry, sir, but I'll ensure that I take your question to him. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Madam, a huge round of applause, please. Yeah, please do connect with him offline, sir. I'm taking the banter. So we would like to express our gratitude to you. Thank you so much for being here with us today. So may I invite Mr. Sushil Gupta, co-chair of Logistics Committee, to kindly do the honors, please. Thank you so much, sir. We'll just have a group photograph.
Another group photograph. Okay, we have it.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time for me to invite our honored eminent dignitary, Mr. Sanjay Bajpai, Executive Director, Concord. Mr. Sanjay Bajpai currently serves as the Executive Director, overseeing strategic planning, business development, and customs. He belongs to the 1989 batch of the IRTS officers. Throughout his career, he has undertaken diverse roles within the Indian Railways, Department of Fertilizers, and Concord, Container Corporation of India, across various capacities. Sanjay ji holds a Master's of Philosophy MPhil degree in Sociology from Jawaharlal Nehru Vishwavidyalaya, with a focus on the sociology of development. His professional background encompasses extensive knowledge in railway procedures, multimodal logistics operations, project planning, and commissioning. And to take this session forward, I re-invite APR on the dais. Are you trying the logistical movement up and down? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Sanjay Bajpai.
Welcome, sir. Please have a seat. So a short brief about Sanjay ji before I can. Sanjay ji, first of all, thank you very much that you gave us your time And you've been seated for so long, listening patiently to all the views and insights that have been presented today. Like Mohit said, Sanjay ji is the executive director for Concor. It's mentioned Concord here, but that's not true. It's Concor, Container Corporation of India, the largest rail operator. And yeah, we work with them closely as RSA Global, which is my organization that I represent. Like I said earlier in one of my sessions, he's the executive director overseeing strategic planning, business development, and customs. He belongs to the 1989 batch of IRTS, that is Indian Railway Traffic Service. Throughout his career, he has undertaken diverse roles within the Indian Railways, Department of Fertilizers, and Concor across various capacities. He holds a Master of Philosophy degree in Sociology from Jawaharlal Nehru Vishwavidyalaya with a focus on the sociology of development. His professional background encompasses extensive knowledge in railway procedures, multimodal logistics operations, project planning, and commissioning. He's the man, basically. Thank you, sir, again, for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have another round of applause for Sanjay Bajpayee ji? Thank you. That shows that all of you are awake. Thank you. And on this fireside chat, and I'm not too sure, is it going to be me in the middle of two people firing me from both sides? I don't know. But a good opportunity to actually get the most out of this session. Along with Sanjay Bajpayee ji, I would like to now invite Rudra Sriram, Director DCM Containers. Rudra, please welcome on stage. Rudra holds the position of Chair for PhD CCI Defense and HLS Committee. Additionally, he serves as the Senior Vice President of DCM Shriram Industries, a versatile company engaged in the manufacturing of sugar, chemicals, alcohol, industrial fibers, and engineering products headquartered in New Delhi, India. He oversees the company's engineering vertical, defense initiatives, and IT advancements. He achieved a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Purdue University in 2013. His notable achievements have garnered recognition from the Purdue Alumni Association, bestowing upon him the Outstanding Young Alumni Award in 2015 and the esteemed Purdue Alumni Impact Award in 2019. What an illustrious journey, both of you. Thank you for giving your time, Rudra. And I will take my seat there and start asking them questions. Hopefully they don't fire me from both sides. So I think my first question, or rather, I shouldn't call it a question. I would rather ask Sanjay ji to share his frank, candid thoughts about multimodal and the role that Concor has played in the development of multimodal in the last few years, which has been phenomenal, but I would like him to share those thoughts with us.
Right. See, Concor started its journey in 88 onwards, and it began as an organization to handle containers, and the multimodal role was the core of Concor. At that point of time, the issue was bringing the containers under customs bond inside the country and developing infrastructure for it. This is what Concor did in the first 20 years. And then around 2005-06, the sector opened. Other players came in. This was on the EXIM side. So EXIM side was, a regulated side. It had to come under carrier bond. So all that was needed initially was infrastructure. That is what we concentrated on. We took land mainly from railways worked on it, developed it. Now of late, the domestic side has started to develop. It was always there, but it was about 25% of our business. Last 3-4 years, it has started to now grow at a very rapid rate, say 15 to 20%. Now, this is where this has happened, partly because we went in for more higher capacity rigs, which allowed us to do more loading in a container, which is where, therefore, we come to the issue of containerizing the cargo and then bringing it to rail. So this is one. And I mean, I could continue, but see, a few stops which have been there is, one, we put a generator on train. See, a goods train does not have a source of electricity. So to move reefers, we designed containers with a generation system in it, arranged for the clearances, and then started moving container loads of reefers. So that is how we containerized the fresh produce, which was major. Then we had opened our own Apple center also in Haryana, where we provided cold storage. That was the next step. Now, developments have been going on, but there are a couple of developments that I'd like to discuss, and Mr. Shonik might be interested. You see, most of the cargo that we are carrying is high density, high weight cargo. But we recognize that next growth opportunity will be from the cargo which is lighter and needs bulkier cargo. So Concor has designed a 12-foot high container. See, when we are a standard container, ISO container, is 8.5 feet high. But the moving dimensions of railways permit you to go higher. So what we have done is we have come up with a 12-foot high, 20-foot container, which gives you a greater, about 30% extra volume to move your cargo, while railways have kept the pricing the same. That is where your advantage comes. So you can move the cargo. It requires route-wise clearances because it comes as an over-dimensional consignment, but railways have been very forthcoming with it. So wherever we required it, we are moving. We have ordered 1,000 of these, which means about 10 rakes or so of containers. So I would be absolutely delighted to discuss with Mr. Shonik how to take this forward. The first couple of containers are now going to Goa to pick up containers as we pick up cargo as we speak. And you'll see more of those. Then there was a discussion on, pharmaceuticals, pharma industry, the need to have a controlled atmosphere there. So we have a tie-up where we have something called a passive technology for maintaining temperature, or ice battery technology, which might be suitable. We could try it out and see if it benefits Hyderabad port. And we could move on. But basically, we have to try out new technology, new innovations, and move forward. We are creating capacities. We have orders for another 100 train sets, which will be arriving over a period of time. 20,000 containers. We are placing orders for more. So we will ensure that in terms of terminals, we have 62 terminals. We are growing. We are planning to grow up to 100 terminals or thereabouts. So all these are multimodal logistics parks most of them are rail-based. So this is going to be the future, as I see.
Thank you, Bajpayee. I think those are wonderful insights. Shaunik is probably booking his calendar to talk to you. I thought so. And I'm sure a lot of you, a lot of the audiences have gained this valuable insight. And this just happens only in forums such as the National Logistics Summit organized by PhD CCI, wherein you get this opportunity to directly connect with officials in positions of leadership who know the strategy, who share the plan, who share the knowledge. So thank you very much once again to share this. And now I will move on to Rudra. Rudra, what is DCM Containers doing in this space, especially contributing towards the domestic transportation sector for multimodal?
So APR, we're trying to do a lot, but we're not being able to do much. Again, not trying to put a negative side to this whole very positive summit till time. But you know, ground realities are ground realities. DCM Containers was set up in '95 with a JV with Hyundai at the request of the Indian government to manufacture containers in India. So we set up a unit, this unit set up by a Bama lorry called TransSafe, which obviously went into NCLT, went over to Home Logistics, and it's still in a very whatever position it's in. And then I think Indicon Westphalia, the Thapar group set up a unit to manufacture containers in India. The capacity of these companies back then was about 18,000 TEU per annum, which in '95 seemed like, wow, crazy if we could manufacture almost 50 to 60,000 TEUs per annum in India. Just to give a retrospect of what a TEU is, I mean, most of you all are from the logistics game. I don't really consider DCM Containers a part of the logistics game, but we are, let's say, an ancillary, and we provide a product and hope to provide products that can, contribute to Gati Shakti and other initiatives of the government. China's container manufacturing capacity today stands at 6 to 7 million TEU per annum. Today, India, and I'm counting myself also, I mean DCM Containers, is at less than 30,000 TEU per annum. So, we talk about contributing. There is a lot of possibility to contribute, but, there's very simple problems, simple to me, simple to others, but obviously difficult to solve, which I hope in the next few years we can look at, solving these issues out.
What are the top 3 bottlenecks?
Number one is scale. There's a straight 30% price difference between a container being bought in China and, being repositioned in India and a fresh container coming out of an Indian facility. So scale plays a huge part of it. Second is government incentive. When we set up these units, DCM and the other companies who set up these businesses almost 30 years ago, they didn't set it up under any initiative scheme. It was just set up as a business risk. So today you have a few players in the market who are technocrats or small industry players who are putting in their, very emotionally, their life savings to set up these highly cost-intensive fabrication units to manufacture these containers. I mean, it's steel fabrication. Cash flows are tight. Coming second point would be government lack of or no government incentives to manufacture containers in India. How much ever anyone can, whether it's National Shipping Board, any shipping ports, waterways, whoever, rail, talks about, yes, we should be a container manufacturing hub. Just because we say it, we just can't do it. We don't have incentives to manufacture containers in India. I would like to see an incentive. I've been working with many of these organizations to try and push out a PLI scheme. Even if it's a nascent scheme, just something to bolster the industry, provide confidence to these smaller players and smaller, newer players getting into this business to, kind of lighten the load of the investment and the capex to do such businesses. And number 3 would be availability of raw material. Containers are made of cotton steel. It's corrosion-resistant steel. Concord specs are the hardest specs to manufacture containers for. They still have some Chinese grades in their specs. Which we're trying to work through these issues, but we don't manufacture. Cotton steel is are there any steel guys over here? Anyone from Tata Steel or any JSW or whatever? So cotton steel in India is considered a value-add steel. It's not a standard product of any steel manufacturer. While some companies are aiming to manufacture it, but it's a value add, which brings in a certain MOQ. In container manufacturing, there's about 6 different thicknesses, and I'm not even talking about the hollow sections, but 6 different thicknesses of steel, or 5 to 6 different thicknesses that go in. Each thickness has an MOQ of about 300 to 500 tons, depending on steel manufacturer to steel manufacturer. Now multiply that by 5, and then multiply that by the cost. That is the initial investment to even manufacture a single container in India. This material is available in China just off the shelf. These are the 3 main, till we don't touch these 3 points, I don't think we can leave aside being an Indian manufacturing hub for container, leave aside being a global manufacturing hub for containers. Even an Indian hub seems to be a dream.
I hear you, and I sort of echo your thoughts, Rudra. But I also believe, being a brother of yours in the industry, that demand makes things faster. Demand pushes for supplies to become better, cheaper, effective, incentives, etc., etc. And domestic containerization has just about started. I would like to say that it's at a very nascent stage.
Absolutely. And we're always grateful for companies like Concord, DP World, Pristine Logistics, to name a few, who have entrusted in domestic manufacturers to push this. And I do really, hats off to Concord. I was the first and only Indian company even eligible for Concord container tenders all the way back in 2017, which is not a really long time ago, but this is pretty long in this industry. And today Concord is putting out tenders where they want complete containers to be made in India. It's moving in the right direction. I just hope these companies, and Concord especially, buys the most containers in India. It's got 85%, sir, 85% of the market share of CTO movement in India. We have about 58%. So majority market share. So that means they require the majority containers. It's a fairly simple calculation. Concord, my only request to Concord was always that, involve the manufacturers in the process. You will get your containers faster. And it is happening. It's just taking its time, and we have to sit pretty. But I really do hope that the PLI scheme is something we can push towards, because without that, to cover a viability gap of 25 to 30% is basically impossible.
No, totally logical, Rudra. And if you actually look at the road transportation, surface transportation cost versus the rail transportation cost, whether it is Concord or Pristine or anybody, on certain long hauls, it is still nowhere close. Forget about savings, it is nowhere close. And that's the primary reason is not only containerization, which is the middle mile, but it is also the first mile and the last mile. Yeah, interestingly, right?
As per some Gati Shakti data, and the peers in the industry would know this data much better. But I think India is at about 23% movement of rail cargo, and between 23 to 27%. The calculation that I had heard is that to move even to, and I think the aim by 2030 is to reach 50% of 50% of road cargo to rail cargo. Yep. And which will bring us to the 50% mark. For every 2%, you require about 25,000 TEU. Where are we getting these containers from? They're coming from China. If we don't curb that demand, then you can't increase this industry's output. It's a very biased statement, but it's true. If you want an industry to flourish, you have to cut out the imports of that same product, or cut out or start curbing it. I don't see a 100% ban even being possible for economies to function. Secondly, I feel that this 6-month exim, let's say there's a purgatory for us, but heaven for logistics guys, that 6 months you can keep an exim container without even moving it and not having to pay anything to move it out. Why can't that change to 3 months? Suddenly that changes, you require domestic units. I mean, I can only give these pointers to the government that you do these things, you will have container manufacturing in India, and that is job creation. It's still highly intensive. I think apart from us, nobody really utilizes robotic welding and automation to a really large extent to manufacture these containers. And it's still very labor-intensive activity, which results in jobs, which is obviously a necessity of the times in our country.
Totally agree with you on that, Rudra. Approximately 50 to 55% of the cargo movement in surface transportation is full truckload, FTLs as we call it. That's a massive potential for carbon emission reduction if we embrace rail or coast or any other multimodal mode of movement. Unless and until we are competitive. If you're moving a lane, let's say Mumbai to NCR, you may not be competitive today by rail. You may be competitive from a Kandla to or a Mundra to NCR, but not from Mumbai. And the question for us is why? We need to understand that first, get the unit economics right. The demand will increase because your domestic players definitely want to reduce carbon emission, but not at the cost of eroding their P&L. Right? Unfortunately, that's the fact. I mean, we all are here for that, right?
And absolutely true. It's not going to happen. It's not, Rome wasn't built in a day. The Gati Shakti is not a 5-month plan to, to completely bolster the Indian logistics industry. But, we have to look at issues such as last mile connectivity. Why should, if you can get a container to an, ICD near Mumbai, then why should the last mile be so inefficient that it makes the complete job inefficient? Even though the majority of the movement which is done by rail is actually efficient, the timelines are defined, it's fairly much on track.
I guess I'm running out of time, so I have one question for Sanjay ji, and it's going to be a very straightforward question. I usually get one question, Anil. So it's going to be a very straightforward question, so pardon me, sir, for that. But it would be nice if you could answer that. Even if you don't have an answer, I would appreciate some comments and views on it. What's Concor's plan? The insider information, sir, I mean. What's Concor's plan to compete with domestic trucking on long-haul routes greater than 1,000 kilometers?
Now, let me give you 2 figures. Concor is into domestic and EXIM. Our average lead in EXIM is about 750 kilometers. Can you guess what is the lead in domestic? The average lead is 1,400 kilometers. So that is where I am competing, and that is where we are there. And that is thanks to railways, which have a telescopic tariff mechanism. A telescopic, very simple. For the last 100 kilometers, they'll charge less than what they charge for first 100 kilometers. That is why the lead is, the major advantages of the higher leads already. That's where we are.
Thank you, sir. Anil, you had a question. Yeah, take this.
My first question, sir, is Mr. Bajpai. You mentioned about the 12 feet container, the 12 feet high container.
12 feet high container.
Given that the 12 feet high container is going to ride on the railways on the middle mile, there is a first mile and the last mile to tackle. So are you handling these now, or what is the vision going forward, and how are you handling these now only from terminal to terminal, or is it door to door? Because if you're doing door to door, being a trucker myself, having seen the vagaries there, a 12 feet high given another 5.5 feet of the truck height itself is about 17.5. Can't really, it becomes an ODC for the road also then.
I agree with you. So what we are doing is right now we are confining it from terminal to terminal.
And since you mentioned that this is early days and you want to plan this for future, how exactly will it pan out for the future? So even for the long term, it remains so, right?
Yeah. It will remain so. But you see, people are conducting trials with well-type trailers. So it might be possible going forward to take it on road also. But currently, you are right. We are keeping it terminal to terminal.
My second part of that is, I think, Rudra, I hear you. I've been in a sector, as when he introduced me, he must have shared about what I did in Flywheel. Kind of did something what Concor was doing on the road. One thing that we felt as road transporters trying to do domestic and do container transportation is that it takes away 2.5-3 tons of payload from the truck itself. So what you were mentioning, APR, and if this was to be used in, TU type containers to be used in domestic routes, and especially on road, it kind of shaves away 2.5-3 tons of payload from the payload itself. So it's kind of a disincentive, so to speak, to be able to do it on road. And when you compare that to a containerized truck, in a conventional container truck, it kind of proves a negative story. So is there a possibility, because there are no standards available, like Concor does dictate a standard for you for container development, there is no standard available for the domestic road. So are you considering something of that nature?
There is no standard for domestic road per se. We've been talking to MORTH about this and trying to see how to figure something out. But see, there is an ISO container has a standard. The standard is ISO 1496-3. It follows the Convention for Safe Containers. It's a global standard. So yeah, fine, it shaves something off. That's a calculation difference. And while I do understand that for road transport, it's not the most efficient way, but I think the calculation's a little off. I don't think it's 2.5 to 3 tons. Because a container weighs 2,200 tons.
That's what I'm saying.
2,200 kilos, sorry. Yeah, but then you can't just transport it without any shell, right? You're going to have some shell on so you have to net the weight of it. Secondly, see, it's a drive of standardization. It's not about 1 ton or 2 ton. It's about a drive. Again, I'm not pushing any road transporter to use containers. That's, your calculations much better than I know your calculations. But the idea is that there is a global standardization of logistics done by the CSC and by the ISO 1496. So, again, I don't see it being a deterrent. I think the calculation has to be worked out, and to see the ease of handling, the multi-utility of your trailers, because once you build a body on a trailer or on a conventional truck, it can only be used for that for that goods purposes. Second, you're using containers, you're flexible. You're flexible with what goods you're moving, with what equipment you're moving, and what, let's say, commodities you're transporting. So it's, again, I'm not here to convince any logistics guys to use containers. That's not my point of being here. It's more about, putting out the point of container manufacturing and how container manufacturers are growing in India and require that hand-holding support to grow further.
Thank you, Rudra. Thanks, Anil, for that question. And I'm pretty sure Rudra and Anil are going to connect after this. during lunchtime. Anil is going to stay back for lunch, right, Anil? Yeah, so he'll connect with you. Thank you so much, Rudra. Thank you so much, Bajpayee ji. And Mohit, over to you.
Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you. It's my privilege to invite a managing committee member, Mr. Manoj Jain, to kindly come on the stage and felicitate our eminent dignitaries. Mr. Sanjay Bajpayee, Executive Director, Concord. One of our own, Mr. Rudra Sriram, DCM, Director, DCM Containers. Thank you so much, sirs, for being here with us today. Thank you so much. Can we have a group photograph, please? Thank you. It's time to move on. Although we are running a bit late, but yes, end of the day, content does matter, for which we all are here for today. We have with us Mr. Anil Khandelwal, Principal Executive Director, Gati Shakti Railway Board, Ministry of Railways, Government of India. But before I invite him, it will only be apt to introduce him. Mr. Anil Kumar Khandelwal, belonging to the 1987 batch of IRSC officers, earned his bachelor's degree in civil engineering from MNIT Jaipur and his MTech from IIT Roorkee. He holds the distinction of being a fellow and a life member of several esteemed institutes. Embarking on his journey with the Indian Railway Services for Engineers in '89, he has now accumulated a remarkable 33 years of service within the Indian Railways. Furthermore, he enriched his own knowledge by attending a strategic management program at ISB Hyderabad. Most recently, he played a pivotal role as Chief Administrative Officer / Construction for USBRL project, contributing to the creation of world's tallest railway bridge, the Chenab Bridge. Presently, he holds the esteemed position of Principal Executive Director at the Gati Shakti Directorate within the Railway Board. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Anil Khandelwal. And to escort him on stage again, APR.
Thank you, Mohit. Surely helped me burn a lot of calories today without hitting the gym. Or Aditya, I should probably have a desk there, right, on the stage on the left-hand side. Okay. So Anilji, thank you very much for your time, and really, no words can actually make up for that. We are lalchi people, you know. I mean, we are the industry. We are brutally honest, and we want the most out of government officials. We want to understand what's going on. Like I said earlier to Sanjay ji, the inside story. There's something on the print, and there's something else also happening in the background, which we are like keen to know. And there's a beautiful presentation that you've already shared. I've been through it. It's amazing. I'm not sure that we have the time of taking everyone through all those slides, but we will skim through. May I request Aishwarya or Kanika to put on the presentation also for Anilji to start speaking about what he wants to share with us. And though this session is called Fireside Chat, but essentially it's an intriguing session. So it's not really a fireside. It's more of we all being lovely listeners and hearing Anil sir share about the phenomenal activities that Gati Shakti is implementing, and therefore the stage is yours, sir. And absolutely, sir, absolutely. You can take 5 more, 15. We want to hear more of you.
Yeah. Good morning. So I am here to just share our views and come tell whatever we are doing and know your views about railways, what we are doing. You are the better judge what we are doing and what we should do it in future. So as all of us are aware that Indian economy is growing very fast, and we are logistic demands are also growing. If we go back and see the railway sector, initially we were having almost 85% of market share, and just we were discussing that market share has gone down and there is a need to increase. The same thing I want to say, that we were at 85% of market share and slowly we have gone down to 26%. Why? Because there was chronic underinvestment in railway sector. We could not catch up with the market demand, what is the logistic demand, and that much investment could not come because railway budget was a separate budget. And whatever we earned, we were able to spend, and that was limited scope. After 90, so development could not keep the pace. After 2017, when budget was merged, the budget allotment increased. We were having earlier about 22,000 budget support. Now it has gone to how much? 2.4 lakh crore recent year. So, and from the 17-18 onwards, it started picking up and finally went to 2,004 lakh crore. So now we have money. So infrastructure development has also picked up. And if we see globally, our track per 1,000 population, we are the lowest. Only 9 kilometers we have, whereas world over it is very high. Although we are the 4th largest traffic moving railway and 2nd largest passenger moving, but our network is very less. These are our few overview items. We run about 20,000 trains every day. No other network may be running, and no other network other than Japan is moving so many passengers equal to Indian Railway. These are some highlights we have done so far. These are all we can just to see. If we see globally, in top 5 economies, we are 5th economy now of the world. So comparatively, if you see, we have the smallest, we have minimum track, only 5 kilometer track, kilometers every lakh of population. Whereas we are the other parameters, we are much higher. 2nd highest moving railway, 4th highest loading railway. But so there is a need for faster infrastructure development. The same thing are here. So economy is growing. There is a need to grow our infrastructure to keep up the demand. The logistic market has grown from, will grow by 2030 to that level. Current our market share is only 27%. In previous chat we were talking. And we are planning to improve our infrastructure to take it to 35% by 2031. For that we have made certain plans and going ahead for providing infrastructure ahead of demand. If not ahead, at least in line with the demand. If we see globally, the logistic cost is about 8 to 9% of GDP world over. But in India, it is about 14%. Why? Because our market share is only 27%, whereas rail market share in other countries is as high as 45-50%. So unless we increase our market share, the logistic cost will not come down globally. This is the same, we need to connect our all unconnected and other underdeveloped areas. So we were talking in the previous discussion that carbon emission. So railways, if we see here, the carbon emission is lowest by railway. Our 26-27% share, only 2% carbon emission. And if we see the heavy vehicle or light vehicles, the level of emissions are so high. So this also for the society point of view also, we have to improve our rail share. We are most cost effective. We are less than half the cost of road transport. For bulk transport, we are the only mode of transport available. Although we are coming up with 32 axle load lorries and all, but still there is no alternative of rail. For we have about 60 to 70% market share in bulk transportation, iron ore, coal and other things. So we are the most efficient transport system for those items. Carbon dioxide emission is 1/9 if we see compared to other modes of transport. And of course, railway fulfills the sustainable development goals, equality, transport facilities and all those things. So there is need to how to take care of this. Indian Railway has strategized, and we have tried to improve the passenger experience and how to improve the demand of logistics in the market. We have made certain mission, enhance passenger experience and increase our freight loading, adopt all modern technologies, and of course, transparent system of doing all works. So for that, our focus area is to develop the infrastructure, and in these directions, we are taking a lot of steps to go fast. For what is the main reform carried out, that railway used to take a lot of time in decision making. Now we have come up with a Gati Shakti Directorate. Earlier we are having 8 departments. Earlier all 8 departments are working differently. File used to go to 8 departments. Now we have made one Gati Shakti Directorate, where all the 8 departments, joint secretaries, sits with me. I had the first directorate, and we sit on the table on VC, we decide that whatever to be decided and take decisions very fast. Earlier things used to take years for sanctioning a project. Now it takes months. Earlier the time of decision has reduced and things does not go here and there. So this is shifting from silos working to team working. So now if anyone approach us, we give solution at one place. We will not ask you to roam here and there. And this is not only started in Railway Board, it has been started in all the 68 divisions also. They are all multidisciplinary teams are made to take decision collectively in the interest of railway and faster implementation. For that, we have plotted our all infrastructure on PM Gati Shakti Master Plan. 24 layers have been uploaded, 100 Gati Shakti terminals, all railway projects uploaded. All of you might have heard the news now. 508 stations we have done foundation stone in a day. It is a Greenwich Book of World Record. It is not only putting the foundation stone. The work have started on all the 500 stations, 508 stations. So we have identified 309 stations. Earlier this aspect was neglected. Everybody used to say, when we don't have money, then why to spend on stations? But all of us deserve to be, I am also a citizen of India. If I live in that, not in Bombay, and I live in some district headquarters, so I also deserve to have a better facility at the station. And now because our budget is merged, so we have taken up this improving passenger experience aspect also, and identified some top 1309 stations. And you will be happy to know these all stations identified in current year budget they were sanctioned. And work have started on 962 stations. In the same year sanctioned, work sanctioned, estimate prepared, standards invited, and work started. Now all these projects are planned on PM Gati Shakti principles. Network planning group, all the infrastructure ministries, they sit together, all projects are appraised there. We see that each other or other works does not affect our work. If I am making a line, if there is some industry passing nearby or some highway, people want some more power, all that they will sit together every 10 days, 15 days, and then every project they will see. Highway project we will also see, and railway project highway will see, power will see. So, and then we will come up with some integrated proposal and take the project forward so that there is no repeat of work. The work once planned, it is done at one time for all the department, for the country. These are all analyzed on PM Gati Shakti Master Plan. So far, 39 projects have been recommended by NPG for railway. They are integrated planning. We have come up what are our future plans. All of you will like to know. We have made Mission 3000. At present, we are loading about 1500 million ton. We want to double it by 2030. For doubling it by 2030, what all works to be carried out? We have made a prioritized works. We have made an action plan, and then sanctioning and going ahead as per the plan. So in that you can see here about 40,000 kilometers of track we will be laying. We will be upgrading our all track to 2x25 electrified network, 25 ton axle loads. We will be purchasing some wagons, locomotives. The action is being taken in all directions, not only track infrastructure development, and then we will be reforming our all some policies. Whatever suggestions our clients are coming up, we take action, and whatever implementable, we take the decision and implement it so that there is a smooth journey and good relation between the client and the railway. So by doing this Gati Shakti directorate, what is the effect? We used to sanction final location survey DPRs, 57 in 21-22. After this, how many we have done? 449. So it is 7, 8, 10 times almost.
Deserves a huge round of applause.
Every year we were able to sanction 5, 6, 7 projects in a year. Last year, how many we sanctioned? 68. Because of coordinated effort at one place. Traffic facility work 82, 132. Station development just we discussed. One was there in 21-22, last year 50. And this year we have started 1300 in such a short duration. So that was the sanctioning part of it, planning of work. And if we go to the delivery, what actually delivered. So last year we are able to do 5,243 kilometers of track. Whereas earlier we were able to do 2,910 kilometers. Our highest ever in the past was 2018-19, 3,596. So our track delivery has gone from 4 kilometers per day to 12 kilometers per day now. 14 kilometers per day last year. And we plan to take it to 22 kilometers per day. And this, whatever done in 1 year last year, this is more than total network of Austria, so many other countries. Rail electrification, we have done 6,565 last year, which is highest ever. We will complete the electrification in the current year, entire broad gauge electrification. In last 7-8 years, whatever electrification done by us is more than Germany, whole network of Germany. We have done 35,000 kilometer railway electrification. Germany is 33,000 total network. So German Chancellor came few months back. He was mentioning, oh, wow, you have done more than our whole network. So these are some impact of what we have done. They were figures, these are in graphical form, how we have gone up after. These are the delivery which I have already told you. This was possible by carrying out certain reforms in addition to Gati Shakti directorate, a separate directorate in the railway. Just we were discussing Amrit Bharat scheme. So we have taken three major initiative for improving passenger experience. In that, what is there? First is station where we go. Second is the train where we enter to. So already 3 stations have been completed, and 1309 stations we have planned this year sanctioned, and 962 stations works are in progress. I will show you some photographs also. All these stations we have planned as city centers, because all stations generally we feel divides the city in 2 parts. So our concept of station development was that we will unite the station from both sides. So we have ensured that there is station connect both sides, and there are road as well as passenger system is available to cross the station area even without ticket. So we are developed as a city center. This is a space for roof plaza where you can have shopping, sit and cross from one end to other end. This will be there in almost all the stations. This is a multi-modal integration, bus stop, metros, whatever facilities are there, all will be integrated as the stations. And we will have some commercial space so that commercial activity increases there and then it becomes like a city center. We do complete master plan and works will be executed in 2 phases. Phase 1 where station development will be there and phase 2 where commercial development will be there. Why in 2 phases? Because if we do station, then footfall will increase, the space will be better and then we can fetch better price for that. If we get now in initially 500 rupees, we can get 5,000 rupees after station development. So we have divided it, carry out the station development with our own money and then get the money later on once we develop the station. So these are some transit oriented development, whatever space is there. Virasat bhi, Vikas bhi means we have tried to kept whatever is history of that station, those features we have tried. This is Surat, this is Jaipur. If you see, all elevations are matching with that area, history of that area. So there are some photographs of, and these are the actual work started. Because when I was in some presentation, they were telling you, sab photo hai, kaam bhi kabhi hoga kya? So these are the, then I included in my presentation some photographs of what is the state of work. Because they are, I have kept of all 900 because time is not there, so few photographs I have kept in the presentation. But I have all the 900 work site photos and we update, our team update every month. Last month was there, comparatively we can show what is work done in this month. So these are the all work site, what is work going on. Not only good photographs and 3D views, it is actual work started in the field. So second item was there, all of you know Vande Bharat train. So this is a modern train, fully developed in India, very fast acceleration. It can pick up very fast, comfortable in travel, and 50 services are already running. We have covered entire India where electrified track is there. Right now already covered. And we plan to make it 150 services in the current year and take it to 400 services very soon and 800 train sets by 2030. This is a planning and work is going on accordingly. The riding is very good, acceleration is very fast. Whosoever has come and traveled here from the foreign countries also, they have appreciated, compared their own travel and here travel. In spite of our track is open for all social problems, still we are able to run with better riding quality. Speeds will increase in time to come because every time question is there कि भाई ट्रेन तो चलाया पर स्पीड तो वही है. आपने पेपर्स में सुना होगा जहाँ भी हमने स्पीड रेज किया कोई भैंस आके लग गया और कोई कुछ आके टकरा गया. So we are taking up those issues, first making track fencing and all to ensure safety, and then only we can go up to the next stage to duly taking care of our social issues. So this is how our freight has improved. We were loading 1,000 metric ton, now we have 1512, and we want to take it to double by 2031. This is a capex, how prior to pre-budget, we were having 8,000 in 2004-5 allotment from the government. Then by 17, it became about 30,000. And when budget merged, we kept on increasing and today we are 2.4 lakh crore. So infrastructure development also picking up accordingly. This is pace of construction I have already told. We have added in 9 years 25,871 kilometers. It is equivalent to, if you see Italy, whole track of Italy, South Africa, Sweden, UK, Poland. So it is more than that what we have done in recent last 5 to 7 years. And last year whatever done is more than so many countries, Austria, South Korea, New Zealand and so on. So what I want to say is that pace has picked up and now we will come to your expectation to take our infrastructure in line with demand so that you can move it faster, your goods can go faster. Electrification is a big success in India. Our complete track will be electrified in the current year. We started 1 kilometer per day. Today we are doing 18 kilometer per day electrification. And this will help in our environment condition improvement also. Carbon dioxide emission will reduce. And we have planned by 2030 we will be zero carbon dioxide emission railway. And in that direction we are working. Our railway will be the first railway in the world who will be zero CO2 emission railway. Electronic interlocking, these are few items. Green initiative, just we were talking. 91% electrification is completed, and our total energy requirement will be about 8,200 megawatt. We are making arrangement, not only electrification. If we do electrification, then question comes, from where electricity will come? It will come from coal. So how you are become
carbon?
So we are going for all renewable energy. And all planning is done, contracts planning, all those things are done to get 8,200 megawatt by 2030. How we will get, all have been planned. So these are some other infrastructure major projects which railway has taken up. All of you know, high speed rail, 508 kilometer, 2027, so many problems were there. Now Gujarat, all civil works are near completion and system works will start track work. Maharashtra, all land acquisition is over. Tenders are called for taking up because there was some land issues when government changed. Now all those issues have been sorted out and things are going fast. 72 kilometer viaduct, these are certain details. Then DFC will complete in the current year except some small portion Veterna to JNPT. So that will give big boost to the movement. Our average speed of train, if we see one end to other end, it is about 20 kilometer. But in DFC, because there only goods trains are running, in sectors it is going up to 80 kilometer average speed, or some average overall is about 50 kilometers. So it will be very fast and timetable movement type of thing for the goods. There is a project being awaited from long time, connectivity of Jammu Kashmir Valley from rest of the India. This we will be completing in the current year, and this has the highest bridge of the world, 359 meter. This we have already completed. It is 35 meter higher than our Eiffel Tower. Work is completed, trials are done over the bridge. So this is northeast connectivity. We have all state we have connected except one. There are issues, all of us knows. Work is going very fast in that area also. These are the whatever work done recently and what all we are going to do. This is one of the unique bridge, Pamban Bridge, where the span can go up and down. Earlier we were having seizures type open hone wala. It has corroded, now it will go up and down. Moving bridge, it is the only bridge in Asia, and this is completing next month. There were major accidents and death were on unmanned LC gates. We have eliminated all unmanned LC gate. So thereby our safety record on that account has improved many times in addition to other issues. So that, and big help for the population or citizens also. They used to go and wait, get run over. You were hearing bus of Bharat ka ek bus pura takra gaya. Now all those things you may not be hearing from 2019 onwards. We eliminated all unmanned gate. So all this we are doing, we are taking help of PM Gati Shakti Master Plan. This is one case study which I will not show because how we are using, how it has become faster. You have seen delivery and everything is faster. Earlier we were having so many problems. Say if earlier this alignment used to be taken, we would have taken it straight. But now we take it avoiding the whatever is the bottlenecks, so that later on there is no problem in while executing. So there are some, how many trees will come, what will be the other things and problems will come, those we take care during planning. So we are now planning to take this year 16 kilometer per day, our infrastructure development. Then our automatic signaling works also we have targeted electrification completion, we have targeted in the current year. So these are our some planning for whatever way forward, where we will request all the industries to come forward. ये हमारी लीडरशिप की सोच है कि देश को अगर गति चाहिए तो रेल से मिलेगी और देश को प्रगति चाहिए तो वो भी रेल से ही मिलेगी. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think we can make a movie out of this, right? This entire presentation can be a movie, a nice 3-hour movie. And you guys can sort of vote and decide which actors, actresses, etc., depending on the budget. Now he has a bigger budget, right? Because, I mean, it's amazing. And such amazing things have to be shown in a manner that your brain can retain. And I think we all retain movies very well. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And you're doing amazing work under the guidance of our Adarniya Modi ji. I have only one question. And there's a reason behind it, because we're short of time. Right? The only question is, 18 kilometers per day, the average speed, vis-a-vis, let's say, the open market speed of 28 to 32 kilometers per day of trucks on surface transport, on long haul, vis-a-vis, say, a 37 to 38 kilometers per day for a organized sector, let's say, multi-axle truck, and vis-a-vis that to, let's say, e-commerce transporter clocking 45 to 55 kilometers per hour. And you are hoping, or rather, you've planned for moving from 18 kilometers per day, 18 kilometers per hour to 60 kilometers per hour. And you're telling us that the DFC will solve that. By when do you think that will happen?
So whatever Mr. Rao is indicating, that is concern for all of us. What we have planned, if you have a road and traffic is increasing day by day, what will happen? You will not be able to reach your house. And where the distance which you can travel in 10 minutes, you travel in 1 hour. Same thing is happening in our Indian Railways. We have, our track length was 55,000 kilometers in 1950. Today is how much? 68,000 kilometer network. And track kilometer, if we see, it is at about 1.28 lakh kilometer. So you are pushing the trains. Traffic as how much? It was 27 million ton. Today is how much? 1,512 million ton. Track increased by how much? And loading increased by how much? Number of trains were this, now this much. 20,000 trains you are running today now. So it is congested. Why average speed of goods train is less? Because when we have to give path to passenger trains. So we start a goods, some passenger has to come, we will keep it on the side and then pass passenger trains. So the average speed we take start to end. If we see otherwise running speed, that will be more than 50. But if we take, where you are bothered is when your item started and when it has reached. So that speed is about 18 to 20 kmph. We want to take it to 50. Globally, average speed of goods in world over is about somewhere near 50 kmph. So we also want to take it. For that, what we have done? We have planned to improve our infrastructure. We are investing about 15 lakh crore on network expansion. We will make all our double line to 4 lines. It comes in stages. It does not come tomorrow. But that has been planned. We first, GQGD, all lines we are making 4 line. So like road you are widening to 8 lane, 4 lane. So we are making our track 4 lane minimum, somewhere 6 lanes also, wherever it is congested. And then feeder routes we are making all double lines. The plan has already been made. We are planning to invest about 15 lakh crore by 2030-35. Our share will become 35% by 2030 and 45% by 2047. We are planning to double our track by 2047 and add about 30,000 kilometers by 2030. With that, these problems and bottlenecks are likely to be solved and we will be able to move faster. What is a DFC? DFC is for 2 extra lines. So we are making 2 extra lines in our all congested areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you, Mohit.
Thank you so much, sir. The one I know we are running late, but I'll just take another minute because I attended a very important program on Gati Shakti in Vigyan Bhavan last year, where our Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal ji spent first half entire, and the entire government machinery was there. I'm sure Anil ji would have also been there that day. The result of Gati Shakti, they gave an example, again pertaining to railways. जो सर ने बोला कि actually average speed क्या होती है, and when he gave the reference to giving passes to passenger trains. There was a railway station, very heavy passenger vehicle, passenger train, extensive load, and all the goods trains were made to halt. And the passenger trains were always given the first priority. With the result, the goods which were being transported were always delayed. And then the railways did a study, and this is because of the Gati Shakti coming into place, that they created a bypass track. They bypassed the entire station to free flow of all the goods trains to reach the entire goods being transported on their destinations on time, and only with bypassing one station. I'm sure I am correct because I remember that figure was huge. The government of India saved only 3,000 crores a year. If that is the amount of money we are going to save, that does bring down the cost of logistics very, very heavily, and which is a fantastic effort and initiative in Gati Shakti National Master Plan by our Honorable Prime Minister in saving 3,000 crores by bypassing one passenger station and ensuring the delivery of goods by free flow of movement of goods trains. So, am I correct, sir? That was the figure? So, may I invite my co-chair logistics, Sushil Gupta ji, to kindly do the honors and facilitate our eminent guest, Anil Khandelwal ji, today. Thank you so much for being here, sir. We are grateful to you. We'll just have a group photograph. Thank you so much. We are now moving on to the penultimate session before lunch, and then we have one small session just before lunch. I would now invite Dr. Rakesh Paras Singh, Chairman, Institute of Supply Chain Management, to moderate this session. He's going to be in a fireside chat with Mr. Anil Sayal, President, Safe Express. So while I invite Dr. Rakesh Singh, just a brief introduction. He is a PhD in Business Forecasting and Supply Chain Management. He is the Chairman of the Institute of Supply Chain Management. He is taught at some of the best business schools in India, Dubai, Singapore, and Europe. He has conducted numerous consulting and training programs for Singapore Economic Development Board, HUL, PNG, ACG, CIPLA, Capital Goods, and Infosys, Fiat India, you name it, a lot of names are there. His area of expertise includes demand planning, supply chain planning, and supply chain and logistics strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Rakesh Paras Singh. And I invite Mr. Anil Sayal, President Safe Express, to kindly come on the stage and take the proceedings forward, please.
So, we start the session. Welcome, Anil. Anil Sayal is the president of Safe Express, and all of you know that it's a leading logistics 3PL in the country with 10,000 trucks. And in a country where the roadways are prominent mode of logistics and distribution, companies like his play a big role in terms of optimizing logistics services as well as cost. Even from a larger perspective, when we look at the total cost to serve from a shipper perspective or a manufacturer perspective, you find that two elements goes very well in defining what is really the supply chain surplus that companies like his and the partners can create. That's customer service with an optimized cost. When we look at a larger framework of working together and look at the logistics ecosystem, there is a lot of things that needs to be done. Firms who partners with logistics companies, 3PL, and 3PLs themselves have to work together. The trend towards working together is quite high, but I think there's also a lot of disconnect there, and the whole relationship becomes transactional. And when it becomes transactional, it becomes grossly inefficient in terms of logistics cost and optimal logistics, cost to serve the customer. And then what we realize is that the overall logistics cost in the country increases. One of the reasons why the logistics costs have been high is not because of lack of infrastructure or anything, but lack of use of existing infrastructure also in a more optimal and relational way, in more coordinated and collaborated way. We have Anil here to look at these areas, and I'm just taking a little more strategic view, primarily because a lot of statistics have been brought about. Anil, what do you think are the real drivers of the total supply chain cost, and how businesses needs to work together? How should a shipper and a 3PL should work together?
So, thank you, Rakiji. If I may kind of limit this question for purely on a domestic realm, I think that might be very pinpointed to at least a couple of things that come top of my mind. The first, of course, clearly is that with the motivations available from the opportunities that we currently have. On one hand, of course, the interventions or the initiatives that the government has taken from GST and whatnot, all those statutory angles. So there are opportunities available. There's a lack of spirited movement towards changing that is actually limiting our capabilities on the 3PL side, or at least on the warehousing side, if I can call that. And the other side, of course, is, while this opportunity is there to integrate your warehouses on, the efficiency scale, there is also an opportunity on the transportation side to try and disintegrate your conventional FTL into, a pseudo dispatch pattern which can actually reduce your logistics cost. Because a lot of cost remains hidden in inventory values. Because as soon as you are spanning your distribution roadmap on multi-site storage capabilities, you're actually putting your cost into inventories. Now, if you're reducing or you're integrating your warehousing to selected locations and still continue to fixate FTLs to solve that issue, it really won't work, because one has to, on one hand, integrate warehouses, on the other hand, disintegrate the conventional FTLs to be able to achieve the entire end-to-end supply chain cost efficiency. And I'm only selectively talking about consumer items, not the bulk goods, so to speak. That's kind of the top of the mind thing that I can think of, where organizations in the larger consumer parlance can actually start reducing cost direct on.
But there has been often two sides of the coin in terms of collaboration. If you talk to a shipper, he has a complaint about the capability of the 3PLs. And when you talk to 3PLs, they have complained about the support from the shippers. And hence, I think one of the reasons is that disconnect itself is very important. What needs to be done to bridge this disconnect?
So, clearly, there undoubtedly collaboration between both logistics users and logistics service providers is key. There's no question about that. Trust is the foundation on which it can actually start functioning. But I would rather say there's a slightly more higher level issue which kind of is a stumbling block here, and that is the resistance to change. While there are opportunities, while there are milestones available to be able to create these conventional cost element changes, but there's this resistance to change which is basically holding back a lot of organizations in redesigning their supply chain or trying to go after cost. Because the low-hanging fruit which everybody goes after is, can I ask my transporter to reduce the cost by, say, 1%, 2%, 5%? Can I ask my 3PL service provider to reduce their logistics cost by 2%, 3%? At times, and it is, you might have taken this from Mr. Khandelwal's presentation just a minute before, you sometimes need to invest more to be able to save more. So the point that I was trying to make is, if you're disintegrating your FTLs to sometimes part truckloads, you're basically possibly spending ₹1 more on your cost of transportation, but effectively reducing your cost of logistics in terms of inventory holding at some other places. Efficiency, of course, is another element which can't be quantified directly into cost, but effectively it is all cost relative. Once again, it's something like ESG. You invest a lot on ESG. Effectively, does not necessarily translate directly to your cost savings on the word go, but when you are considering your larger economic cost, it will effectively come down. A lot of ESG examples in the transportation world somehow are misconceived as if electrification of the vehicle itself will function. You might remember Mr. Khandelwal's point a little while ago. Merely by electrifying his lines, he's not basically doing sufficient ESGs. He's not going to achieve ESG standards by 2030, till the time they are generating renewable energy as well. So if you correlate that to a transportation world, a domestic transportation world, by no matter what year, we'll not be able to improve the ESG standards by simply converting our trucks to EV vehicles. Till the time the well-to-wheels emissions are calibrated to deliver on the cost of transportation per ton per kilometer. So a lot of time the reduction of logistics cost, one has to scratch the surface and find something more deeper to kind of peel off where these things can be achieved. And there lies some resistance in the early stages. The lower hanging fruit of clearly is, ask your transporter for doing ₹1 kilo less, ask your 3PL for giving ₹100 per square feet less, or whatever have you. So sometimes, one has to look beyond these to be able to come and, attack your logistics costs appropriately. That's my view.
In fact, that's very interesting. And that takes the things a little further. 3PLs and how Safe Express is building the capabilities in order to provide these services, including ESG services, distribution services, transportation services. What kind of, are we really looking at a solution for the total supply chain as a way to go about building capabilities, or it is still very fragmented, and that's how we are going to go ahead with it?
So, talking about Safe Express first, we are in door-to-door, time-definite express solutions. That's what we do. In terms of, trying to provide solutions to a customer, quite often, being biased from the standpoint of being a service provider, it's not considered a solution because I'm trying to sell my services quite often.
Right.
But if you look at the big picture of try and find the solution from the customer standpoint as to how do I basically, achieve a better, efficient supply chain as a model, the integration will actually come from not only one service provider, but a full band of service partners alongside. So the trust factor actually comes in here as to where you are able to, kind of bring your efficiencies on. And that's where the point is actually. So Safe Express is one part of the entire element. We of course go to customers where we have a end-to-end logistics management for them, and therein, of course, the efficiencies and the supply chain cost element comes in much better. But as soon as there are multi-partner capabilities coming in, it's kind of the conversion of how much they are trying to convert to a slightly more new generation capabilities that kind of underplays the whole thing.
In terms of new generation capabilities, how do you, not only in terms of providing a sustainable solution to the customer, how do you build sustainability within your own operations and then into your services?
So it's rather unfortunate. I would rather call it unfortunate because I represent a sector, not just the company, but I represent a sector which, in terms of pollution standards or in terms of ecology standard, does not really top the charts by any manner. We in the trucking sector do provide a fair bit of pollution into the system, but it's not an easy answer. The easy point is, of course, to blame, in this case, the messenger, and we are that. But we are kind of, in this case, the tail of the dog, if I can call it that, right? I'm wagging myself in exactly the manner where the customers are asking me to do. Right. So I'm polluting the environment based on what the customers are making us do. But the answer isn't that simple, straightforward. The fact is that in the electrification game, of the commercial vehicles, one tends to forget that even when electrified capabilities come in the commercial vehicles, it's not 100% carbon emission efficient, for the simple reason being because our power is coming from coal powered, 70% of our power is coming from coal powered plants. So despite the fact that we are using EVs, despite the fact that we are going to be using EV CVs, but we'll still be polluting, sufficiently, maybe indirect pollution. So the cost will get transferred rather than getting directly impacted on our systems. And the second part is, till the time there are, so there is an economic case in this actually, because much of our petroleum, consumption comes from import. Crude oil is imported, close to about 75% of crude oil is imported. And if we can make a case of conversion of that crude oil into EVs, at least there's an economic case of being able to save from the country's standpoint, but not at the corporate standpoint. Effectively, we'll still be incurring the same cost. But yeah, the country will save good forex benefits out of this. But yeah, that's the kind of the big picture that I see.
All right. Do you see a lot of interest from the shippers, because sustainability and efficiency both together in terms of managing cost is an imperative on them as they transform their supply chains? Are they looking towards partnering with transport companies, warehousing companies, or 3PLs in order to reduce their operational cost, operational distance travel, and warehouse operation in such a way that their ESG scores are better? Because I see, we at the Institute of Supply Chain Management are ranking companies, and everybody is claiming that our goals on ESG is very high, and one of the fundamental ways to reduce this ESG carbon emission essentially is to create a very strong and very efficient networks where the cost of operation themselves go down. So do you see this kind of demand from the shippers happening?
So unfortunately, the short answer is no. I haven't seen a single service user or a service buyer who's saying, okay, Anil, here is 1 rupee more per kilo. Tell me if you can give me a carbon efficient service as against a conventional service. It's a beautiful point to sell for. If you're carbon efficient, if you're ESG compliant, your carbon emission standards are better, and so on and so forth. Every organization basically, is kind of, it's a feel-good factor for now. But as of now, at this moment, my service book, my order book does not entail that we'll be getting any 1 rupee more for 1 rupee a kilo more for a better or a carbon efficient service. But you don't become carbon efficient for the sake of getting more money. So it's a good to have, as I said. So at my peer level companies, in case I'm more carbon efficient as against the peer service providers, I tend to gain a little bit of an advantage. But then again, the moment any other service provider says, okay, I'm going to have, I'll happily give a 1 rupee kilo less, then I'm out of the fray. So that's the hard truth of, what ESG compliance will transfer to in terms of monetary terms today. I'm not saying what is going to happen in 2030, but today that's a bare fact.
I think that's the tragedy. Every annual report has a huge commitment towards this. And the reality is that it's still very transactional. Let me come to a very simple question, which is put up on the side. How do you optimize supply chain efficiency? What are the strategies that we can adopt to reduce logistics costs in aggregate?
I think we've got a notice. Okay. So in terms of supply chain efficiency, I think the one, given the many things that one can consider doing in various industries, various measures can act. But I'll kind of, in this particular question that you asked, maybe allow me to give a slightly more selfish answer. Because my exposure is more on domestic transportation, my exposure is more on the less than truckload, service users. A very clear case of, a low-hanging fruit, so to speak, is a very clear case available of breaking bulk, when it comes to part load movements or when it comes to consumer items. The reason I say that is, a lot of, so this is a penny-wise, pound-foolish example, if I may say so. There's a lot of time people conventionally think, can I consolidate into a full truck load and still make some logistics cost optimization by, let's say, a rupee per kilo less or something like that. But the fact of the matter is it does not work like that. Because the moment you are trying to consolidate into a full truckload, you're basically piling on a certain inefficiency into the system, which is not only higher inventory on the road, but higher inventory into downstream supply chain, whether it is your warehouses, whether it is your distributors or customers or whatever have you. But if you're able to break bulk that, and the opportunity is there, because GST gives you the opportunity of being able to consolidate your warehouses. So if you're able to break bulk that, you are actually putting into the system a replenishment model of pushing inventory, or even if it is a pull inventory, but pushing inventory into the supply chain, allowing a more responsive, fulfillment capabilities downstream. And that reduces logistics costs effectively, completely. Sometimes the short-term vision is to try and, save a rupee kilo less momentarily, but then this larger picture can actually be more efficient, be more, cost reductive in the supply chain side, and not just directly on the transportation element itself. So that's kind of the low-hanging fruit I can think of the cuff.
You're absolutely right. In fact, one agrochemicals company that I was consulting with had a similar this thing. Their demand was 227 and the standard deviation was 300. Average demand 300 and inventory of 1200 across the distribution network, primarily because of this reason, that they were looking for a full truckload and then transporting in, and they're losing the demand because someone else was getting to the demand. So this is significantly that happens. Even the whole question of saying that full truckload and less than full truckload debate, we have not seen any kind of horizontal and vertical partnership between different companies. Are we really looking at providing these services, even full truckload in a way, but to two different clients collaborating well to reach destinations?
So collaborative supply chain planning is old school, I think academic more so, because I haven't seen a fairly, some industry level collaborations are still capable. But on a economic scale, I have not seen corporates, reinvent themselves to do something of that nature. But then again, Rakeshji, what I was trying to say is slightly more, is 180-degree contrary. What I'm trying to say is that, when you earlier spoke about this example of the agrochemical company, unless and until there is a very clear replenishment of a truckload capability every day, it's actually not a truckload. A full truckload is when you are basically shipping out one truckload at the very bare minimum every day. Yeah. So if you are, aligning your supply chain to consolidate 2 days equivalent or 3 days equivalent or 4 days equivalent of load put together and converting it into a full truckload, it's actually not a full truckload. Yeah. You forced yourself to create a full truckload. Right. It was a part truckload from the get-go, and you actually only tried to consolidate to, possibly save that 1 rupee kilo less momentarily, but saddled your supply chain with a cost which is much more heavier, much more inefficient, and much more redundant.
I think we've got notice. The second one is coming in physical form. I think you're right. Unless organizations start looking at, building capabilities which they are at core with, and allowing the 3PLs to provide the solutions that they need, I think such kind of cost optimization will not be there, because the supply chain will be broken, supply chain will be fragmented. And hence, cost and service both will go haywire. But given the trend that we see, such collaboration may come in, and some companies are definitely collaborating, what we see in terms of supply chain with the partners and trying to reduce cost and trying to enhance service. So thank you, Anil, for your insightful discussion. And over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause. I know we are all famished. The lunch is waiting. I mean, sir, having said that, you got one notice. How many notices I'm getting? So I would like to invite Sushil Gupta ji, our co-chair of Logistics Committee, to kindly felicitate our eminent dignitaries in the dais. We'd like to felicitate Dr. Rakesh Paras Singh, Chairman of Institute of Supply Chain Management. Thank you so much for being here with us, sir. Mr. Anil Sayal, President, Safe Express. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a photograph. We are breaking for lunch, but we are running late, so we'll break for lunch, have a quick lunch, be back in 30 minutes. Please do remember, we have Honorable Cabinet Minister Piyush Goyal ji coming in at 4, and we cannot afford to delay that session at all. So we will have to, if he comes at 4, we start at 4 with this session. So please keep in mind, and please be back as soon as possible, 30 minutes or 35 minutes if possible. Just all the delegates to please settle down fast. Yogesh ji? जो मैंने आपको मूवी दी थी वो प्ले करनी है. So next on the program is the keynote speaker from one of our premier sponsors, Skyfall Logistics Incorporation from Canada. But before I invite the keynote speaker, we would like to show a small AV on the logistics made by Skyfall Logistics.
Welcome to the world of endless possibilities, where open borders pave the way for new opportunities. In this global economy, businesses thrive by reaching international markets, but the journey can be challenging. That's why you need a logistics partner that goes beyond expectations. Founded by industry professionals with over 5 decades of experience, Skyfall Logistics is your trusted partner, offering seamless and transparent services to businesses worldwide. At Skyfall Logistics, we understand the importance of efficiency in today's complex supply chains. That's why we offer integrated solutions that save you time and streamline your operations. From transport of packaged goods to national road transport and warehousing, we have you covered. Our dedicated team of professionals combines their expertise with state-of-the-art technology to ensure your shipments reach their destinations with precision and speed. With a strong network of strategic partners and state-of-the-art IT systems, Skyfall Logistics has a global reach that spans over 762 ports and locations in 189 countries. Our extensive warehousing and storage facilities ensure the safekeeping of your goods throughout their journey. We take care of every aspect, from managing government regulations and customs requirements to handling proper documentation, security initiatives, and compliance guidelines. With locations across Canada, America, and Asia, we have a substantial presence to serve your needs. At Skyfall Logistics, we are not just a logistics provider. We are your long-term partner, committed to your success. Our dedicated account managers understand your business inside out and work closely with you to tailor solutions that meet your unique requirements. While providing total visibility throughout the supply chain, our advanced tracking system provides you with real-time updates and peace of mind. We respond to your needs with a sense of urgency, always striving to be your problem solver. Meet the visionaries behind Skyfall Logistics. Sherman Fernando, CEO, with his unparalleled knowledge and expertise. Pierre Kitts, President, an industry veteran with a passion for logistics and supply chain management. Srijit Warrior, Managing Director, Route Development at Skyfall Logistics, a true master of his work. P. Charan, Managing Director, Skyfall Logistics, Delhi, Private Limited, a strong pillar of the team. And Shalin Joseph, Managing Director, a true professional in shipping and logistics. Skyfall Logistics is driven by our core values, tailor-made solutions, trusted partnerships, and exceptional customer service. We pride ourselves on delivering high-quality, reliable, and flexible services to ensure your shipment is delivered on time, every time. Sky for Logistics Incorporated, your worldwide logistics partner, delivering beyond your destination. Contact us today and experience the Sky for Difference. Let us take your business to new heights, together.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. P. Charan, Managing Director, Sky for Logistics Delhi Private Limited.
A very good afternoon. Hey, today I'm here to discuss a measure to reduce domestic transportation costs for international trade. One of the most significant constraints faced by the logistics sector is the domestic transportation of goods, departure points, and international trade. While rail and road infrastructure do permit cost-effective links, however, there's a huge potential for improvement and increased profitability. Anyway, I'm going through. Investing in transportation infrastructure, I'm sure that we all agree that well-maintained and modern infrastructure is a backbone of any successful trade system. It ensures that goods can be transported swiftly and smoothly. For production centers to ports and from ports to international destinations, upgrading roads, bridges, railways, and ports, which not only reduce transportation costs, but also will enable movement of goods efficiently and swiftly. Promotion of multimodal transportation. We are sanguine that Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti Yojana aimed at integrating national infrastructure to provide a seamless and multimodal connectivity and facilitate easy movement of goods would most definitely address all such issues. Railway structures does connect many nodal centers. However, movement of goods are tied down to limited tonnage. Against all backgrounds, I would like to bring into light the measures to leverage the most valuable medium available today, that is road transportation. Traversing the complex interstate road network, which is challenging and navigation. Toll regulation, transportation of goods is not only a secret, that is largely unskilled workforce. I would like to lay emphasis on the following core issues. Workforce and education on trucking. The education of our labor force and improvement of truck design to enhance expeditious delivery cycles. Deliveries need to be educated in road transport legislation, use of satellite-based navigational system. Importance of timely deliveries, truck design, and prime mover function to enable minor repairs. Government policies and regulations. Introducing mandates of minimum imperatives and truck design, including satellite-based navigational system and tracking system, air-conditioned cabins, communication facilities, etc., may provide necessary impetus. I am aware that such initiative would need a consent and all stakeholders involved and timely and fructify. However, the requirements are real and need to deliberate and action as soon as possible. To conclude by saying the reducing transportation costs for international trade is not a singular challenge, but a multifaceted opportunity for growth and progress. By investing in infrastructure, technology, multimodal technology, implementing favorable policies, fostering collaboration, and prioritizing education, we can create an environment that is conducive and cost-effective and efficient trade practice. Thank you.
May I invite Mr. Manoj Jain, member of the Managing Committee of PhD-CCI, to kindly come up and felicitate Mr. Charan. Thank you. Thank you so much. Moving on, we come to our technical session 3 on blockchain for logistics, opportunities and challenges. The moderator for the session is Mr. Ritesh Chaudhary, and I would briefly introduce him. Mr. Ritesh Chaudhary leads the digital business and IT divisions for the Henkel Group's operations in India and Pakistan. Additionally, he holds the responsibility of spearheading digital business innovation across India, the Middle East, and the Africa for the Henkel Group. He boasts of having extensive experience in IT leadership and change management, spanning diverse sectors such as FMCG, chemicals, manufacturing, banking, and mutual funds. Notably, he contributes as a member of the advisory board for a groundbreaking blockchain platform recognized as the world's first regulated layer 1 blockchain. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a round of applause Mr. Ritesh Chaudhary.
Good afternoon, everybody. And firstly, I'd like to thank PhD Chamber of Commerce to give this opportunity to do some brainstorming with all the learned people from the business and industry here. So, how many of you have heard about blockchain? Lovely. And how many of you have feel that blockchain is not crypto? Now I can see some of the hands there, which is good. So, before I get into the subject, I would like to relate to what was being talked in the morning today. They were talking about that if the fourth runner in the relay race is a slow person and all the three are running very fast, yeah, or the documents are taking a lot of time and are not in the real time when the goods are being moved. All those things can be actually tackled with the help of blockchain. We heard about ULIP, the ULIP platform. It's a super initiative by the government. But how do we get all that data to reflect onto the goods which are being shipped? And that's where blockchain plays an important role. It has to reflect real time, it has to reflect in a transparent manner, and it also has to reflect in a tamper-proof manner with a complete audit trail. And to discuss this and how it can be materialized is, for that, I'd like to call the panelists on the stage. Mr. Manish Gupta, who is a practitioner for supply chain and logistics and digital transformation. He has almost around 30 years of experience in global IT, worked across organizations like TCS and HCL and Ramco, across geographies like Europe and Asia and USA. Then I would like to call upon Mr. Samir Jain, who's the Vice President for Supply Chain for Reliance Jio. He has immense experience across in the supply chain industry, across retail, e-commerce, automotive, telecom, and also in the distribution sector. Then I would like to call upon Mr. Surajit Gurai. He is the associate partner for IBM Consulting. And he is also almost around 20 years of experience in supply chain and digital transformation. Dealt across the supply chain domains, including logistics, procurement, and recently also is responsible for the sustainability in supply chain. And I would like to also call upon Mr. Deepak Joshi, who's an advisor with Skyfer Logistics. Professionally, he's a chartered accountant, but has almost around 30 years of experience in logistics, in fair freight, and also in terms of, he's also a governing body member of the Sourcing Agents Association. So, before we move further onto this technical topic, maybe to give you a little bit of context about blockchain. Yeah. Imagine that this is the movement of the goods which is happening in the physical modes, and blockchain is the common layer across all the physical modes. Yeah, it is embedding all the physical modes into one single platform. So that's taking care of the digital movement of the goods. And the physical assets and the waybill are moving, but all that is embedded into a 100% asset-based NFT. So the waybill and the entire shipment can be converted into an NFT which is placed on the blockchain, and then it becomes a negotiable instrument. And if you do that, then it becomes a very seamless, it is tamper-proof, it is very transparent, and it is actually brings in the complete audit trail of all the transactions. So with that, to set the stage, I'd like to ask my first question. Hello? Goes to Surajit. So Surajit, we talked about the multimodal transport in the morning today. So with that, how do you feel, how do you think that the blockchain can actually support the multimodal transport?
Okay. Ritesh, I think great question. But what I'll do is I'll try and demystify that by first talking about blockchain in general, and then I'll try and relate it to how it can possibly help in the multimodal domain, right? So when you ask the question about how many people are aware about blockchain, I think only about 50% people raise their hand. So let me try and address the remaining 50% for a moment, and then I'll come back and try and merge these two groups. So blockchain is a technology, I think, which is I would say semi-understood, not very clearly understood across all domains and industries, primarily because it's largely been associated with cryptocurrency. But let me put that aside and try and give you a very basic picture of what blockchain entails. All of you are aware about ERPs, right? And what ERP has done for organizations. Essentially, it ensures visibility across, say, a procurement function, a manufacturing function, a sales function, and so on. So there is seamlessness and of information and visibility across the entire enterprise. So a sales guy can actually see how much of production is being kind of made, and a production guy can actually see how much of direct material is available within his organization. Now, what it essentially means is you do that by having a centralized environment where all the data is kind of residing. Now try and expand that, right? You have one particular organization. Now for that particular organization, there's a supplier, there's possibly a supplier, tier 2 supplier, a tier 3 supplier, and so on. And on the downstream side, you have a dealer, maybe the customer basically of this particular company, the customer's customer, and so on. So any unit of material or good that needs to finally go to the end customer might be flowing through the entire chain, from tier 4 to tier 3 to tier 2 to tier 1 to this particular OEM, and then downstream to the customers. Very difficult for any organization in this entire chain to have an end-to-end visibility about where a particular good is lying, where a particular material is lying, are there any challenges, etc. What blockchain does is basically it allows or it enables all the handshakes between any adjacent companies to be recorded on a block of information, right? And all these blocks of information, which is basically the handshakes across the various organizations, is then chained across. And that's why it's called blockchain. Now, as you would have understood, this gives a lot of benefits. It allows an OEM to get a visibility of are there any disruptions at a tier 4 company, or it gives the end customer a visibility about whether the actual source is coming from the correct source or not. So it leads to a lot of benefits. I'll not go into all of those benefits, but what it does is it ties up the entire chain. And in that chain, Ritesh, you might have multimodal logistics also involved. You might have a tier 4 supplying to tier 2 using say, ocean liner. You could have a tier 3 supplying to a tier 2 using a rail mode, and maybe a tier 1 supplying to the OEM using roadways. So what blockchain does is it provides end-to-end visibility, and hence I believe it's very relevant for not just multimodal, but not just single modal, but also multimodal type of environments. Sorry, long answer to a small question, but I thought I'll give that context.
Thank you. I move further to Manish. So Manish, how do you think that blockchain can help bringing in the transparency and visibility in the logistics operation?
Yeah, thanks, Ritesh and Surajit. And Surajit talked about briefly about blockchain and ERP. So similarly, I think Ritesh asked this question: how many don't link blockchain and cryptocurrency? If you see, like 20, 30 years back when internet came, so email and internet were synonyms. So people were thinking email and internet both are same. Similarly, blockchain and cryptocurrency were taken as a same. So blockchain is a technology, as it was explained, and cryptocurrency is one of the use case. Similarly, supply chain has a few use cases where blockchain can be used to solve some of the typical problem which supply chain has, like track and trace, the traceability of the goods. And because supply chain goes through a very distributed environment, and everybody has their own set of documents, set of information, the contracts between suppliers and customers, and there is third parties involved. So blockchain helps to solve all those problems. So I will just stick to the track and trace. So when product moves through channels in the supply chain, from shipper to consignee, and it may go through like multiple hops, or it may go through multiple parties. So it helps when product moves physically, at the same time this NFT, the non-fungible token, which is created at the time of origin of the shipment, so it has all the information. So ERP solves the problem to capture the information when it moves, but blockchain ensures that information has reached, product has physically reached to that station, that particular location, and it has been checked in or checked out, have receipt has been done or not. So it gives a real picture of when it reaches and when it goes out. So otherwise, ERP people can just make the entry, and a lot of times they do entry like post transactions. So in this case, it will force to give the real-time information and the right information, because a lot of times when people punch in the ERP, they end up doing the wrong entry. But this will help to have accuracy of the data, or as well as the real-time data. So it will facilitate the right information at the right time to all the parties. So visibility comes handy to all the parties, because all the parties share the same information. Hope this answers.
Thank you. Just to further add on that, wanted to ask Deepak, so how do you think in the freight forwarding business can blockchain bring the transparency?
Good afternoon to all. Post-lunch session. And blockchain is a technology which all of us might have heard. And I remember my good friend Sushil Gupta ji sitting here. He always mentioned a book, Who Moved My Cheese? So if you don't refer to that book, technology is changing. Blockchain has already shown you all that how cryptocurrency can turn around everything. Each government is taking good action against that to protect their own economy. So money was transferred previously, you used to go to bank, SWIFT transfer and all those. Crypto made it very easy. Without going to any bank, you can transfer. So freight forwarding is going to be getting affected. First, people who are into local transportation, they understand that when transporter is going, he need to get a signature for the proof of delivery. Then the driver comes back to your office. Then you are going to have that feeded in some systems. But with the blockchain, probably trucker will go with a tablet and person will sign it. And it will be automatically updated in your system. So I'm not going into technology, how technology will go into that because all experts are sitting here. But how freight forwarding, logistics and transportation are going to change in coming future. Lot of companies already decided and they are going into this manner. Merckx with IBM, already they have done blockchain bills of lading. That has costed them $15 for that bill, which is much more higher than what BL fees we are paying. So proof of delivery is one place where domestic transportation is going to change. Second would be when we are doing international logistics, then the biggest problem, Ritesh, is when our agent has delivered the shipment, sometimes we also don't know sitting in India. Exporters also don't know, forwarders sitting in India don't know. But with blockchain technology, till the time one step is done, second step will not be taken place. So as soon as they deliver it, it's visible to everyone because it's a distributed ledger and it's transparent information. So if your agent is delivering the shipment without knowing to you, first of all, he cannot do that. And if he does that, you will come to know immediately. So for proof of delivery, blockchain is going to be a very big revolution. And I suggest all big people sitting here because CMS, CGM was already investing a lot on this blockchain. Merckx already have done. So logistic industry should think into this manner. Then freight forwarders, other problem, Ritesh, is track and trace. So track and trace is going to be online. Every moment you can see with the blockchain. All the data are available to all the stakeholders, like bankers, exporters, importers, logistic companies, customs, governments, port authorities. Everybody will be aware of all the data. Right now we are facing problem with transfers overseas without having actual transactions. That is Reserve Bank of India barred a lot of forwarders for that. They have transferred on some BLs, overseas SWIFT transfer was done, but when blockchain is going to be implemented, this will stop. So all of malpractices will be having a
So
stoppage.
you'll have the real-time visibility. So if I have to relate it back to our supply financing, then would that mean that when we are going for the bill discounting, it takes almost like 7 to 10 days sometimes for getting the document verified and getting the money released by the bank. So with this real-time visibility, this whole 7 days can be done instantaneously or maybe within a day. And imagine even if 10% of the GDP of the supply chain is stuck into, the working capital is stuck, then that can be released if we introduce this sort of a transparent and instantaneous technology.
Yes, definitely, because blockchain data are more reliable, non-tempered. You can't temper it. So banks and other people who are going to finance will be relying more on that data. And one more thing which I want to add, Ritesh, here. Right now, if an exporter is sitting in one small city, maybe I can call Jodhpur as a small city from where I belong to. So there are limited facilities. Maybe his 1 or 2 bankers will be financing him. But when it comes to blockchain, then it is available to entire world. Other discount or factoring company, they can also access your data, and once they trust you, they will give you immediate finance. And then in financing, it's a fraction of seconds kind of. Once they approve, money is in your bank. And money is safe and secure for every stakeholders.
That is very interesting. So now coming to Samir, with your e-commerce background, wanted to understand from you, how do you see blockchain making an impact in the e-commerce industry?
Thank you. So, see, I'm a user. Technology for me is an enabler. What I need from the technology is what my user wants, or what my final customer is expecting out of me. So we have discussed a lot. I mean, people have discussed about the traceability, visibility, reliability, and multiple other abilities of blockchain. So this is basically what the technology offers and what the e-commerce customer needs. I mean, we order food item through Zomato, and as soon as we order, we go to the track and trace where the food is. I mean, but just looking at the the order, we start getting hungrier. So then we go and see where my food is and when is it expected. So this is basically something which immediately comes, as an expectation. So this is not only for the food delivery. I mean, we all have experienced Amazons and Flipkarts of the world. Everyone basically are using, and I mean, giving us the visibility. Second comes the reliability. Now I have to be sure if I am ordering something, if I am planning to buy something, product has to be genuine. It should come from a genuine supplier. Technology, the blockchain, as far as I understand, whatever I have read about the technology, it basically eliminates the possibilities of having a fake supplier or a fake product into your site or into your catalog. Then comes whether my payment is secured or not. That is again something very important. I mean, I should not get into hands of some third party who is basically taking away my money. So there again, because of the distributed ledger technology, and everyone in the entire chain is linked to each other, it is very difficult to replace. Probably, I mean, Surajit can share his thoughts. It is very difficult to have a fake transaction in between. So it is, I mean, I'm assured whether I'm making genuine payment to the genuine supplier, then these are the points related to reliability. Yes, definitely the technology is helping. We all can see that. And maybe in future, this is going to help us further.
Possibly even when our people want to export for the e-commerce globally, I think blockchain can be very, very handy because you get the information instantaneously. So this can go endless. There can be a lot of use cases, and we can continue to deliberate. This session was to plant the thought amongst the audience that yes, there are possibilities that technology can enable, and we can tackle the problems and the challenges which are posed by the industry today. And blockchain is certainly can be good for the logistics industry. With that, would like to thank all my panelists and the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Riteshji. Our sincere apologies to have cut short the sessions, but then we have the Honorable Minister coming in on time, and we also received the confirmation their forward staff has already come in for the inspection. So we will have to also set the stage ready, which is why we are slightly reducing the panel discussion time. May I invite my co-chair of the Logistics Committee, Mr. Ravinder Sethi, to kindly felicitate the eminent panelists on the dais. We start with Mr. Ritesh Chaudhary, Director, Digital Business and IT, Henkel Group. Yeah, we can do with the clapping, please. Mr. Manish Gupta, Practitioner, SCM and Logistics and Digital Transformation. No, it's not there. Mr. Sameer Jain, Vice President Supply Chain, Reliance Jio. Mr. Deepak Joshi, Advisor to Skyfer Logistics Inc. And last but not the least, Mr. Surajit Gorai from IBM. A request for a group photograph, please. Moving on to the technical session 4, on logistics ratings and certifications, building trust and ensuring quality, I'd like to invite the moderator for the session, Mr. Dhritiman Chakravarti, Director of Operations, Ingram Micro India Private Limited. A brief introduction. Mr. Dhritiman Chakravarti brings to the table an impressive portfolio as a certified supply chain professional with an extensive track record spanning over 22 years across diverse dimensions of supply chain arena. In his capacity as the Director of Operations at Ingram Micro India Private Limited, he assumes a pivotal role in orchestrating the logistics operations of the company, ensuring seamless functionality throughout the supply chain. He has held various positions at renowned organizations, including Cadila Pharmaceutical, ITC, Sigma Aldrich, Merck Life Science, etc. A proud alumnus of IIM Kolkata with a specialization in supply chain, Mr. Dhritiman is also recognized as a lifetime member of Leaders Excellence at Harvard Square and the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Dhritiman Chakravarti. Just for your information, Ms. Sumita Davra ji has already arrived and we are awaiting arrival of Honorable Minister. But while we are waiting, we would like to utilize this time and not waste this time away. So I would like to invite Mr. Amit Kumar, Senior Director Marketing, Netrodyne, for his presentation. But before he comes in, I would like to just give a brief this thing. Mr. Amit Kumar holds the position of Senior Director Marketing at Netrodyne Technology and currently spearheads the international marketing endeavors at Netrodyne. His dedication to this cause has garnered him distinguished opportunities to share his insights at prestigious platforms including FICCI, MSME, CII, the Economic Times, EV Forum, and the Indian Chemical News, among others, and I think PGCCI will get added today, and rich professional history encompassing prominent multinational entities like IBM, Oracle, and Technotree. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Amit Kumar, Senior Director Marketing, Netrodyne.
Can I have the PowerPoint, please? So getting the session advanced was a bit of a change. Some technical surprises. So this is the video. So this is one of the accidents that happened in the latter part of last year. I'm sure you might have seen it. It was on the Haryana road somewhere. And this is what happens almost every day. We read in the newspaper, we saw in the news, and these are our trucks, which are carrying our cargo. Okay? Okay. Right? What happens there is a driver who was on higher speed could not really control the truck, and what it resulted into? Loss of several lives. I mean, we're not talking about the loss of cargo, the vehicle loss and whatnot. And approximately the cost of such fatal accident is typically 1.2 crore. This was the study being done by Bosch very recently. And we have been talking about operational efficiency, reducing the cost, since morning. We have heard it a number of times. And we know that it's a pain point for logistics organizations. But this is the cost of an accident which we tend to ignore sometimes. But what are these contributing factors towards this cost? Accidental cost, loss of cargo, vehicle, litigation, right? In the previous video, we saw the fault may be with someone, but in most cases, our tendency is to blame the driver of the bigger vehicle. And the bigger vehicle is whose? Logistics companies. Whether it is truck, whether it is bus, tanker, whatever, right? So all these costs are part of our operational expenses, which we tend to miss. Now we take a step back and see why these accidents are happening. What is the root cause behind this? We are getting all the good infrastructure, we are getting all the good vehicles. The trucks will have the ACs as per the recent government guidelines. But there's another area, human error. Mr. APR in the morning spoke about that we always ask government, you do this, you do that, you do that. But there is something that we all can do as well. That is driver behavior. Because statistically, India loses about 150,000 lives every year. Out of that, 120,000 is the result of human error. Massive number. If those humans were attentive, we would have saved those lives. Forget the cost. I'm not talking about the cost, because life has got no cost. What are those human behaviors? Speeding, distracted driving, not wearing seat belt. We had India lost one industrialist last year because of a road accident. He's not wearing the seat belt. Entire country started talking about it. But did we see the commercial vehicles, our logistics, our truck drivers wearing seat belts? There was no focus. We might have instructed our drivers to wear it, but how do we know whether they're wearing it or not? If accident happens, we have to pay compensation, apart from all the losses. Overspeeding, driving too close and whatnot. So these are the things that are happening real time, every day, every hour. There's another statistics. Now, it's easy to blame a driver that it's his fault. My truck driver, it was his fault. Or tanker driver, it was his fault. But statistics say that in 75% of cases on highway accidents where a commercial vehicle meets with an accident with a passenger vehicle, 75% cases, it is the fault of the passenger vehicle. Significant number. But only 1/4 of such litigation cases are being won by commercial organizations, means logistics companies. They lose 75% of those cases, despite their driver being attentive. So they're not at fault always. But we, being a logistics provider, do not have any way to support this, that it was not my fault. Now, how do we address this? Ultimately, driver behavior is the center point. Infrastructure is getting better, vehicles are getting better, all of that is there. But driver behavior is something which is with us, with all of us. And that's what I'm going to talk about, that how technology can help you address this. Now, you can't be 100% foolproof. That is for sure, right? but you can take some steps to get it better. Bit of boasting about us, we are from Nitrodyne, startup company, young company, in the business for about 7 years, completely designed and make in India company. Our products are designed in India, developed in India, manufactured in India, and sold in different countries outside India as well. But what do we do? So this is our vision-based driver safety system. What it does is, it does 4 things. It sees, it analyzes, it alerts, and then it coaches. Sees. It sees everything, whatever the driver sees on the road. Good thing is, it also sees the driver who cannot see himself. Whether I as a driver is drowsy, using mobile phone, this guy can see without any distraction. How many of you are accessing your phone right now? At least some of them? Now since I called it out, you got alerted. Imagine a driver who is on the wheel for 8 hours in an ideal world. It can be 12, 14, whatever it is. Who's there to alert him? The helper is also on the phone. Isn't it? Both of them are on the phone. So this guy, vision-based platform, he does not have WhatsApp, no Instagram, nothing of that sort, always alerted, 100% awake. This guy sees everything. Next, analyzes. Real-time analyzes everything, whether it is the speed limit, whether it is maneuvering, hard braking, harsh acceleration, overspeeding, everything. Speed limit, lanes, and whatnot. U-turn, sudden U-turns. It monitors and analyzes everything, and then alerts that you're going wrong here, Mr. Driver. Wake up. Keep the phone down. Slow down. Maintain distance between vehicles. 4th, coaches. Alerting is good. Okay, I got to know that I was not doing something right, but then I have to get better as well. The behavior has to change. The driver we see outside India is driving very differently the way we do it. So the coaching has to be also there. So this is what the platform does: sees, analyzes, alerts, and coaches. Now, what all it analyzes? I mostly covered it. I will not get into the details, but yeah, all kind of driving behavior that can lead to an accident. Whether it is hard acceleration, whether it is backing, reversing. How many times you have seen a truck or a vehicle going on the flyover, then realizing, oh no, I had to go down. So instead of going further down, taking a U-turn, this guy reverses there. What does it do? Nonsense for, sorry for the word, but it is not acceptable. This is a dangerous driving behavior. So it can be tracked. It can be tracked. Weaving, traffic light, jumping traffic light, overspeeding, hard turn, stop sign. Some of them are not active in India because we do not have that kind of road ecosystem. From the inside the cabin perspective, distracted, using phone, looking here and there, reading hoardings, all of that is real-time monitored, and then the driver is alerted. Now all this is good. On top of it, what it can also do, it can provide a real-time score. Have you heard about CIBIL score? Everybody has it? CIBIL score? Everybody would have it. Now, if I tell you, you can have a driving score as well. A real-time, a real number, numeric number. I may not like it because then everybody knows how good a bad driver I am. But believe me, ladies and gentlemen, we as a country need it. In fact, there was a regulation, a guidance from Government of India in the early part of this year where it says that all the commercial vehicle companies, all the commercial operations should track and monitor the driver behavior and should measure it. So I'll just go quickly because I know we've got dignitaries. This is the green zone score. I want to show you the videos and how it works. This is through Shell, how they're monitoring their drivers real time, on the road, and how it helps saving lives. I know there's a gentleman from Shell. Now this guy is falling asleep. Device has detected it, reads the blink rate, facial expressions, and alerts. There's another one, tracking the body language of the driver because of itching, eye blinks, yawning. I'm just going a little fast because I know we've got dignitaries. Now there's another one, how do you maintain distance between different vehicles and ensuring that you're not going too close, because if anyone applies brake ahead of you, it will end up into a catastrophic situation. So the device is monitoring the speed of all the vehicles. Now I spoke about that your driver is not at fault always. Look at this, the one on the top right. This is 4-view camera. Driver is driving at a permissible limit, busy road, and a two-wheeler pops in. There's no way the driver could predict it. So your driver is not at fault. So you can really safeguard him as well. These are some of the early adopters, Darcel, Green Line, Writers. I'm just skipping over. Writer, which is a cash-carrying organization, they replenish ATM machines. They have noticed a reduction of accidents in about 50% within 6 months of deploying it. So, as a country, I think we believe that we need a Make in India technology, which can deliver accurate and with high precision, that can really help the drivers to get better in their driving behavior, because that's the only way we can cut down on accidents. It's easy to blame government or ask government, we need this, but what are we doing? And I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot that technology can help there. Thank you very much.
May I request my chair of the Logistics Committee, Shri Pavan Jain ji, to kindly come up and felicitate our eminent speaker and also a sponsor, Amit Kumar ji from Nettodyne. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, especially at the back. I don't see any emotion, forget commotion at the back. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are blessed to have Ms. Sumita Davra ji, Special Secretary DPIIT, with us right now. And because Honorable Minister is getting a little delayed, so we are going to start the session and value the time. So before we start the session, we have prepared a very special AV on logistics. We request the AV to kindly play the video.
Under the visionary leadership of PM Modi, the Indian logistics industry is experiencing remarkable growth and thriving, achieving impressive feats in its operations and development. With his strategic guidance, the sector is witnessing a transformative phase of success and advancement, crucial to the country's economic growth and development, playing a vital role in facilitating the movement of goods and materials across the country, estimated to be around 14% of India's GDP, employing over 22 million people, acting as backbone to India's projected growth to $26 trillion by 2048, is India's logistics industry.
National logistic policy हमें इस सपोर्ट सिस्टम को आधुनिक बनाने में बहुत मदद करेगी.
Logistics is the lifeline of national economy. Since 2014, when the Modi government came to power, there has been much emphasis on improving logistics. Launch of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan is a groundbreaking initiative led by Prime Minister Modi,
पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान भारत के इसी आत्मबल को, आत्मविश्वास को, आत्मनिर्भरता के संकल्प तक ले जाने वाला है.
To revolutionize India's infrastructure and logistics landscape, with a strong focus on innovation and inclusivity, the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan is set to unleash the full potential of India's logistics industry and pave the way for a prosperous and connected future. And the recently launched National Logistics Policy would build the pathway for developing resilient and sustainable logistics ecosystem in the country and bring down logistics cost, give a boost to international trade and benefit all stakeholders including farmers and consumers. The policy aspires to reduce cost of logistics from the current 14% of the country's GDP to the global best of around 8% by 2030. The policy aims to expedite the last mile delivery and has immense potential for development of infrastructure, expansion of business and increasing employment opportunities. National Logistics Policy and Gati Shakti will work as double engines for logistics. Government of India is taking various initiatives in the logistics sector by developing various industrial corridor projects as part of the National Industrial Corridor Development Program, which is aimed at development of futuristic industrial cities in India, which can compete with the best manufacturing and investment destinations in the world. The program aims at developing 32 projects in 4 phases under 11 corridors, forming part of National Infrastructure Pipeline. The government is also using technology to strengthen the logistics sector by using the faceless assessment in customs and e-way bills and FASTag are bringing efficiency to the logistics sector. Capacity of ports has also been increased and the container vessel turnaround time has been cut to 26 hours from 44 hours previously. The Sagarmala project to connect ports and dedicated freight corridors has started to improve logistics connectivity and systematic infrastructure development work. For promoting export, 40 air cargo terminals have been constructed. 30 airports have been provided cold storage facilities. 35 multimodal hubs are coming up in the country. To achieve the targets of the industry, the government will create a unified logistics interface platform, ULIP, to integrate 7 ministries. To provide logistics operators with real-time information about cargo movement in the country. In addition to ULIP, the government has envisioned a digital platform called Ease of Logistics Service or e-logs to facilitate an environment where the industry can directly take up operational issues with government agencies.
We have expanded our infrastructure spending from 2.5 lakh crores before Modi ji became Prime Minister to 7.5 lakh crores in the current year, 3x. आपने कभी 3x तो नहीं सोचा होगा. Barely in 8 years.
Logistics ease across different states or leads has also brought improvement in the logistics sector by strengthening the cooperative federalism in the country. Leads is an indigenous data-driven index to access logistics infrastructure, services and human resources across all states and UTs. Leads 2022 uses a classification-based grading system that identifies 4 categories as per their logistics ecosystem: coastal states, hinterland landlocked states, northeastern states and union territories. The state or union territory are assessed for performance among that particular category as achievers, fast movers and aspirers.
To serve the people, to bring down the cost of logistics, to make our logistics more efficient.
The Indian government is set to introduce a national e-commerce policy that aims to create a favorable environment for the development of the sector and drive exports. The policy aims to establish a regulatory framework that facilitates ease of doing business in the sector. It will serve as an overarching framework for the sector, ensuring coherence among various governing acts. Strengthening of the logistics sector will not only make the life of common man easier, but will also help in increasing the respect of labor and workers.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you all liked it. Now, we have Ms. Sumita Davraji with us, and without further ado, I would request Sumita Davraji to kindly come on the stage, along with Sri Saket Dalmia ji, President, PhD, CCI, Sanjeev Agarwal ji, Vice President, Senior Vice President, PhD, CCI, Hemant Jain ji, Vice President, PhD, CCI, Chair of the Logistics Committee, Pawan Jain ji, and Co-Chair of the Logistics Committee, Sri Ravindra Sethi ji. May I request President Saket Dalmia ji to kindly welcome Sumita Davra ji with the plant. Thank you, sir. Well, now it is my privilege to invite Chair of the Logistics Committee, Sri Pawan Jain, for his opening address.
Shrimati Sumita Davra, IAS, Special Secretary, Logistics, Department of Promotion for Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Shri Saket Dalmia, President, PhD, CCI. Shri Sanjeev Agarwal, Senior Vice President, PhD, CCI. Shri Hemant Jain, Vice President, PhD, CCI. My co-chair, Ravindra Sethi, Logistics Committee, PhD, CCI. Managing Committee members, Mohit Luthra ji, friends from media, all participants. It's an absolute privilege to welcome each and every one of you to the National Logistics Summit. Our theme for this year's summit is both timely and significant. Navigating the challenges and opportunities of the modern logistics landscape. In a world where the only constant is change, the landscape of logistics has undergone a remarkable transformation from the movement of goods and services to digital revolution reshaping supply chains. The logistics industry finds itself at the crossroads of innovation, adaptation. It's our collective responsibility to not only recognize these shifts, but to actively steer our efforts towards harnessing the opportunities that emerge from them. The challenges we face are as diverse as they are complex. Globalization has opened us new markets, but it has also exposed us to intricate trade dynamics and geopolitical uncertainties. Rapid technological advancement bring the promise of efficiency and connectivity, yet they also raise concerns about data security and the impact of automation on jobs. Environmental sustainability is no longer a mere buzzword, but a pressing demand now, urging us to rethink traditional logistics practices and embrace greener alternatives. Amidst these challenges lie the opportunities that we must seize. E-commerce is booming and consumer expectations for swift, seamless deliveries are higher than ever. The rise of blockchain technology offers the potential for transparent, tamper-proof supply chains. Artificial intelligence and big data analytics empower us to make more informed decisions and optimize operations like never before. Throughout the course of this summit, we are privileged to have some of the brightest minds and experts in the field of logistics sharing their insights. Our discussion will encompass a wide spectrum from the role of government policies
in the shaping the logistics landscape to the innovation in last mile delivery that are revolutionizing customers' experiences. I urge all of you to actively engage, question, and collaborate over the course of these enlightening discussions. Let us leave no stone unturned as we explore the uncharted territories of modern logistics. In conclusion, the journey ahead is both exciting and challenging. But together with our collective expertise, determination, and resilience, we can navigate this ever-evolving landscape and steer the course of logistics towards a future that is efficient, sustainable, and transformative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, now it's time for the presidential address, and I invite our President, Shri Saket Dalmia ji, to deliver his presidential address. Please welcome with a round of applause.
Thank you, Mohit ji. A very good evening to Srimati Sumita Davra ji, Special Secretary IS, my friends on the dais, respected audience, and thank you everybody for turning up today for this such a thought-provoking morning or afternoon and now evening. So I think what the video which we saw just before we came on the podium, I think said it all. So this is a time where we have the government who has actually become a thought leader amongst us. So it's a refreshing surprise. I don't think individually or as a chamber or as an industry body, any one of us could have really envisioned Gati Shakti as a theme and to really make it happen for the whole of India. So I'm thankful, in fact, to Sumita Davra ji for this, who's in many ways the brainchild and making sure that it sees the light of day and really becomes a very, very powerful tool. This could not happen without thought leadership. To give you a small anecdote, just before coming here and while we were waiting for our Honorable Commerce Minister, I was sitting with ma'am and she just gently asked us that how can AI be used in logistics? And we started scratching our heads and we tried to get all the experts who were in tech, all of us try to put together something to make some sense of some valuable recommendation which could truly be applicable to the logistics industry per se. And she had a better understanding already. She was willing to offer us collaboration with people, with chambers who already had that thought leadership. She recognized that we are an industry chamber who have many stakeholders. And the beauty was that she wanted to know more as to how she, from the government, can help us achieve that more. And in fact, if required, she can fund an idea, a concept, a thought leadership paper, in any way in which she can make AI become more meaningful for the logistics business as well. So what can I say more about such a thought leader, that I always look forward to occasions in which I can hear her and learn a little bit more. Thank you so much to everybody for being here today with us.
Thank you so much, sir, for your crisp and to-the-point address, sir. Really appreciate. Whereas now the time has come to listen to our eminent guest of honor, but before I invite her, it would only be appropriate on my behalf to first introduce her. Ms. Sumita Davra is a 1991 batch IAS officer from Andhra Pradesh cadre, currently serving the Ministry of Commerce and Industry as Special Secretary in Logistics Division of DPIIT, Secretary Equivalent. She is in charge of implementation of Prime Minister's flagship program, PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. Earlier, from 1993 to 2008, she served in districts of the state of Andhra Pradesh in development and welfare programs, and later at the state level in various positions. Thereafter, she was posted in the Ministry of Finance and Government of India, and subsequently at the Indian Mission in Beijing, People's Republic of China, as head of the economic wing from 2011 to 2014. Upon completion of her tenure, she served as the Principal Secretary, Department of Higher Education, and later as Principal Secretary, Department of Transport, Road and Building from 2014 to 2017 in the state of Andhra Pradesh. While on deputation at the UNICEF, India, from 2017 to 2019, she handled several governance projects for India. Ms. Davra holds master's and MPhil degrees in economics and 2 master's degrees in business management and public policy, respectively. Currently, she is serving on the board of several public sector undertakings and investment firms. She has several publications, including 2 books on public policy at national and international level. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a huge round of applause, Shrimati Sumita Davra.
Very good afternoon and almost evening to everybody. And I do hope you've been having a great day thinking and listening to issues relating to logistics and how we can do better. Very happy and very privileged to be standing here before all of you who are working in the field of logistics and working to make India a more efficient and cost-effective nation as far as logistics is concerned. Friends, first of all, I'm very thankful for the introduction, which was a little long, but I would admit that what I'm doing presently is one of the most exciting things I've done in my career, and that is to look after logistics and the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of the PM Gati Shakti, which is a transformative approach to planning infrastructure in the country. And when we speak about it in the G20, which we recently did in Kevadia, and when we speak about it with neighboring countries, as I recently had the opportunity to do when I was in Nepal for G2G meetings, it's seen as a technological miracle, the PM Gati Shakti program, which is the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. And our technical partner for that is BIZAG, which is a National Institute of Spatial Technology, GIS-based technology in Ahmedabad. So last time I was here, a couple of weeks back, we had spoken about Gati Shakti to the members from Air Cargo Association. You have seen the film, and it was a very comprehensive documentary which listed out a couple of initiatives. And these are the reforms and initiatives in the field of logistics which Government of India has taken, and we have made great strides there, where we have also shown results, and consequently in the latest World Bank report 2023, the Logistics Performance Index, India's position has risen, and we are at 38th position out of 139 countries in the world. This is an improvement of 16 places in the last few years since 2015. And as per the declaration of the Honorable Prime Minister during the launch of the National Logistics Policy, which you saw in September 2022, the Honorable Prime Minister has given 3 goals under National Logistics Policy. One is that India must become internationally competitive and be in the top 25 nations in the world by 2030 where logistics is concerned. And number 2, where our Logistics Performance Index, World Bank's index is concerned, we must reach a position of at least 25, and today we are 38. And third, we must have data-based decision-making when it comes to infrastructure and logistics. So having given these goals, we have also made a lot of progress. First of all, I would like to speak about the PM Gati Shakti, which is a GIS-based portal where more than 1,450 data layers, GIS data layers, it's a spatial planning approach. We have put GIS data layers onto a portal where BIZAG is a partner, as I said, and these data layers pertain to the entire railway network, entire road network, all the ports in the country, the power lines, optic fiber cable, telecom, towers, similarly the forest area, all natural resources, mining area, coal area, the industry, where is the steel produced and where is aluminium being produced, where are the industrial estates, the economic nodes such as the one you saw, the National Industrial Corridors, Dholera, Vikram Udyog Puri. Like that, we have a number of industrial parks which are running into thousands, more than 4,500 industrial parks in the country. Everything is already plotted on the portal, which again, I would like to say is a GIS-based portal. You have GIS data layers. So you have 1,450 plus GIS data layers, and you want to plan an infrastructure work. It could be a railway line, it could be an expressway, it could be Gorakhpur-Siliguri expressway, or it could be Bangalore-Pune expressway, or it could be a freight line from Orissa all the way up to Vijayanagaram in Andhra Pradesh to carry coal. So all this planning is being done on the Gati Shakti portal. How do you do it? You have 1,450 data layers. How do you plan? So as the Ministry of Railway or the Ministry of Road Transport Highway, when I sit down to plan my infrastructure work, I develop tools. I develop apps. All of you have a mobile phone. You have apps on it. That is how you are able to use your mobile phone. Like that, we have apps and tools whereby we put in the problem statement and we are able to get the best possible reply from the portal. That's not a chat GPT kind of a reply. It's multiple, kind of things which happen. We are given an optimum alignment, and then I want to run my, I'll come back to the example of Pune-Bangalore Expressway. I want to reduce the forest area coverage. So that is part of my problem statement. And then I want to serve all the maximum possible economic clusters on the way, the industrial parks. I want to serve them. And I also want to serve the areas of tourist interest. I want to serve the other social infrastructure assets. It could be hospitals, major hospitals, or educational institutions. This being my problem statement, the portal, PM Gati Shakti portal, enables me to plan it in the best way possible. So it's not just an optimum alignment, that's part of it. It's also the best possible connectivity to the nodes I just mentioned, and it is also something which helps you minimize the ecological impact by reducing my passage through the forest area. And actually 20% forest areas was reduced for this particular highway when we used PM Gati Shakti approach. So we have, as you would have gathered, economic centers connecting to the infrastructure. We have social infrastructure connecting to the infrastructure. And now Honorable Prime Minister has said this has to be an area development approach. So when you're developing a major infrastructure work, and India is spending historic amounts in infrastructure. You would recall in the latest budget, 10 lakh crore rupees have been allocated for infrastructure development in this year in the country, which is an improvement of 37% over the last year. That's a huge amount, historic, and this is going to continue. So with such huge amounts of infrastructure development happening in the country, we are planning it in the best way possible, because all the big ticket infra works have to plan themselves on the Gati Shakti portal, giving connectivity to economic nodes, social nodes, and area development. What is area development? So let us go back to the example of the Pune-Bangalore expressway. You have developed an expressway, you've given connectivity to economic nodes, social nodes, areas of tourist interest, and so on and so forth. Now, there will be state highways which come towards this expressway. There will be local roads which come. There will be warehouses. There will be air cargo facilities. There will be container freight stations. There will be ICDs in the vicinity. They also will connect to this expressway. They cannot be exactly on the expressway. There will be connecting roads. So strengthening these roads, first of all, identifying the infra gaps in connectivity, and then putting it as part of a plan, which the concerned organizations, could be the state highway, the state government, could be some other government agency of central government, which has to take up all these connectivity works as part of the major infrastructure work. So this is the kind of area development approach which is happening, and the objective being ease of doing business and ease of living for the common person. So this is the approach to socio-economic development which is coming through the PM Gati Shakti. And as you can imagine, since all of you are in the field of logistics, this is all about hard infrastructure, what I've just spoken. Now coming to services, logistics-related services. I was told when we were talking just before this meeting, I was told by Mr. Dalmia and also by Mr. Jain, and we were having conversations. I was told that Logistics services extend into huge areas. And they give me examples. For example, somebody deals with air cargo, which goes international. Another person deals with air cargo, which is domestic. Another person deals with transportation facilities. Another person deals with packaging, and so on and so forth. So there are there's a huge variety of services. So logistics sector is a very big sector. The spectrum of services is huge. So to improve the services, the soft side, the soft services, there is the National Logistics Policy, which I had spoken about earlier, where infrastructure nevertheless is a part, but we also have services coming from customs, the timeliness of shipments. It would include the competence, the productivity of the ports, the movement of the containers. So there are several parameters, including e-commerce. So there are several parameters which are looked at when we look at services. So in that context, we are working under the National Logistics Policy. And you saw in the film that it was mentioned that ULIP, a Unified Logistics Interface Platform, will be launched, will be started. You'll be happy to know that in the last few months, it's not yet a year since the launch of the policy. ULIP is functional. All the 7 ministries have been joined together for a single sign-on for the businesses to use logistics-based services. Many of you would be using it. Hundreds of businesses have already started using. We have about 40 apps on the ULIP to use it effectively, to track and trace your cargo, to authenticate the transport service you are using, and also to authenticate several other documents, single depository for documents. So there are a lot of services. The rail freight tracking system has been integrated with ULIP. So there are a number of civil aviation services. So number of services have already been integrated. So as to act as a single digital gateway for transaction related to logistics. The payment gateway is also integrated. So ULIP has already been implemented, and we are strengthening it with integration of GST data now. Secondly, the logistics data bank has also been launched, and it has been functioning. It is tracking EXIM containers. 60 million EXIM containers have been tracked in the last 5-6 years, and this gives us valuable data. Big data analytics is used when we are tracking these containers. They all have RFID stickers, and there are RFID readers at the toll gates. The railway freight tracking system is also integrated, and we are able to track each and every EXIM container in the country. The data we get gives us big data analytics on speed analysis. How is your container moving through the various states? Where was the traffic congestion? How much time it took at the CFS? How much time it took at the ICD? What was the dwell time at the ports? So for all the major ports in the country, for all the toll booths in the country, we get all this data, and we give this on a monthly basis to the stakeholders so that they can analyze performance. This is very useful data. It is there in the public domain. So all that was declared by the Honorable Prime Minister at the time of launch of the logistics policy. We have been able to implement, as you would have gathered by now. And we have a long way to go, because we have to meet our targets by 2030. And that is where I would urge you to look at the tagline of your logistics summit, which is, what are your opportunities in the logistics sector? What are your challenges? If I have to speak about opportunities, I've already spoken a lot. You are people who would be the best persons to understand what opportunities are coming out of this. From my side, I would like to mention that how to bring in predictive planning on PM Gati Shakti is one area which is a great opportunity for us, where we are working with, we are working on the possibility of using artificial intelligence. We already have a number of technical features, BIZAC being our partner. They have all the technologies. This is our indigenous technology, but we are now seeing how we can make this predictive, so that Now, PLI is a big scheme, for instance. We know that production in the country is happening in a bigger way. Which are the areas where production is happening? The freight movement is going to happen in the next 5 years. Where is the freight volume going to increase? All this leads to predictive planning. And that is what we are working at. It's a great opportunity. There is a huge opportunity for startups, for MSMEs, to participate in identifying infrastructure gaps, for example, or helping us to make sure that the data which we have is used for improving logistics services. There are a lot of things happening in the country where the startups can help to link, for instance, the farmers to the markets. Other day I was in Kohima, and we were in conversation with the local farmers, how they grow pineapples, which have to go all the way to Mumbai, and what are the logistics interventions and innovative approaches they are looking at. And you know, all this has to happen with synergy. The government has a role to play, the private sector has a role to play, the states have a role to play. So it is that synergy which is important to build. For example, if you have to move this organic vegetables and fruits from Nagaland to Mumbai, a connection to the Udan scheme at Dimapur, an ICD at Dimapur, a Kisan wagon which comes to Dimapur, and we already have 15 railway services already coming up to Dimapur. Bringing all this together, plus the private businesses, putting together cold chains and various other services. So this is how we come together to build a better India for ease of logistics. So having said all this, I think I can end here. I can come back and talk more, because once we start on this topic, we have a lot of examples to showcase. There's a lot of evidence we've been able to build up in public policy to show that the PM Gati Shakti approach is yielding huge benefits for the country in terms of the multimodal logistics which is emerging out of it, and in terms of the very quick decision making which is happening. I will end with one example from Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. They have to generate 46 reports for every infrastructure project they do. And this used to take 6 to 9 months. But today, when they generate these reports relate to number of clearances and so on and so forth. It's done in a matter of hours, using just a clip from the Gati Shakti portal. So this is the kind of advantage, this is the kind of speed, the kind of Gati which has come to our planning when we plan for infrastructure now. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I will seek another opportunity to showcase just the Gati Shakti approach. We'd like to give you a live demo as well. I wish you all the best and look forward to working together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such thoughtful and inspiring words of wisdom. We greatly honor and appreciate working with you together, and look forward to you coming back to us and share more important views and insightful thoughts. May I request our leadership of PhD Chamber to kindly honor Ms. Sumita Davraji felicitate with a token of appreciation. Ma'am, one group photograph, please. One group photograph, please. As a token of a memory, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are extremely grateful that you could spare time out of your busy schedule and be with us today. Really honored. Well, moving on with the conference, we will now commence with the technical session 5, which is on sustainability in supply chain management, implementing ESG practices. So can we have the name boards, please? So the session will be moderated by Mr. Aditya Vazirani, CEO, Robinson's Global Logistics Solutions. Before I invite him, a brief introduction. Mr. Aditya Vazirani has 15 years plus experience in freight forwarding, 3PL and purchase management. He is Master of Sciences in Global Supply Chain Management from Institute of Supply Chain Excellence, Bordeaux, France. He has done executive program in general management from MIT Boston, USA. He is also a Green Belt Six Sigma and SCORP certified. He has worked in UK, France, Germany, Hong Kong, and China. Now, it is with my pleasure that I invite Mr. Aditya Vazirani on the dais to take the session forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Is this on? Okay. So obviously it's coming towards the end of the day, and they want to make it uncomfortable for all of us with these chairs. The earlier white ones have gone, so everyone's going to stay awake, at least those guys on the stage. Okay, so I'm going to introduce our panelists, but what I'm also going to inform you is that there is one topic that has been resonating throughout the day today, and that's ESG. Everyone has spoken about it, but no one actually knows how to execute it. So the people that we have coming on stage right now are leaders in their field, in industry, who are actually doing something about it. So let me start off by welcoming Mr. Hitesh Buraria, co-founder and CEO of Sangi Tech. Mr. Hitesh Buraria, with a diverse background in the energy and utility sector, he has embraced a wide array of roles that have enriched his experience and expertise, from serving as a senior manager at Bain, contributing to strategy development, to his hands-on involvement as a field engineer on oil and gas rigs with Schlumberger. He has endeavored related to energy transition, clean technology, decarbonization, climate change, and the emerging realm of hydrogen. This shift signifies his dedication to driving impactful change, addressing the pressing challenges of our times, and contributing to the ongoing evolution of the energies and utilities sector. Please, welcome. Come, have a seat. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Deepak Sharma. He's a head of manufacturing, supply chain, and logistics at Bajaj Electricals Limited. Mr. Deepak Sharma is the head of integrated supply chain management, manufacturing, supply chain, and logistics at Bajaj Electricals. In this role, he is instrumental in driving strategic initiatives and enhancing operational efficiency. With an extensive career spanning over 3 decades, he has held significant positions in renowned multinational companies including Aditya Birla, General Electric, Schneider Electric, Indus Towers, and the Vedanta Group. He has participated in leadership and management excellence programs at esteemed institutions like Harvard Business School and IIM Bangalore. He has been honored with titles such as Most Influential Digitalist, Thought Leader for Supply Chain and Business Network. Please, welcome. Thank you. I'd like to invite my friend Amar Varyava, Country Director, Public Affairs, Sustainability and ESG at Michelin India. Amar is currently the Country Director He's in charge of public affairs, sustainability, and ESG at Michelin. With an impressive 25-year career, he has gained a diverse range of experience in both national and multinational operations, making significant contributions to renowned companies including Vestas, John Deere, Tata Consultancy Limited, and Cummins. He has held pivotal roles in driving key initiatives across these organizations, notably leading efforts related to Make in India, ESG, net zero, and skill development. During his tenure at various multinational corporations, his expertise and efforts have been recognized by the industry, and he was honored as one of India's 50 most powerful and influential wind industry business leaders by Wind Insider. Mr. Amar holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from National Institute of Technology, Surat, and a postgraduate diploma in business administration from Symbiosis, Pune. Please welcome on board. Thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Anirban Sanyal. He is the head supply chain at Century Ply. Anirban is a seasoned strategic supply chain specialist bringing over 25 years of expertise in comprehensive end-to-end supply chain functions. Throughout his professional journey, he has held significant roles in distinguished organizations including Unilever, ITC, Whirlpool, Spencer's, and Reckitt Benckiser. At present, he holds the pivotal responsibility of leading the supply chain and national logistics functions at Century Ply. His educational background showcases his affiliation with prestigious institutions, including IIM Calcutta, IIM Kozhikode, and XLRI Jamshedpur. In 2023, he was recognized as one of the topmost leaders in the logistics and supply chain industry by ET at the World Logistics and Supply Chain Congress Awards. Please welcome. So as you can see, there are some very heavy hitters on stage with us today. Now, I'm going to be taking a slightly different approach with this technical session purely because each and everyone has a story to tell. But first, I would like to start and say is that the supply chain is not only what we know as it is today, which is freight, customs, warehousing, transport, and delivery. It actually starts with raw material sourcing, manufacturing, and then goes all the way down to the end customer. So just to start off, I would like to get Anirban to give us a little brief about what Century Ply is doing in the space, in the raw material space.
Good evening, everyone. Now I think we have a little bit time to talk.
You have
And I dare to talk about sustainability and representing a plywood organization. So ideally, we are like enemy of the environment. The fact remains, until we really deep down, we actually is helping the environment. So Century Ply as an organization, when we are talking about a sourcing of raw material, which is wood, so 90% of the raw material is basically wood. So that is coming from the agroforestry. So in a way, what we are doing, we are helping the environment in two ways. That agroforestry, when we are ensuring that we are getting every square meter of our sourcing from agroforestry market, we are also helping the rural India. At the same time, we are ensuring that at least 3 years the tree need to grow before we actually can cut. So 3 years of oxygen, we are ensuring before every tree is being touched. Also, as an organization, we are in touch with ministry to talk about the 5% of the cereal produced geography. We want to convert into agroforestry because the per square feet or say per square meter benefit of the farmer is approximately 30% higher if they spend the similar amount of money and energy and time. The benefit coming is 30% higher. So that is another discussion is on. So this way you are ensuring that our raw material purchase, which is sustainable, we are ensuring that it is helping the last leg of our economic hierarchy. And a third thing, we ensured that we are partnered with enter our process is getting audited by few renowned auditors to ensure that we are our score in sustainability also having published, because now as per the government rules also we need to publish our scores. So that is also we are ensuring. So that's the way we are ensuring our raw material purchases are sustainable.
There's another part of what we had discussed earlier, is that even there is something to do with your manufacturing, that you have introduced an element in manufacturing which is not polluting the waters. Can you just shed some light on that, please?
So at the same time, see, once raw material is sourced, the next obvious part is the manufacturing. So two things we have done in terms of manufacturing for obvious purpose. I cannot tell the exact chemical what we are using, but we ensured that the chemical what is getting used for the making of the plywood is approximately 7x better or sustainable compared to our competitors, and the like past we also used to use the similar kind of chemical. So this is one thing. Second thing is that the water treatment, we also ensured that every drop of water is getting recycled, and we are ensuring that is coming back to our plant and is getting used in different forms and different shapes. Because for plywood, seasoning of the plywood, you need a lot of waters. So that is the way we are ensuring that even manufacturing is also having a certain amount of sustainable drives are there. So this is as an organization, when we say with a three-part. So one is that manufacturing, second is that, so it's kind of a process. And we also talk the product. As a supply chain fraternity, so this is the manufacturing, then when it's coming to supply chain, and as the head of supply chain, what we are trying to do? We are trying to eliminate the Bermuda Triangle. So what is Bermuda Triangle? Basically, on a supply point, when there is for delivering the same product, if downstream and upstream is happening, so if we found that there are any product is traveling in one side and is coming back to for the last mile delivery, we are eliminating and we are using the GST benefits to the code, that because now India is boundaryless. We can supply from any warehouse to another, any warehouse, any particular end customer. So we ensured that entire re-networking done for the entire supply chain, and that resulting into approximately 22% of carbon footprint reduction, and also we ensured that, and that obviously convert into cost saving. So it's a double benefit we are enjoying. And last is the people. But also we ensured simple strategy of 3T. The 3T is tell the truth, because in supply chain it's unfortunate, but it's still there is a phenomenon that we feel that if we don't keep 2 days in our pocket and there is something happened in the last mile, then the sales will jump on us, and then like every material which is not available, customer knows that it is not available, and they only order those material which is not available. So we ensured that A to Z, like if I am heading the function and my last person who is delivering the product, we try to ensure that we are telling the truth. If we are saying that it is going to deliver in 5 days, we say it's 5 days and it is delivered in 5 days. Last approach we also do, that's T2D, is try till die. So we also try to ensure that what we are trying, even my CEO comes and says that, Anirban, what differently you can do, I can say that nothing you can do, because we have tried everything. So this is the sustainability approach we had adopted for Century Plywood.
I don't think that's very sustainable for people's stress levels. But okay, so I run a 3PL company, and obviously being a logistics summit, we have to try and understand how we can, as a company on our own, try to push our customers and ourselves to incorporate and inculcate ESG practices within our company. 2019, we stopped sending all 99% of invoices by paper and by courier. So that, for us, brought down our paper. It was a very low-hanging fruit. It was an argument that my director and I had, and I said, no, we're going to go ahead and we're going to just send it by email, and then we'll see what happens. The government came in and made e-invoices mandatory, so that kind of helped my cause. It didn't help him, though. But that's something that, those are small things we did. And also, we tried to do something called pooling. Now, pooling is an idea of when you get two competitors who are delivering product to the same location, to the same distributor, to the same store, to actually put it onto the same truck. Now, when you go to a supermarket, you will see Coke and Pepsi are sitting on the same aisle. Now you're buying it because of preference. So even if Coke and Pepsi can do this, why can't other companies also? So we've also pushed a couple of our mobile phone customers who are also delivering to the same distributors to also pool in together. We've tried it. Obviously, the resistance to change is very high. But I think as time gets on, and because this is the topic of conversation everywhere today about how you can show your carbon footprint and show the impact that the transportation has on the on your supply chain, is why my next panelist and speaker, Hitesh, is going to share more about what he does and how we can actually track that. Hitesh, can you share with us, please?
Hello, hi everyone. I'd like to start a bit before on. Is this? Yeah. Hello, hi everyone. I'd like to start with why this topic is so important. When we talk about ESG, environmental, social, governance, from a logistics point of view, within these three topics, the highest impact is that of carbon emissions. This is from warehousing, the use of electricity, or the diesel or the petrol that is used in the last mile deliveries or the freight deliveries, right? So now, talking about carbon emissions, we are all seeing that extreme climate events, they are increasing in frequency and scale. What we mean by extreme climate events are droughts are becoming longer, or when floods happen, the flooding is happening at a larger scale, right? And this impact or increase in extreme climate events affect life and property. Today, if you ask a company that is putting a manufacturing plant, they want to understand when they put these billions of dollars of infrastructure, how will it be impacted by climate events in the future, right? So it's part of their climate risk that they have to take into account. So from that perspective, we have a very small window of opportunity before we reach a point of no return on global warming. What I mean by that is, within this decade, we need to reduce carbon emissions by 40%. Otherwise, this thing takes on a cycle of its own and we'll not be able to control these climate events. So that's the importance of why ESG and specifically carbon emissions is important. Specifically talking about logistics, in terms of carbon emissions, it is the fastest growing industry in terms of emissions. The reason being growth in e-commerce, cross-border shipments of products. And if this business as usual continues, we are expecting carbon emissions from logistics to double by 2050. And that is against, if you have been hearing some commitments of net zero by 2030, 2040, or 2050. In our case, we also have a national commitment for net zero by 2070. That's against all of these targets, right? And that's why we need urgent and immediate solutions for this problem. Now, coming to the point that Aditya asked me, three challenges that we see overall. First is we cannot solve anything before we start measuring it. And today, 90% of logistic providers are struggling with understanding their carbon emissions data. How much do they emit, right? Second point is some players that are already ahead of the curve are measuring their carbon emissions. There, three things need to come in: accuracy, auditability, and actionability. Accuracy, because a lot of companies are putting out carbon emissions data, but the confidence level is very low, whether those numbers are correct. Auditability, because it's an ecosystem. The shippers need to understand what are the carbon emissions from their shipment. The logistic providers need to be also aware of it, because any action that is deployed is joint. Logistic providers cannot take action in silos. So that's why that auditability and visibility between the two parties is important. And the final one is actionability. Carbon emissions should not end up becoming a reporting exercise that companies just put a number out there in their annual reports and on their websites, right? Each of the shipments, there are steps that can be taken using larger capacity vehicles, load consolidation, putting EVs. So all of these actions need to come out that companies can take. So there needs to be better understanding of the reduction actions. And last thing I would like to point out, I think earlier in the day, it was pointed out by Mr. Anil from Safe Express that cost is a big element today. And even if we take these sustainable actions, taking these actions can sometimes have a cost. And that is where logistic providers need to have incentives in terms of putting these low carbon solutions. Those incentives could come from getting volume commitments from their shippers or getting price premium for their shippers and kind of differentiating logistic providers who are taking action versus those that are not taking action or continuing with business as usual. So that's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Hitesh. Now, Hitesh spoke about logistics providers, about how the initiative they should take, and kind of investments they should put into the industry. And as you can hear, since we've heard all day, you make the investment today, you reap the benefits tomorrow, day after, 5 years, 10 years down the line. Now, just taking it to another step where, forget logistics providers, but even manufacturers and companies themselves have decided that they want to have a positive influence on the environment. And Bajaj Electrical has actually turned things on their head over the last couple of years, and Deepak is going to share that with us.
Thank you. Thanks, Aditya. So first of all, just to understand how serious we are. So when I was talking to some of the guys, so I said, whose responsibility is ESG? They said, we are the suppliers. It's the responsibility of the customers who all are running the main company. When I spoke to some of the main company guys, they said, it's the responsibility of the government. They should run this. When I was talking to some of the government people, I don't know whether they are here or no, they said, this is not our problem. That's a developed country's problem. They have put all these issues, and that's why we're in trouble. So nobody is owning this one. And people are not understanding this is a problem for everybody. And when we speak to some of the companies about their margins and growth and all, they will say, we are the best. And when we speak to ESG kind of thing, they said, we are little bad than those guys. Right? They started telling you they are little better than those guys. They will never tell you we are the best. So we all have to understand we are into serious trouble. And the Gen X kind of generation who all are coming, they will not forgive us. And the future, what we will do is for our future and all. If we want to understand what kind of carbon emission we have generated from the industry revolution till date, is the 2,000 gigabyte metric ton kind of thing, and that's a kind of 400 billion elephants, African elephants kind of weight. That's the total carbon emission we have generated till now. So we'll see about our company, how we started. So for anything, when you start some good practices, first thing is to baseline it. You should see where are you, so that for every improvement, you can award some people, you can motivate the people why you're doing all those things. So first thing is baselining. Second thing, as you all know, when you go in ESG, when you start measuring E, there's a scope 1, scope 2, and a scope 3. So just to tell you what scope 1, the whole world is measuring in that way. Scope 1 is what you do within the organization. Scope 2, like fuel, whatever kind of generation you're doing, emission and all. Scope 2 is electricity, simply electricity, how much you are using and all. Third is other than everything that. So third one is the biggest, close to 80 to 85% carbon emission comes from scope 3. So what we did the baselining. Well, see, we have started publishing in our annual report also. So per crore kind of revenue, we are generating 1.4 kind of ton of carbon. We started measuring that. And then what we did, we started working with our suppliers. We have not selected all the suppliers. We have selected the key suppliers. They are covering 80% of our supplies and our factories and our finished good and all those things. We have started working with them. In our selection and share of business to the suppliers, we have put that score, so that maximum share will go to those guys who all are serious about it in this one. And we have started running some of the programs with training and all those things. Second thing, within our organization, we have started designing the product the way so that it will sustain for long. For example, we have launched our mixer where the blades that we have given guarantee for the whole life. Our new products, if they are new products, we are giving guarantee for 10 years, warranty 15 years, 7 years kind of thing, from 1 year to 2 years. So that these things will continue. You don't have to buy spares again and again. When you will buy more and more spares or more and material, it means you are disturbing the natural resources and all. Third thing, what we have done under circular economy is the scope 3. Our plants are the first in world, like our fan plant in Pune and Aurangabad Nirlep plant. They're the first in the world to be certified 99 point kind of zero waste to landfill. So we ensure whatever we are scraps or extra material is coming out during the operations, we are not throwing to the land. It is recycled or reused within the organization or somebody else. So we don't give it to some scrap guys. We go and meet with the end users and we connect with them. We sign an agreement and we don't want to make money there. We want to ensure that these materials are not thrown. So Intertech has approved us and we became the first in the world, and that's kind of pride and all those things. So this is the way we have taken steps in logistics. We have started measuring. And based on that, how much, so actually, you know, Bajaj is delivering to 19,000 pin codes in India. There's a big infrastructure what we have with a complete network. So you can't track every kilometer and all that. That's a lengthy thing. Best thing is you redesign your network so that with minimum kilometers, you can deliver all 19,000 kind of your customers. Then we have started battery operated trucks, some of the places. We started supporting our taxis guys who all have CNG and all. Just to give you the data why we have started working on the innovation of the product, if you'll see to manufacture 1 ton of steel, 2.07 ton of carbon emission is there. Same way, if you go to aluminum, 16 ton of carbon emission is there to produce 1 ton of aluminum. If you go to the plastic, 3,500 ton of carbon is emitted if you have to produce 1 ton plastic. Just imagine the kind of support you are giving by not reusing the steel, paper, plastics, aluminum and aluminum and steel and all. So what we did, even in packaging, we have removed from our lighting division, we have removed the complete plastic. You will not find even a single plastic used in our lighting factories and all. So there are a lot of steps we have started taking without waiting for somebody else. We did the baselining, we started taking the steps, and we have started measuring it, we started announcing it, and it's one of the KPI for me and for all of the supply chain team members I have, whether it's a manufacturing, supply chain, sourcing, planning, import, export, or logistics, even new product development is part of my team. So there's a KPI for everybody, and that's a 30% KPI. Do it or lose the money. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Deepak. You touched upon two very important points, and one of them was innovation, and the other one was recycling. Now, I actually had a conversation with Amar a couple of weeks ago when I met him, and I actually asked him, I said, when was the last time there was an innovation in, he works for Michelin, so Michelin makes tires, they're used all over the world for almost, for almost every type of vehicle probably has a Michelin tire. Now, I asked him, what kind of innovation has happened? It's a tire, it's made out of rubber, it goes round, you put it onto a car, and that's what we all believe, right? That's what it is. But then he actually surprised me, and can you share more about what you told me when we met?
Sure. Hi, can you hear me? All right. So before I answer your question, let me ask one question to audience, that what do you normally do, what do you normally see when you go to buy a shoe? Sole, only sole? Comfort? Quality, somebody said quality, right? Yes, very good. Comfort? Brand, yes. Backbench. Sorry? Light in weight, okay, yes, very good point. Pricing, yes. Sorry, I could not hear you properly. Durability, yeah. So my following question to all of you is that what do you see when you go to buy tires? Or you just simply change the tire if a dealer boy says, sir, ये लगा दो 3 साल चल जाएगा अच्छा है. Mostly वही हो रहा है. 100%? Or mostly, yes. So basically, we are talking about logistics industry, and I feel that tire is the most important but most ignored element in this industry. There's a reason for me to say this, because tire is no more as you rightly said, it's no more the element which is black in color and round in shape. It is much more beyond that. So India got independence in 1947, and Michelin actually invented radial tire 1 year before that, in 1946. In 1946, we invented radial tire. After that, radial tubeless. After that, acoustic. After that, green tire. After that, airless tire. How many of you have seen the airless tire in YouTube or in Google somewhere? There's no air. So a lot of things are happening in tire industry. Unfortunate part is we don't know that. We are constrained by only cost parameter, but the same parameter we are not applying when we are going to buy shoe. Remember one thing, tire is the only element between us and the road. That is the most important element for the safety of ours. Forget about anything else. So first is safety. And we have never paid the required amount of attention when we go to replace the tire or buy the tire. Agree with me or disagree? So now coming back to your question, as I was talking about the innovation. So Michelin is a French company, and it's around 134 years old company. Two brothers way back in 1888 actually founded this company. And thereafter a lot of innovation happened in this organization. In fact, if you see today, almost every year Michelin is spending roughly 700 to 800 million euro for innovation to find out the next generation tire. And the company has also 9 R&D centers worldwide, including one in India, and around 123 production units, including one in India. Now, when I talk about innovation in tires, so here I'm very happy to share with you that everybody is now moving for ESG, sustainability, and so on and so forth. So ESG is no more the fringe department. It has actually entered into the boardroom. Everybody has to follow that. Today it might be, the SEBI has come out with a guideline for only 1,000 companies by their, of course. But believe me, sooner or later it is going to come to all of us, and we all have to start measuring it. My friend was actually putting forward the right point, that we have to start measuring it. We need to understand the baseline, and then we need to build on that. So tire, is known as the element which is producing more carbon footprint, and it is in the other side of all these topics of sustainability and climate change and net zero. But the company has all sustainable approach, and under that, it has been balanced out very nicely among 3 Ps: people, profit, and planet, wherein we are talking about the tire, the product which is the most innovative and sustainable product. In last year in September, Michelin has unveiled 2 tires, one for truck and bus and the other one for passenger car. And you'll be happy to know that the truck and bus tire has 58% sustainable material inside that. How is it possible? So I am happy to, I would like to share one thing, that, we use silica, amorphous silica. Actually, this was introduced by Michelin in 1992. And this was, actually helped in 3 ways. So when you use a silica in the tire, it will actually increase the rolling, it will help you to improve the rolling resistance of the tire. How many of you know about the concept of rolling resistance? No? Okay, probably I'll touch upon this in subsequent question, but this is, believe me, keep this word in your mind. Government is going to come out in a very strong way as far as rolling resistance of tires is concerned. I'm going to touch upon this later. The second point is the fuel efficiency, and third is the carbon CO2 emission. So this silica was initially coming from amorphous one. Now we are using the rice husk to use this into the tire, and believe me, this is around 1/5 portion of the tire, the raw material. So as Aditya was asking, what do you do as a part of innovation or a raw material or a supply chain? So we use around 20% or more or less 20%, the silica in the tire, and that is coming from the rice husk. Similarly, the manufacturing process also has a lot of change, lot of sustainable approach. We use water, which is harvested from the rain. So we use only 30% water from the state government. 70% of the water we use, which has been captured or harvested from the rain, and that is what we use for the manufacturing of a tire. We use renewable energy for our plant, and all the smart sensors are there everywhere. When there is nobody in the shop floor area, there's a break for a lunch or there's snacks. When nobody's around, all the lights will be switched off automatically. Believe me, we have 123 facilities worldwide. This has been implemented. So much of energy saving we are doing on that way. Then rooftop solar is there. Then on the air front, if you see, we have developed these small, jungle, I would say. It's in the 3,000 square meter area where we have put 9,000 saplings in before COVID time. And all these saplings are now converted or taken the form of around 15 to 20 feet high trees. And the air inside this particular, we call it as a herbal garden. Air inside this herbal garden is so clean, is so rejuvenating, that even in the peak summer in Chennai, in where the temperature is on 40, 42, 45 degrees Celsius, when you go inside the herbal garden, the temperature is around 35 degrees, 37 degrees Celsius. So this is how we are actually trying our little bit on the plant side, on the manufacturing side, on the product side. And last but not the least is that we are a zero liquid discharge company. Whatever water is used or a chemical is used to produce a tire, not a single drop is discharged out of our factory. So we actually clean everything and then finally use it or reuse it. So this is probably, I'll stop here, yeah, sure.
Thank you, Amar. So I wanna raise of hands, who out here is in the logistics industry? Who does warehousing? Who does transport? Warehousing and transport guys, put your hands up. Almost. How many of y'all are into warehousing? How many of y'all have got solar panels on your warehouse? That's 3. 4. Out of 50 hands, only 4 people have solar panels on their warehouse. How many people are using electric vehicles to run their deliveries? I'm seeing the same 4 hands up. Okay, I got 2 more at the back. So that's 6 out of 75 people who put their hands up for transport are using electric vehicles. Out of that, how many of those electric vehicles are being charged by the solar panels? 1, 2, only 2. Right, only 2 out of the 6 people or the 7 people who put their hands up who are using electric vehicles are actually charging it from energy, like actual renewable energy that has been created. Now, this goes to show that there is little or no acceptance or even any need or want to improve. But we do need to make a change now. We need to find small ways to make changes so that we actually don't get into an environment where we have 45-degree heat and like long droughts and harsh summers and harsh winters and prolonged rain. I know for a fact that a lot of crops have gotten wasted because of the drought. There's not been so much of farming happening. It's impacting everyone. So just a small thought from me is that please consider making that investment. Put a solar panel on your roof. Use that energy inside your warehouse. Look at the impact it will have, not today, but tomorrow in your business. Amar, you had shared with me a little story about how if you change the tire, you can get some better efficiency. Can you just share some light on that?
Sure, thank you. So I was actually talking about rolling resistance. Believe me, this is a guru mantra. And if you can remember this and implement this, it will actually change it will improve your efficiency of logistics. So Government of India has actually come out with a star labeling. We know when you go through buy a refrigerator or air condition, you see the star labeling on those products. 5-star to 1-star. 5-star is a product which actually gives the best energy efficiency, and the 1-star is not that great. Of course, the pricing difference is also there. You'll be happy to know that the same concept is coming for the tires also. So today, most of the people said, they have probably less clue when they go to change a tire. Believe me, when this star label concept is implemented, then the choice will be in our hands, the consumer's hands. They can choose a tire and they can go to the shop and they said, hey, I want a 4-star rated tire or a 5-star rated tire. And it will be no longer dependent on the Raju or Pappu of those, the dealers who will influence your decision to buy or change a tire of a particular brand. You will be buying the tire which according to your need. If you want a 3-star tire, of course, it will have its own benefits and disadvantages. But I must tell you that when you go for a 5-star tire and when you compare that with a 1-star tire, straight away you can get the fuel efficiency of around 8 to 10% on your fleet. Why? Because the rolling resistance. So when you go for a higher star rated tire, your rolling resistance will be minimum. And when you go for a lower star rated tire, your rolling resistance will be maximum. So this is one area where actually now onward you have to start asking or changing the tire accordingly. Don't go for the the tire which is offering low rolling resistance, because high rolling resistance is a piece of junk. Okay, you may have to pay a very small amount in the initial, but then you have to pay huge amount in the operating cost and so on and so forth. Government is also coming out with one regulation. Okay, that is not only focusing on rolling resistance, they are also focusing on performance and safety. The regulation is called threshold regulation, and it is AIS 142 stage 2. So it is also going to focus on rolling resistance, wet grip, and noise. Believe me, in 5 to 7 years from now, most of the vehicles will be converted from IC engine to electric vehicle, and the maximum sound which is going to come out from the vehicle is from the tires. So you have to strike a balance among 3 parameters: rolling resistance, wet grip, and the noise. And the regulation is already out, which was supposed to be implemented from April of this year, but now it has been delayed, by 1.5 years. But believe me, this is the kind of the area that you need to keep in mind when you now onward look for a tire or a fleet cost for your area. Last point I would like to tell you that in 2021 October, Niti Aayog has come out with one report in collaboration with RMI. I'm not sure whether you have seen that report or not, but they said that if you want to save the logistics cost, and they have given some number also. So from 2020 to 2050, the logistic cost can be saved in the tune of around 311 lakh crore. 311 lakh crore in 30 years. And they have identified 5 parameters. They have identified that, the aerodynamic drag and the engine heat and so on and so forth. The one parameter which has been given the highest weightage on the, the easy to, implement on a technology front and, highest return on investment, that is rolling resistance of tire. So please register this term, rolling resistance of tire in your brain, in your mind, and henceforth you start asking for this point whenever you go for a changing of a tire to any dealership. Thank you.
Thank you, Amar. That was very informative. Just to finish off, you have any last? I know I'm going to go down. Hitesh, do you have anything to finish off with? I got 2 minutes to give all of you, so.
Look, as I said earlier, this is a very important problem to solve. All of us need to be kind of on this journey. It's a planet that we are living on together. And in terms of what needs to happen to kind of enable this ecosystem, there's a lot that has been done already. There are BRSR sustainability regulations where starting almost a decade back, top 100 Indian companies had to report. Over a period of time, it went from 100 to 200, 500, and last year it was announced that top 1,000 Indian companies have to report on their carbon emissions and other sustainability data. So we just need to continue with this journey where this becomes one of the critical functions of companies, where there is more and more companies that are at a smaller stage that are also reporting this, because as we spoke about it earlier, the solving of the problem starts with better reporting. So yeah, that's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Deepak? Yeah, first thing before I speak something else. Last month I was in Economics Times annual program and giving on the same sustainability, and this time also. We speak a lot, but we don't follow that. So a lot of papers, if you'll see, these things why do you need agenda? Why do you need so many papers and all? Why do you need plastic bottles? So at least whenever we do sustainability program and conferences, at least remove those things. At least basics. Yeah. So that when you speak, lead by example. So we all are talking about sustainability, and completely this program is unsustainable. So that first thing is that. Second thing is many of the companies, they say that because of sustainability they are losing money, a lot of money to invest, capex invest and all. But there's a survey happened, and we have seen the new generation, the new Gen X or Millennium guys sitting here. A lot of Millennium age people are sitting here. If we'll say my daughter, 18 years old, when now she started comparing, okay, this product is sustainable, this packaging system, they started discussing on this thing, and they are the guys who are going to buy. And there's a survey where they have seen globally 6 to 7% increase in the sales by the companies who all have started giving sustainable product to the world. So do for your child, do for your generation, do for yourself and your coming generation, so that they will give you a respect what you have, the world you have given. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Anirban, any last points?
Yeah, so I'll take a quick poll, no offense. How many of us are using Michelin tires? No, I'm asking. So few, right? And Deepak, a question for you, that you said 30% is for in your team's KRA is sustainability. What is the pie of cost in the rest 70%? What is the cost as a performance parameter? What is the 20%? So why I raise this question, because still India, is a cost sensitive market, and while we are sitting over here and few products, so in this room, I'm very sure that we are representing a mixed group. Few products which is per unit movement cost or manufacturing cost compared to other products is a far different spectrum. And when I see it and I try to present plywood industry, I don't have a packaging. I cannot do anything on the packaging. I cannot just change my packaging. I don't have a product where I can really afford big steps. But it starts with the baby steps. As rightly Deepak said that it may start with the plastic what is there in front of us, and the ESG, implementing ESG practice. The people we are, our biggest asset is people. Two things: are they getting a clean running water when they are using their toilet? The last people who are actually putting their blood and sweat to move the last mile delivery, ask yourself. I think there we need to really reflect ourselves that what we are doing for them and what is we are doing for developing them. Are they working, the last mile people, are they working for ages in the same position? Are you doing something for them? I think there is two questions I want to leave as a finishing note, that what we are doing for the people.
Thank you. Questions? Anyone have any questions? Yeah, I think there's a question right at the end. You'll have to scream or come down a little bit. There's a mic.
Good evening. It may seem a bit amateurish, but I just wanted to understand how would rolling resistance affect the grip of the tires on the road? Would that be a pertinent question to ask?
Yeah, basically, so as I said, three parameters. One is rolling resistance, second is wet grip, and third one is the noise. So all the three parameters are equally important. But as far as the bulkiness of tire is concerned, or the efficiency of a tire is concerned, it is always measured by the rolling resistance. It means in simple words, sorry, I'm taking a little more time here, but the point is when your tire is flat, okay, and you have to push your vehicle, how much force you have to apply, okay, that will define rolling resistance. In very simple words. So basically that much kind of force or a push your tire is actually taking every day when it is in the full the pressurized condition.
We have one more question. We have two more questions. Anil?
So my question is for Hitesh. You mentioned about this measurement tools that you've developed. So in terms of alternative capabilities, now of course there's one measurement which is how much are you, emitting? And then also about alternatives. What is the capability of coming to alternatives, or a solution for improvement, so to speak?
Yeah, that's a good question. First thing is to understand when we talk about improvements or reducing carbon emissions, the first technology that comes to mind is EV vehicles, which is fair. I mean, that's one of the possible solutions. But the way things stand today, EV is addressing at least the current technology maturity, is addressing a very small segment of the logistics market. It is only present in LCVs and trucks which are less than 1,000 kgs in payload capacity. Bulk of the improvement in carbon emissions that we see coming in over the next decade would actually be from efficiency measures. So efficiency measures include things like multimodal transport, where instead of using air-based shipment, we go for truck-based shipments, because air is the most expensive, most carbon inefficient way of transporting products. Then we move further down, where instead of road, if part of the shipments can be changed to road, to rail or sea, right? So multimodal is very important initiative in basically reducing carbon emissions. Then within road transport, other efficiency measures could improve things like load consolidation. So if you have a 10-ton truck, instead of that carrying 7 ton of material, if it can actually carry as much as possible, right? Close to 100% of its payload capacity. Things like improving using higher capacity vehicles. You'll be very surprised to know that between using a 10-ton vehicle and using a 40-ton vehicle, if we consolidate the load and use a 40-ton vehicle, on a per material transported basis, we can actually reduce emissions by up to 30-40%. So apart from, as we said, apart from EVs, there are some other efficiency-based measure that needs to come in. And then, of course, efficiency can only get us so far. At the end of the day, we need innovation and technology and technological improvement. EVs is one, but in heavy-duty transport, especially trucks or airplanes, this is where EVs are today not that viable a solution. So that's where upcoming technologies like hydrogen-based transport, that is required. So yeah, there's a plethora of options that are there. We just need to understand what are the operational footprints, what type of vehicles are used, and then for that operational footprint, what are the best solutions available. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Well, actually, okay, so if I can, in a broad sense, water down what is happening is, consider a larger logistics platform where, organizations, the manufacturers sitting on the dais, if you consider your logistics cost on a very broad platform, close to about 60-65% of it is coming from transportation. And I'm only talking about the domestic realm here. So about 60-65% of it is coming from transportation, of which close to about 60-70% is coming from road transportation. And what you're seeing is, of course, also imminent as to what we know of, is that there's very limited efforts that have gone into making sure that they are in any way carbon efficient, because there's nothing going on the road. There are no EVs available. Hydrogen cell capabilities are still down, a few years. So in the current scenario, the capabilities of being able to do something in terms of improvement of carbon emission is so very little. So that's why I was trying to figure out, is there any alternatives that portals like these offer?
I think we'd seen a video of a company called Netradyne, and how they were using technology to see what was going on in the vehicle itself. So I mean, capturing data from there. So say, for example, you have a fleet of 10,000 trucks, correct? I mean, if you looked at implementing a software like that, where maybe your guy has just gone to the bathroom and he's left his engine on, you wouldn't know that. Sitting in Delhi, you wouldn't know that that's happening. But even just letting that engine run idle, it's polluting the environment. Right? So maybe there are ways to checks and measures that one can do by using technology. And so you are asking for the small, like the low-hanging fruit of how to make some improvement, because that goes straight onto your bottom line as well, right? Because there's that much less fuel or diesel being used
in your 10,000 vehicles to have that impact?
One more thing, like I was also looking for, and there was some company who contacted me, like a lot of empty vehicles are running on the road in India. And we should work in that direction where we can monitor all those across India, because if you're sending something from here to Bangalore, for example, and that truck will come back without anything, or it has to go to Chennai to pick some other item, but Bangalore to Chennai, there's nothing load on that. If we optimize, we can capture all those empty trucks moving within the ecosystem. And if there is a platform where we can go and see these trucks are available tomorrow to move from Bangalore to Chennai, if some startups can work on that direction, all the companies, users like our company, we would like to use that because that will be cheaper for us. And that's a cost, they are generating some revenue for those transport company. So my request is somebody can work in that direction, give that availability of the trucks available moving from this direction to this direction, empty, then we can capture those things. Both the party can get the benefit and we can reduce the carbon emission and all. Thank you.
We have one last question.
Just to supplement what you said, there is already for the passenger, if from one state to another city a person is going, there is already a app, blah blah, in which if you just say, and if supposing you want to go to Jaipur and some car is already going from Delhi to Jaipur and somebody is going, so you can at a much cheaper rate you can go. So that thing is there for the passenger, but I think gradually it will come for the passenger. My question is regarding the EVs. We have been hearing, we have been talking, and government has also, right or wrong, 10 years and 15 years conditions for the petrol and the diesel car has come. There was a news item few months back that government is coming out with a technology, the same car be converted into electrical. I have read it in the newspaper, but after that, when we talk to any airline, a car manufacturer or the dealers, they said there is no such scheme. Perhaps maybe the pressure from the car manufacturer, because their car they want to sell new cars, and the existing cars cannot be converted. So something should be done, because as it was pointed out, India is a cost-sensitive market. Everybody cannot just in every 10 years vehicles have to be changed, or if a person has kept his vehicle in good condition, why it should not be allowed for more number of years? That's my point. So EVs are going to come, so it is becoming a reality. We want to change, but technology should be offered and people should be given option. So that otherwise, you see, EVs also is going to be a costly affair. Every 5 years you have to change the battery, which will cost 7 to 8 lakhs rupees. So this is what point is, that association or the trade body should pressurize the government to come out with the existing vehicles should be changed. And if they are not fit, then they should be simply blanket, application that anything is 10 years old and 15 years old should be scrapped. It's not justifiable.
So only last thing, we all are talking about EV vehicles and all, but we don't know how to dispose the batteries coming out of this one. So when we speak about all those things, we should know we as an ecosystem is not ready in India to dispose all those batteries. Thank you.
And I'll like to take 30 seconds. So all technical discussion done, I'll try to give a non-technical perspective about, so we tried one thing, that I have a certain secondary cost. So we offered that almost 90% of the cost to my distributor, saying that if you take a direct full truck load from my factory, you take the 90% of my secondary cost. What happened, it resulted into that I am reducing complete my secondary leg. So I am reducing my carbon footprint. So this is something we tried, and what happened eventually that approximately 19%, 20% of our business, what was direct to the distributor, now it is 40%, 42%. So 100% movement had gone from my secondary distribution into my primary. So all technical sustainability may not be. There is something out of the box solution is available, and you can shell out your, it's a win-win, that I am incurring some cost and I'm allowing that to pass on. What is the problem? And I am adding my sustainability score. So this issue is technical as well as non-technical to be addressed, and we'll still keep on looking for that 1 rupee less. So no shame on that.
Just a last closing comment from my side. I think, you asked a very, apt question that what is now? Immediate basis, what could be done? So I actually talked about one report from Niti Aayog and RMI Institute, Rocky Mountain Institute. So that clearly says that when you change the technology, let's say India is the only country where the truck tires are, more than 50% truck tires are biased tires. And they are piece of junk. So when we are talking about cost sensitivity, okay, you are actually spending more cost on your fuel. You are actually producing more carbon footprints. Your trucks are less efficient with those kind of tires. So you have to also adopt to the new technology, which is more cost, the carbon footprint, sensitive. And also, so this report actually talks about that just by changing the technology and just by improving the rolling resistance, in 30 years we can, achieve 10 gigatons of carbon dioxide emission. And the NOx and particulate, the measure will be reduced by almost 35% to, and 28% respectively. So I think everything is happening right now. And it is just that, how much we are ready to adopt the technology and take this challenge head on. Otherwise, this will keep on happening and then nothing will change. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think I need to end the session now.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we have a round of applause, please? Sorry, we are running late now. So, I'd like to invite my co-chair logistics committee, Mr. Ravindra Sethi, to kindly come up and felicitate. Oh, sorry. We have Mr. Vipin Vora, chair of the Civil Aviation Committee, sir. Please, may I invite you to do the honors? The first, Mr. Aditya Wazirani. Mr. Hitesh Buraria, co-founder and CEO of Sancti Tech. Mr. Deepak Sharma, Head Manufacturing, Supply Chain and Logistics, Bajaj Electricals Limited. Mr. Amar Variava, Country Director, Public Affairs, Sustainability and ESG, Michelin India Private Limited. And last but not the least, Mr. Anirban Sanyal, Head Supply Chain, Century Ply. I think we can have a group photograph. Vipinji. Yeah, now it's time to move on to our last session for the day, and it's been a long day, I know, but the bar is yet to open. So before I invite the moderator of the technical session 6, talking about EVs and ESG and environment, social governance and all, I leave with the question, is EV actually an environment-friendly solution in the long run? I know it's not, but just leaving with the question. So it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Alpana Chaturvedi, CEO, My Logistics Gurukul, as she's going to be moderating the next session building a skilled and resilient workforce. And while I invite her, a brief introduction. Ms. Alpana started her career at Air India, where she worked in the traffic and cargo management departments. She then moved to the Airport Authority of India as Airport Officer Cargo. Post a stint in Airport Authority of India, she moved to the Bird Group, a leading travel conglomerate. She was actively involved in setting up the Bird Academy, a vocational training institute, readying students for the travel and aviation industry. After spending a decade in the Bird Group, she joined IATA as manager of the Regional Training Center. Prior to my logistics Gurukul, she was with Big Spring, a mobile technology learning platform, as Director Key Accounts. She trained, developed content, managed stakeholders, and recruited, supported business development. She has a postgraduate degree in English literature from Delhi University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Alpana Chaturvedi. May I request, please, let's not crowd here because we have to begin the next session. We have to be respectful to our all eminent dignitaries.
Good evening, all. I nearly feel like the villain of the piece, you know. Right at the end, everybody is waiting for the cocktails and dinner, and just 45 minutes that separates this. And I promise to make this interesting enough. At least we'll try our best and have an engaging session. To have this session, we have logisticians as panelists, we have academicians, and we also have skill gurus. And we have also gone as far as, you know, to balance it, we have 2 women and 2 gentlemen. We have 2 names starting with V, and we have 2 names starting with S. So this is as much as we could do. So also, because this is the last session, and because we are going to celebrate this and everybody is waiting, the claps have to be louder. It means that you are looking forward to the next, and this is the last one. So please clap loudly. Let me introduce the panel. Mr. Vipin Jain, Chairman Task Pillar on Skill Development, Air Cargo Forum India. Vipinji boasts of a distinguished 43-year career in the cargo industry, marked by his leadership and impactful roles. Notably associated with Lufthansa Cargo, he progressed from assistant to regional manager, logistics for South Asia and Middle East, also serving as country head for India. His role as chairman of the Task Pillar on Skill Development involves coordinating with experts to plan and execute training courses aligned with aviation's dynamic demands. An honorary member of ACFI, he contributes significantly to the sector's growth and development, leaving a lasting legacy of expertise and dedication. He is also Director Business Development with the Ethics Group.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Welcome. I said loud. The next panelist is Professor Dr. Vandana Arora Sethi, Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Growth, Lloyd Group of Institutions. Dr. Vandana Arora Sethi is an accomplished individual marked by her exceptional academic achievements and extensive work experience in the pharmaceutical field. She earned the distinction of being a gold medalist from Delhi University in M-Pharma and further advanced her academic journey by obtaining a PhD in pharmaceutics. Notably, she has demonstrated her leadership prowess for the past 16 years at Lloyd, where she has taken on the pivotal responsibility of leading the institution in the right direction. Loud clap. Next. Yeah, that's it. So Ms. Shweta Goela, General Manager, Strategy Safe Express Private Limited, with an extensive professional journey spanning over 18 years. Ms. Shweta Goela's academic foundation includes a MSc Honours from Delhi University, complemented by an MBA in HR from SMU. In her current role, she serves as the chair of the Center for Knowledge and Research at Safe Express. Within this role, she leads several critical verticals, including strategy, corporate and business communications, training and development, analytics and process structuring, and culture and team engagement. I will ask this one. Mr. Sumesh Kampasi, Vice President, RSA Global. Mr. Sumesh Kampasi is a seasoned sales and marketing professional with a diverse career spanning over 22 years. Additionally, his proficiencies extend to the establishment of standard and customized R&D-based products for industries such as engineering and manufacturing, automotive, and defense. He has been instrumental in commissioning special purpose machines and precision machine tools, crafting engineering specifications, and optimizing production capacities. I'll come there. I'll come. So before starting my question answers Q&A with the panelists, just setting a bit of a context on what we are doing here and why this session right at the end. So I justified it to myself. I said, okay, the whole day we've had some very enriching views and presentations on what the industry is doing, where it is, which way is it going, how is it moving forward. So the what and why have been answered, but how do we do this? How do we do this? How do we reach anywhere? How do we reach, with our skills, with all the new things that we are doing? We'll need manpower, we need skills. So the how things is what the last session is about, what skilling is about. Skilling is important because the numbers are looking very, very good. The processes are looking very interesting. And the world for logistics is becoming very good, automation, machinery, IT, everything is happening and increasing. We are at a 22 million, the logistics sector employs about 22 million, and it is slated to add 1.25 million more by 2025. The e-commerce industry is going ahead with looking like predicted to be a USD 100 billion industry by 2025. The warehousing industry is, again, the capacities are increasing. So with that, we need more and more people. Even if there's machines, we need more and more people with different sort of skills to run these machines. So the skilling becomes very, very important. And even the people who are there, people who are currently employed, in case they are not upskilled, then also, something is at stake for them. So it's the new people have to be certainly, skilled in a certain way. The new people, the quality of people that come to the logistics industry has to be different. We have to attract different talent to join the industry. And the people who are already there need to be upskilled. In fact, I just, this is just an anecdote I heard that an employer is being asked why should I skill my people? Suppose I skill them and they leave. So the answer was, But supposing you don't skill them and they stay, what do? With the same sort of people. So we need better people and we need more skilled people. I'm going to start with a common question to all the panelists over here. That is, just a couple of lines about your domain and where do you see the gaps for building a skilled workforce? Let me start with Vipinji.
Thank you all. First of all, I can say in one line, since morning, whatever we have been discussing, we have been talking, some portion of the skill is required in everything. I mean, whatever we have discussed, all the technical parts, just to begin with. I here represent Air Cargo Forum India, which is a unique organization. We heard about TAPA. I think it is more or less, we also have members from each and every industry in air cargo sector, be it airport operator, CTOs, airlines, freight forwarders, shippers, even the association like FIO is member that covers the export community. So it is a non-profitable organization. Somehow we manage with membership and sponsorship just to run the show. And we have been conducting training courses online and offline. During COVID particularly, we learned how to conduct training courses online. And believe you me, this is our most successful model till date. We started with very basic course. I'll come to that later on if the time permits without going. And this training courses are provided to ACFI members and also to non-ACFI members as well without any cost. So this is just a very brief, I mean, I can speak for hours, but I think we are all waiting for outside event as well. So I'll come back to you again. Yeah, thank you.
And what are the skill gaps?
Sorry, gap, as far as the gap in air cargo is concerned, I can say air sector is still very organized sector. I mean, compared, I'm not saying the others are not organized, but when we look at other mode of transportation, air is much, there are reasons behind it. One basic reason is that it is very much monitored by different, I mean, there are so many organizations, ITA, ICAO, the airlines, and other sector as well. So it is very controlled sector, and there are a lot of audits and, safety checks are being performed from time to time. So it is highly regulated sector. So the gaps are not much, but of course, everybody has his own check sheet, for an example, whether it is CTO or airlines or any other company. I mean, the pharma has their own parameters, for an example, just one example only. And this is our role, actually. We try to bring all the players together, get their feedback, and try to fill up that gap. I mean, I can say only that.
Dr. Vandana.
Yeah, thank you, sir. In fact, recently back from Bangalore after doing a one-year graduation, I've heard of a lot of sundowner parties, and this is the first time I'm doing a sundowner speech, which is not appreciated by many here. But yes, so I belong to an industry which not many would belong to in this forum under this platform today. I'm from the education industry, basically from healthcare, basically from pharmaceuticals. I have seen how logistics happen in Ranbaxy, where I started my career, and then later moved on to academia. And from pharmaceuticals to providing management education in supply chain management. It's a full-time 2-year program. We have other courses as well where I belong to. But yes, talking about logistics, we are now planning on an executive program on supply chain and logistics as well. To cover the gap areas that I have been witnessing since I came in touch with a lot of people, eminent people in the logistics industries around 8 months ago. That's when the idea surfaced. And to cover up these areas where you also need, the industry needs people to upskill themselves as well during the course of their career, we are coming up with these executive courses. As far as the gap areas are concerned, ma'am and others, the gap areas in education are there, definitely. We would not blame it on the curricula because we are the ones who prepare the curriculum. But yes, the gap areas that the industry feels, the pinch that the industry feels because the education industry is not able to fulfill the requirements are big. And a couple of them I'll just brief in maybe a minute or so. The first one being digital transformation that we have witnessed. So many people, I will not say who belong to the earlier generation, but even people of my age group and maybe a little younger as well, from 35 to maybe 45, 50 years, have had the pinch of the digital transformation. Not that they are not adept in the digital era, but yes, even they face it with the people who are joining, the employees, so-called supply chain analysts, managers, logistics, fleet managers, warehouse operations managers who join your companies. Even they are not adept in these new tools. Talking about artificial intelligence, we've heard enough since morning, talking about blockchain, the software, the supply chain softwares. So there is a huge, huge gap that you feel, and so the gap is between education and the industry. If we teach them the same tools, they have to learn it, which comes to the second point, which is a real-time experience that they need to get. And the real-time experience can come only at the industry. It can only come when they are directly involved in that operations. So that is the second gap which happens, where the students don't get to get the real-time experience, working on those tools. The third could be, like sir also mentioned, COVID. So there are, the gap areas felt during COVID times, and that stays even till today, is the art of problem solving, the art of critical thinking, and being resilient during tough times, which not only during COVID, but we face it multiple times. The industry faces it when there is some political outbreak, when there is a war. So foreseen as well as unforeseen circumstances. And there are many like that, but the one that comes foremost to my mind is global perspective. So that gap is felt because our students don't get to feel, don't get to understand international trade. They don't understand cross-cultural engagement. They don't understand multinational regulations for logistics and supply chain. And those are the gaps that we, as an educationist, can fulfill to a certain point, but we need industry's contribution as well to do that. And we've been fortunate enough to have started our supply chain when we started it 8-9 years ago with Safe Express at that time, and our students got a lot of exposure in the warehouses and to do on-the-job training, and there was a lot of support from multiple partners at that time, and we look forward to more to fill those gap areas.
Yeah, thank you. Sumesh, over to you.
Hello. Well, I represent road transportation, multimodal transportation, as well as warehousing. I would start with a statement. 95% of professionals have chosen logistics or supply chain by accident.
Agreed.
Yeah. So, which itself means that there is a lot of scope for upskilling. The second thing, I'll use another statement. What got you here won't get you there. So finally you landed up in logistics, but now you'll have to learn something about it. Yeah, and that brings me to the second point, where there is to be a lot of focus on L&D within logistics, and there are a lot of skill gaps. I would say logistics industry, and particularly if I talk about road transportation, 90% of it is unorganized. And when I say 90% of it is unorganized, you can consider majority of them are MSMEs. So just to give you a number, there are 2 million transporters in India, running 12 million trucks. And 70% of them are Malak Chalak, which is I am the driver, I am the owner. And 85% of the transport organization have less than 5 trucks. Now, if we have MSMEs, I will talk about the basic skills. While critical thinking and all that definitely is a need of the hour when it comes to logistics, because such eventualities keep occurring, every now and then. But even to an extent, I would say the basic Excel skills, the basic data analytics skills, because logistics works on a lot of data. If they are not there, especially I'm talking about MSMEs, the other big guys can definitely afford it. But when it comes to MSMEs, if those skills are not there with the people, it only adds to the inefficiency. And that's what I feel, to answer you, that's the gap, what I see. Thank you.
Shweta, your turn.
So thank you, Alpana ma'am, for that warm introduction, and very good evening to everyone. So I represent Safe Express, that's into door-to-door express distribution, and we are pretty much everywhere in the entire country. And now it becomes difficult for me because all of the panelists have already shared the major skill gaps, right? So I would begin with this, that there is a huge dearth of skilled manpower in this industry, supply chain and logistics industry, and we all understand, we all admit that, right? And the whole day long, we were being talking about what is the scope of growth in this industry, right? We talked about various government initiatives, Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and the kind of infrastructural development that the government is supporting, the kind of schemes like PLI scheme and all those schemes. So it is going to boost the manufacturing sector, right? And the more manufacturing, the more economic growth, and we are the fastest growing economy in the world, right? So all of these things are going to create huge need of the skilled manpower. And the rate at which, the pace at which this industry is going, and we were talking about 22 million workforce that we employ right now, but there will be a need of 1.2 million, another 1.2 million workforce by 2025. And the rate at which this industry is going to grow, in the next 5 years, it is estimated that it is going to grow at a compounded annual growth rate of 8.4%. So is the skill, are we really equipped to manage those kind of skill requirements? We are not. So we are not keeping up with the pace of growth that is happening in the industry. So one is this. Second is future-proofing our workforce. So future-proofing would mean, what the future will entail. Are we equipping our workforce to be able to, come up to that level? So future-proofing would also mean, the latest technology that is coming up. Are we continuously anticipating what kind of new technologies are going to come up, and are we preparing our workforce on those lines? Plus the challenges that are going to be coming up, because we all know that this is dynamic industry, and we were talking about those two landmarks. GST came in, and there was a huge change that happened, So, and there was development need, training and development need, more awareness that was required, not at the ground level, the people who are implementing this change, but also the awareness needed to be created amongst customers, amongst different stakeholders which are there in the industry. And then we talked about COVID, and like rightly said by Vandana ji, it exposed a lot of gaps which are existing in our supply chain, right? And it exposed us, and it also brought us to the need of resiliency. Now, is our workforce resilient enough, right? Are we preparing our workforce to be resilient enough? Are they keeping up with the dynamism of this industry? Every single day there is a new change that is coming up. Is our workforce prepared for that, right? So future-proofing our workforce, and plus there is a huge, I feel there is a huge gender imbalance in the industry. We lack women workforce. We lack, inclusiveness in this industry, which needs to be, brought at par. And the very fact that the panelists throughout the day were all men, and this last session had three of us as women, actually brings up that gap, right? And of course, we need continuous learning and development to actually keep pace with the changes that are happening in the industry. And we talked about technology. Technology is one thing that we are extensively using in this industry. And that is a huge game changer, right? Right from the, the time the consignment gets booked to when it gets unloaded in the warehouse, and then when it gets loaded, and then when it gets delivered. We were talking about technology capturing the real-time information. There is huge data, the big data. Who is analyzing that data? The vehicles are GPS enabled, but is our manpower really equipped to analyze that data and give those kind of meaningful inputs to the management, that there are certain changes that needs to be done on a proactive basis? So all these skill sets, we need to make sure that our workforce is equipped with such kind of skill sets. And way back in 2007, Safe Express, being the leader in the industry, anticipated that this is going to be the skill gap. And we came up with our, initially it started as a training and development arm, Safe Educate, but now it's a premier institute in skilling, especially in the supply chain and logistics domain. And, it has since then trained around 1 lakh youth in the industry. It has a tie-up with various state governments. It is present in pretty much 15 states all across India, and government initiative DDU GKY. This is precisely Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana, right? And under this scheme, we are skilling the youth of the country and making them employable and imparting them industry relevant skills. And the advantage that we have is they have support of Safe Express. So our logistics parks are available for industry, imparting the practical exposure that these kids need. And especially Safe Educate is working for the underrepresented sections of the society, who cannot pay for such kind of skill development initiatives. So we are tying up with government, making these underrepresented sections of the society more skilled, and also giving them an opportunity to work in the industry. Not just Safe Express, they get employed all across the industry in various organizations, right? And the companies get benefited because there is a huge dearth of skilled manpower, as I said. They need skilled workforce, and we are equipping the relevant skill sets to these people, and these are all industry relevant skills, and they are getting a continuous supply. Like in Safe Express alone, on a monthly basis, we all understand that the entry-level workforce, these are the operations people who join, there's maximum attrition in this, right? 30% of your workforce, who is working with you right now, next month, it'll be all wiped off, right? So
I'll have to stop you. Yeah, I know, because, we have more questions, at least one question more each. So Sumesh, just going back to what you said, 95% of us are here, not by choice, but we are just here accidentally, and I fully agree. And that is why it's very, very important that because we are here accidentally, we've spent many years, we know a lot of jugaad, we know a lot of work, we can manage everything. But how the industry is progressing can only be done in a very, very contained environment. That's why formal skilling is very important. And that is why branding logistics as a preferred career option for people is very, very important, because I still feel that the crème de la crème does not choose logistics as a preferred career, So you need to go out to colleges, you need to go to, wherever the youth are, to institutes, university, and tell them where, what does logistics mean? What are the different verticals of logistics? What are the type of opportunities that are there? What are the type of skills? There is a place for everybody. If you are a tech person, if you are a science person, if you are a commerce person, if you know international business, there is always a place for them. So that's why skilling is very, very, very important. My next question is to you. I'll start. So warehousing and transportation is what you are doing. And I think the elephant in the room there is the dearth of truck drivers.
Yes.
Is the dearth of truck drivers. That's something that we want to talk about. That's
a dinosaur.
So, and if it is not addressed very, very soon, there will really be a time when, everything will, I don't know, come to a standstill. These are strong words, but tell me, what is it, how do you address this problem? What are the plans? And you have a couple of minutes to do that.
Okay, well, I will start with giving an understanding on where we are currently, and how, this driver number has spanned over last 2 decades. So in 2001, against 1,000 trucks, there were 900 drivers. And in 2018, this number came down to only mere 550. And as I speak, it is almost 500. Now, I think we straight away have a manpower shortage. And now the question is, why is this happening? Nobody, a driver doesn't, there's a social stigma which is attached around being a driver.
In India.
In India, absolutely. and everybody who, when he comes across a driver, he looks down upon that person. And when I asked some years back a driver, and I said, what do you want your son to become? He said, sir, kuch bhi karega, lekin driver nahi banega. So which means, so they don't feel proud to do what they're doing. They're doing by compulsion and not by choice. So which again means why we as a society have not been able to eliminate this social stigma around being driver. Why we don't have a dignity of labor. If you look at drivers in Canada or US, they are some of the wealthiest people out there. I'll simply give you one data point. A US driver earns something between 65 lakhs to 75 lakhs a year. That's the kind of amount they make. And that's how we have a lot of the workforce which probably ends up going to the Middle East or goes to US to do all these odd jobs. Yeah, they drive there also, and they're happy driving those vehicles there, but not here. And the other issue, what I feel is, as an industry, if we don't contain the situation, very soon, you would see a lot of, I would say, vulnerabilities in the organizations from one year to another year. So suddenly in 1 year, you would be performing very good. The next year, you find the driver shortage and there's nobody to ferry your load, and which will lead to a lot of inefficiencies, and your bottom line and your entire top line is going to get affected. So are we really gearing up for that kind of an economy where such kind of eventualities will occur so often? So that brings me to the other point, which is, what is that we can do about it? So a couple of suggestions which I think, from my point of view, some of them things can be done by the government, and some of the things has to be done by the industry and the organizations all put together. So today, there is no pay parity among the drivers. Somebody pays on a trip basis, somebody pays on a monthly basis, somebody works with them as a partner, somebody works them, as a salaried employee, with that too with very low salary. They are not covered under ESI, not all of them. Somebody covers them. They don't have a PF. The medical facilities, somebody is giving, somebody is not giving. Now, there is so much of parity around all these things. So if the basic conditions itself are not standard across the organizations, across the industry, how do you expect them to be happy and proud to be working like that? I still feel that during COVID, we would have realized our drivers were no less than a soldier for us, isn't it? They were no less than a doctor for us. Had they not ferried the vehicle, the required oxygen cylinders, or I would say, perishables and whatnot, what would have happened to all of us? So I think somewhere I feel we need to, give a due share to those drivers and make them feel proud of what they're doing, and at the same time ensure there is some level of marketing which is done for this profile. Because nowadays, there was some time back, if I remember, even Army had a big issue. They were not getting people. And then they started campaigns around, why soldier, what soldier, and all that stuff. So as an industry, we should do that for the drivers so that they feel proud. They go back in their village and say, yes, I'm a driver. The way a soldier goes back and the way he's looked up in his village, the same way the driver should also get the same kind of feeling. And possibly that's when you would have a constant source of, drivers for yourself.
So can I say thank you for this? And I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, but I have one more question each for everybody. But I get it because I know the problem is very, very big. So my next question is to Vipinji. I'm catching people by surprise just like that. Yeah. So okay. So do you are doing the skilling thing for the Air Cargo Forum of India. So do you think the government departments and other stakeholders are doing enough towards skilling and upskilling for the industry? What is the support that you are getting or looking for from them for the work that you are doing?
Okay, I promise you not more than 2 minutes. I'll divide the question in two parts because
we'll get an extra drink.
Yeah, we are two heads, ACFI and ethics group. As far as the air sector is concerned, which is represented by ACFI, I think safety and security is very much monitored by the government. As far as support from the government is concerned, I remember the time because I've been in the industry for 40 years. Only the government could conduct courses like dangerous goods, security training, but now they have come up and they have given rights to private operator as well. I mean, I think most of us knows who are connected with the air sector. So that is one support we have got from the government side. As far as the private sector is concerned, as I said in the beginning, we as CFI is also getting industry support from all the stakeholders as a sponsorship and all that. But let me emphasize on one point. I think we all feel there was a video by Amitabh Bachchan, 2 days back. Yeah. And he said it is not just safety by the security person who is sitting on an X-ray machine. In air cargo, believe you me, the packer who is packing the goods is actually the safety and security start from there itself. I mean, if anybody makes a slightest mistake, it can go anyway. I got one request saying, he stops kerosene wale. Why can't it go by air? Then it was so difficult to explain them that it can't go by, it was some urgency. So I'm just saying, so we have to recognize and understand safety and security is very, very important from packer to the pilot. I mean, it is not just at the airport or something. That's point one. And I want to also thank my trainers who also conduct ACFI courses without charging even a rupee. Believe you me. And when they do this training courses through ITA, you have to pay in dollars. I mean, believe me. I mean, we have that trainers, including Madam Alpna as well, of course. I also wear the cap of ethics group, and I want to tell you what government is taking initiative. Now they have, we have been given the task by the government, National Cooperative Union of India, NCUI, to develop a platform, e-commerce platform, to connect the villagers actually, so that their cooperative societies can connect on that platform. And I think there are about 1.5 lakh cooperative society will be attached. So 1.5 crore people will be attached. I mean, that is what is the target. So that is what has been support provided by government. And of course, we got it. I'm sure others can also get. So this is what is the support from the government on air sector and even on the other sector.
Very good. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I can speak more, but I don't know. But
no,
it's okay. Thank you.
Decided no.
Thank you.
Okay, next question to Vandana. So you are working with, you're doing the supply chain courses and all, and we spoke about Industry Connect. So how does the industry support you? Are you in touch with the, the associations like FFAI, the ACAI, the ACFI, and what is the type of support that you receive? Do you get help on content? Do you get help in placement? What else? Do you get it? And what is it that you're looking for from them?
Yeah, so Alpana, the reason education happens is for the students to join the industry. So definitely if that's the ultimate where our students have to join, the industry partnership is very, very necessary. And in fact, the industry depends on us to create students who are employable. So definitely that has been our motto since the time we started in 2004, not only for logistics courses, but for all our courses. We've had a niche that all our courses would be dependent on the industry and will run with the industry collaboration. As far as logistics is concerned, like I said, we've been fortunate enough when we started this course, we started with an on-the-job training platform that first year the student spends with us and the second year in the industry and is hence placed after that as well. As far as the government is concerned, we've been working with Logistics Sector Council, but sorry to say it has not been very fruitful in training the kind of students that we create. So we are a management institute. We are not creating truck drivers, or we are not skilling people who work in basic operations. But yes, they start with the basic roles. So we wish that we've had more support from the sector councils who could have actually, facilitated internship of students through the industries. But industries are very welcoming, and thanks to the people sitting in the front row here also, I've had the fortune of meeting them individually as well in the last summit. And a lot of them have come forward, and Mr. Yashpal, who's not here today, has even visited us and has come forward with certain proposals with which we can work together and create courses. What we seek from the industry and what we've been doing as well, I'll just divide it into two portions of 15 seconds each. First is we've had guest lectures from industry people. We've had students going for internships, and the industry has welcomed them with open arms. We've had curriculum development happening with the industry. When we decide on our courses, we call industry people, we invite them, we vet the curriculum, we develop it together so that the students are more relevant when they join the industry, and it happens every year that we revise the curriculum. What we seek from the industry is a participation in research and development. Right. So there are a lot of problems that you face during the development or during your logistics journey, including what Mr. Amar said from Michelin about resistance, tires, and so a lot of things that, a lot of R&D happens in manufacturing, in pharmaceuticals, in automobiles, because logistics and supply chain is present everywhere. So when you do an R&D, and it's not that you don't have capable people, there are people who have had experience of so many years and huge capability. But we have faculty who are well-read. We have students who are of this generation. And I feel with that knowledge of analytics that they are getting, with the kind of tools that they are learning today, we'll be able to provide better solutions. And we are doing that, ma'am, in a lot of projects. We are working in pharmaceuticals with a lot of industries. We get small problems from the industries, and we find a solution. We certify it that this is the solution that we have brought up with you. And so that is what we seek from the logistics industry as well, that kind of collaboration as well. I hope that's all. Yeah.
I'm sure the industry is all sitting here. There's one industry sitting next to you. Shweta, last question for you. So how do you upskill the diverse, people that you have all across India? How do you do that? And I've got two reminders, so we have to quickly.
I've covered pretty much everything, but then
right.
You rightly said it's a diverse arena that we operate from, and pretty much 36 states and union territories are as good as 36 countries, different countries. But then, so there are two parts to it. One is how do we hire these people, right? Yeah. When we hire these people, they get 3 months of rigorous training from Safe Educate, but that is a generic training program. Then we have our zone-wise, training centers, wherein they get to know the Safe Express specific processes and they get a practical exposure. So unless they get trained on our processes and everything, they don't come and start doing work with us, right? So on the ground, they work only when they get such kind of rigorous training, and only then they start performing. Second part is a continuous learning and development environment that we want to create, right? And we have standard training regime that we have. So everyday training, then weekly training, then monthly training programs for operations workforce, for our BDM workforce, and then we have for our corporate and regional offices. So we completely believe in imparting learning and development to and upskilling our people so that they can become, relevant at any given point in time. They are future ready. If we have some new technology that is coming up, we make sure that we have pan-India rollouts of such training programs.
And you must be doing it in the regional languages also, some places?
See, most of these people, get hired, they have a certain kind of, we pick people from certain states, right? And they're pretty much Hindi-speaking people. Okay. But Hindi and English are the languages that we use, right? Wherever required, we have the capability to translate this in regional languages, but then we train the trainers. So we have operations heads who get trained on this, and they can impart these trainings in the regional languages. More of it is video-based because these are, operations guys who are 10th pass or 12th pass. They won't be able to understand that much language. So they get such video-based trainings where more of it is being taught visually than it is taught through any kind of text. So that is our strategy.
So I'll just say thank you to the panelists. I have one more set of questions which I'm not going to take. We can do it outside. And thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I invite my co-chair of the Logistics Committee, Mr. Ravindra Sethi, to kindly come up and felicitate our eminent panelists. Absolutely, sir.
I just wanted to make one comment. Thank you so much, and you've been absolutely marvelous. We discussed about this during the last session. Just look at it. We're all here. Alpna and Samesh, you mentioned about the word driver. So I will just share a personal experience of our company, right? We have a fleet of forklifts, cranes, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. And what I'm going to say, I'm sure many others do it also. None of them are drivers. They're technical assistants, they're technical officers, they become technical managers, they become senior technical managers, and they go on in the hierarchy as the same level as the operations people or the sales people. Because what they're doing is crucial to our supply chain. And unfortunately, in India, we don't recognize that. So, yeah, and also, they're all uniformed. They're all company supplied. So what I'm saying is that it's going to take us a lot of time to get into, education, skill processes. Could go on and on. That will take time. Let us start from within only, Start giving respect, knowing well enough that in India, we have this issue about the word driver. So we should start from within. And I'm sure, again, many are doing it, but I just wanted to share our experience, that's all. Now I'm really keeping you back from your cocktails. We've heard that one before.
Can it be?
I think this is the most overworked class, actually. No, we have a relative in the Air Force who was a transporter pilot. So during the Sri Lanka war, he used to say in the morning I used to go take some people and bring them back, and there were people who were desperate. So one day somebody came to him. He says, देखो आप भी ड्राइवर हो, आप प्लेन चलाते हो, मैं ट्रक चलाता हूँ, मैं भी ड्राइवर हूँ, आप मेरे को ले जाओ. He says he was the first one I put in the plane.
Thank you, sir. So, thank you so much, sir. So we'd like to felicitate first Ms. Alpana Chaturvedi, CEO My Logistics Gurukul, and to be followed by Mr. Vipin Jain, Chairman Task Pillar on Skill Development ACFI. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you just 10 more minutes because we have a lot of valuable people who are part of this event, which became possible, and we are working since December 2022 of what you see today. And we have to felicitate our advisory forum and sponsors who have made this event possible. So please bear with me. Believe me, bar will not open before that. Professor Dr. Vandana Arora Sethi, Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Growth, Lloyd Group of Institutes. Ms. Shweta Goela, General Manager, Strategy Safe Express Private Limited. And last but not the least in the panel is Mr. Sumesh Kampasi, Vice President, RSA Global. Can we have a group photograph, please? नहीं सर, अलग था वो अलग है. वो तो नीचे पड़ा होगा, नीचे पड़ा. Absolutely. We'll have a group photograph, please. Shweta, if you could please. Oh, okay, done. Thank you. वो है यहाँ पे. Okay. Now we would like to invite our advisory forum members and sponsors. So we would first start with Mr. Abhishek P. Rao, President, RSA Global. Mr. Aditya Vazirani, CEO, Robinson's Global Logistics Solution. Ms. Alpana Chaturvedi, CEO, My Logistics Gurukul. Mr. Bhupendra Kumar, Head Logistics, IOL Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals Limited. Mr. Dhitiman Chakrabarti, Director Operations, Ingram Micro India Private Limited. Mr. Manoj Jain, Managing Director, Deep Blue Express, and he is also our delegate kit partner, also part of the sponsors. He's played a dual role. Can we have some more clap, please? Mr. Rudra Shriram, Director DCM Containers. Also a sponsor and supported by partner. Anybody from DCM Containers? Please come. Next to follow, Mr. Ritesh Chaudhary, Director, Digital Business and IT, Henkel Group. Professor Dr. Vandana Arora Sethi, Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Growth, Lloyd Group of Institutions. Mr. Yashpal Sharma, Managing Director, Skyways Group, and he's also supported us as a sponsor and as a session partner. Sharma ji, please. सर ट्रैफिक बहुत है, आप आ जाइए. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'd like to invite the representatives from Safe Express Private Limited for being the presenting partner. Mr. Anil Sayal was there. Pavanji, I believe, has left. Vipanji, could you please also come in? आइए आइए सर, कुछ खास कारण है इसलिए बुला रहा हूँ आपको. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the man himself, Ari Rogers, as a co-powered partner. Request Vipinji, Chair of Civil Aviation Committee. Since Vipinji is here, so I would say Vipinji himself also is a supported partner. He's as a sponsor, Continental Carriers. आप सब देख रहे हैं पीएचडी में कितना भाईचारा है. सर कह रहे हैं बहुत पुराना है. Atlas Shipping as a premier partner. Sushil ji also is the co-chair of the committee. Skyfall Logistics Inc., a premier partner. We had people from Skyfall. Okay. Tapa as a lanyard partner. And last but not the least in this category, Netrodyne as a supported by partner. Ajay, can I request you to come down, please? And get the team along near the stage. Now we have association and media partners. Media partners, Cargo Talk. Anyone from Cargo Talk? No. Cargo Connect? Not there. Cargo Insight? Well, they are left. The cargo is gone, flown. Cargo. Association partners, ACFI. Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India. May I request Mr. Ajay Bansal to get the team near the stage? Container Freight Station Association of India, CFSAI. No one? All India Transporters Welfare Association. Air Cargo Agents Association of India. Do we have anyone? The past president of Air Cargo Agents Association, Mr. S.S. Sharma, is accepting the award on behalf of Air Cargo Agents Association of India. Association of Multimodal Transport Operators of India. Federation of National Industries. Now the last moment, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce you to the team which has worked for over 8 months to put this event together in front of you and get you all here. My team, Mr. Ajay Bansal, Ms. Karika Goswami, Ms. Kajal Sejwal and Ms. Ashwarya Patel. And having said that, definitely we have much more hands who have supported the event, many more colleagues of ours who have been there with us today. Thank you so much. This is the first time we've gotten standing ovation from the audience. Thank you so much. A big motivation for the team. And now the bar is open.